Chapter 41 Moby Dick. I, Ishmael, was one of that crew. My shouts had gone up with the rest. My oath had been welded with theirs. And stronger I shouted, and more did I hammer and clinch my oath, because of the dread in my soul. A wild, mystical, sympathetical feeling was in me. Ahab's quenchless feud seemed mine. With greedy ears, I learned the history of that murderous monster against whom I and all the others had taken our oaths of violence and revenge. For some time past, though at intervals only, the unaccompanied, secluded white whale had haunted these uncivilized seas most frequented by the sperm whale fishermen. But not all of them knew of his existence. Only a few of them, comparatively, had knowingly seen him, while the number who as yet had actually and knowingly given battle to him was small indeed. For owing to the large number of whale cruisers, the disorderly way they were sprinkled over the entire watery circumference, many of them adventurously pushing their quest along solitary latitudes so as to seldom or never, for a whole 12-month or more on a stretch, to encounter a single news-telling sail of any sort, the inordinate length of each separate voyage, the irregularity of the times of sailing from the home, all these, with other circumstances, direct and indirect, long obstructed the spread through the whole world-wide whaling fleet of the special individualized tidings concerning Moby Dick. It was hardly to be doubted that several vessels reported to have encountered at such or such a time or on such or such a meridian a sperm whale of uncommon magnitude and malignity, which whale, after doing great mischief to his assailants, had completely escaped them. To some minds, it was not an unfair presumption, I say, that the whale in question must have been no other than Moby Dick. Yet, as of late, the sperm whale fishery had been marked by various and not unfrequent instances of great ferocity, cunning, and malice in the monster attacked. Therefore, it was that those who by accident ignorantly gave battle to Moby Dick, such hunters perhaps for the most part were content to ascribe the peculiar terror he bred, more as it were, to the perils of the sperm whale fishery at large, than to the individual cause. In that way, mostly, the disastrous encounter between Ahab and the whale had hitherto been popularly regarded. And as for those who, previously hearing of the white whale by chance, caught sight of him, in the beginning of the thing they had every one of them almost as boldly and fearlessly lowered for him. And as for any other whale of that species. But at length such calamities did ensue in these assaults, not restricted to sprained wrists or ankles, broken limbs, or devouring amputations, but fatal to the last degree of fatality. Those repeated disastrous repulses, all accumulating and piling their terrors upon Moby Dick, those things had gone far to shake the fortitude of many brave hunters, to whom the story of the white whale had eventually come. Nor did wild rumors of all sorts fail to exaggerate, and still the more horrify the true histories of these deadly encounters. For not only do fabulous rumors naturally grow out of the very body of all surprising, terrible events, as a smitten tree gives birth to its fungi, but in maritime life, far more than that of terra firma, wild rumors abound, wherever there is any adequate reality for them to cling to. And as the sea surpasses the land in this matter, so the whale fishery surpasses every other sort of maritime life, in the wonderfulness and fearfulness of the rumors which sometimes circulate there. For not only are whalemen of a body unexempt from that ignorance and superstitiousness hereditary to all sailors, but of all sailors, they are by all odds the most directly brought into contact with whatever is appallingly astonishing in the sea. Face to face, they not only eye its greatest marvels, but hand to jaw, give battle to them. Alone in such remotest waters, that though you sailed 1,000 miles and passed 1,000 shores, you would not come to any chiseled hearthstone or aught hospitable beneath that part of the sun. In such latitudes and longitudes, pursuing to such a calling as he does, the whaleman is wrapped by influences all tending to make his fancy pregnant with many a mighty birth. No wonder then that ever-gathering volume from the mere transit over the widest watery spaces, the outblown rumors of the white whale did in the end incorporate with themselves all manner of morbid hints and half-formed fetal suggestions of supernatural agencies, which eventually invested Moby Dick with new terrors, unborrowed from anything that visibly appears. So that in many causes such a panic did he finally strike, that few who by those rumors at least had heard of the white whale, few of those hunters were willing to encounter the perils of his jaw.
But there were still other and more vital practical influences at work. Not even at the present day has the original prestige of the sperm whale, as fearfully distinguished from all other species of the leviathan, died out of the minds of the whalemen as a body. There are those this day among them who, though intelligent and courageous enough in offering battle to the Greenland or right whale, would perhaps, either from professional inexperience or incompetency or timidity, decline a contest with the sperm whale. At any rate, there are plenty of whalemen, especially among those whaling nations not sailing under the American flag, who have never hostilely encountered the sperm whale, but whose sole knowledge of the Leviathan is restricted to the ignoble monster primitively pursued in the north. Seated on their hatches, these men will hearken with a childish fireside interest and awe to the wild, strange tales of southern whaling. Nor is the preeminent tremendousness of the great sperm whale anywhere more feelingly comprehended than on board of those prows which stem him. And is as if now the tested reality of his might had in former legendary times thrown its shadow before it, we find some book naturalists, Oleson and Pobelson, declaring the sperm whale not only to be consternation to every other creature in the sea, but also to be incredibly ferocious, as continually to be athirst for human blood. Nor even down to so late a time as Cuvier's were these or almost similar impressions effaced. For in his natural history, the Baron himself affirms that at sight of the sperm whale, all fish, sharks included, are struck with the most lively terrors, and often in the precipitancy of their flight dash themselves against the rocks with such violence as to cause instantaneous death. And however the general experiences in the fishery may amend such reports as these, yet in their full terribleness, even to the bloodthirsty item of Probelson, the superstitious belief in them is, in some vicissitudes of their vocation, revived in the minds of the hunters. So that overawed by the rumors and portents concerning him, not a few of the fishermen recalled, in reference to Moby Dick, the earlier days of the sperm whale fishery, when it was oftentimes hard to induce long practiced right whalemen to embark in the perils of this new and daring warfare, such men protesting that although other leviathans might hopefully be pursued, yet to chase and point lance at such an apparition as the sperm whale was not for mortal man, that to attempt it would be inevitably to be torn into a quick eternity. On this head, there are some remarkable documents that may be consulted. Nevertheless, some there were who, even in the face of these things, were ready to give chase to Moby Dick, and a still greater number who, chancing only to hear of him distantly and vaguely, without the specific details of any certain calamity, and without superstitious accompaniments, were sufficiently hardy not to flee from the battle if offered. One of the wild suggestions referred to, as at last coming to be linked with the white whale in the minds of the superstitiously inclined, was the unearthly conceit that Moby Dick was ubiquitous, that he had actually been encountered in opposite latitudes at one and the same instant of time. Nor, credulous as such minds must have been, was this conceit altogether without some faint show of superstitious probability. For as the secrets of the currents in the seas have never yet been divulged, even to the most erudite research, so the hidden ways of the sperm whale when beneath the surface remain, in great part, unaccountable to his pursuers, and from time to time have originated the most curious and contradictory speculations regarding them, especially concerning the mystic modes whereby, after sounding to a great depth, he transports himself with such vast swiftness to the most widely distant points. It is a thing well known to both American and English whale ships, and as well a thing placed upon authoritative record years ago by Scoresby, that some whales have been captured far north in the Pacific, in whose bodies have been found the barbs of harpoons darted in the Greenland seas. Nor is it to be gainsaid that in some of these instances it has been declared that the interval of time between the two assaults could not have exceeded very many days. Hence, by inference, it has been believed by some whalemen that the Northwest Passage, so long a problem to man, was never a problem to the whale, so that here, in the real living experience of living men, The prodigies related in old times of the inland Strelo Mountains in Portugal, near whose top there was said to be a lake in which the wrecks of ships floated up to the surface, and that still more wonderful story of the Resusa fountain near Syracuse, whose waters were believed to have come from the Holy Land by an underground passage. These fabulous narrations are almost fully equaled by the realities of the whalemen.
Forced into familiarity, then, with such prodigies as these, and knowing that after repeated insipid assaults, the white whale had escaped alive, it cannot be much matter of surprise that some whalemen should go still further in their superstitions, declaring Moby Dick not only ubiquitous, but immortal, for immortality is but ubiquity in time. That though groves of spears should be planted in his flanks, he would still swim away unharmed, or if indeed he should ever be made to spout thick blood, such a sight would be but a ghastly deception, for again, in ensanguined billows of hundreds of leagues away, his unsullied jet would once more be seen. But even stripped of these supernatural surmisings, there was enough in the earthly make and incontestable character of the monster to strike the imagination with unwonted power. For it was not so much his uncommon bulk that so much distinguished him from other sperm whales, but, as was elsewhere thrown out, a peculiar snow-white wrinkled forehead and a high pyramidical white hump. These were his prominent features, the tokens whereby, even in the limitless, uncharted seas, he revealed his identity at a long distance to those who knew him. The rest of his body was so streaked and spotted and marbled with the same shrouded hue that in the end he had gained his distinctive appellation of the white whale, a name indeed literally justified by his vivid aspect when seen gliding at high noon through a dark blue sea, leaving a Milky Way wake of creamy foam, all spangled with golden gleamings. Nor was it his unwonted magnitude, nor his remarkable hue, nor yet his deformed lower jaw, that so much invested the whale with natural terror as that unexampled and intelligent malignity which, according to specific accounts, he had over and over again evinced in his assaults. More than that, his treacherous retreats struck more of dismay than perhaps aught else, for when swimming before his exalted pursuers, with every apparent symptom of alarm, he had several times been known to turn round suddenly, and bearing down upon them, either stave their boats to splinters or drive them back in consternation to their ship. Already several fatalities had attended his chase, but though similar disasters, however little bruited ashore, were by no means unusual in the fishery, yet in most instances such seemed the white whale's infernal afterthought of ferocity that every dismembering or death that he caused was not wholly regarded as having been inflicted by an unintelligent agent. Judge then to what pitches of inflamed, distracted fury the minds of his more desperate hunters were impelled, when amid the chips of chewed boats and the sinking limbs of torn comrades, they swam out of the white curds of the whale's direful wrath into the seen, exasperating sunlight that smiled on as if at a birth or a bridal. His 3 boats stove around him, and oars and men both whirling in the eddies. One captain, seizing the line knife from his broken prow, had dashed at the whale as an Arkansas duelist at his foe, blindly seeking with a 6-inch blade to reach the fathom-deep life of the whale. That captain was Ahab. And then it was that suddenly sweeping his sickle-shaped lower jaw beneath him, Moby Dick had reaped away Ahab's leg as a mower a blade of grass in the field. No turbaned Turk, no hired Venetian or Malay could have smote him with more seeming malice. Small reason was there to doubt then that ever since that almost fatal encounter, Ahab had cherished a vivid vindictiveness against the whale. All the more fell for that in his frantic morbidness he at last came to identify with him, not only in his bodily woes, but all his intellectual and spiritual exasperations. The white whale swam before him as the monomaniac incarnation of all those malicious agencies which some deep men feel eating in them, till they are left living on with half a heart and half a lung. that tangible malignity which has been from the beginning to those to whose dominion even the modern Christians ascribe one half of the world's, which the ancient Ophites of the East reverenced in their statue devil. Ahab did not fall down and worship it like them, but deliriously transferring its idea to the abhorrent white whale, he pitted himself, all mutilated against it. All that most maddens and torments, all that stirs up the leaves of things, all truth with malice in it, all that cracks the sinews and cakes the brain, all the subtle demonisms of life and thought, all evil to crazy Ahab were visible, personified, and made practically assailable in Moby Dick. He piled upon the whale's white hump the son of all the general rage and hate felt by his whole race from Adam down. And then, as if his chest had been a mortar, he burst his hot heart's shell upon it.
It is not probable that this monomania in him took its instant rise at the precise time of his body dismemberment. Then, in darting at the monster, knife in hand, he had but given loose to a sudden, passionate, corporal animosity, and when he received the stroke that tore him, he probably but felt the agonizing bodily laceration, but nothing more. Yet, when by this collision forced to turn towards home, and for long months of days and weeks, Ahab and Anguish lay stretched together in one hammock, rounding in midwinter that dreary, howling Patagonian cape. Then it was that his torn body and gashed soul bled into one another, and so interfusing, made him mad. That it was only then, on the homeward voyage, after the encounter, that the final monomania seized him, seems with all certain from the fact that at intervals during the passage, he was a raving lunatic, and though unlimbed of a leg, yet such vital strength yet lurked in his Egyptian chest, and was moreover intensified by his delirium, that his mates were forced to lace him fast, even there as he sailed, raving in his hammock. In a straitjacket, he swung to the mad rockings of the gales, and when running into more sufferable latitudes, the ship, with mild stunsails spread, floated across the tranquil tropics, and to all appearances, the old man's delirium seemed left behind him with the Cape Horn swells, and he came forth from his dark den into the blessed light and air, even then, when he bore that firm, collected front, however pale, and issued his calm orders once again, and his mates thanked God the direful madness was now gone, even then Ahab, in his hidden self, raved on. Human madness is oftentimes a cunning and most feline thing. When you think it fled, it may have but become transfigured into some still subtler form. Ahab's full lunacy subsided not, but deepeningly contracted, like the unabated Hudson, when that noble Northman flows narrowly but unfathomably through the Highland Gorge. But as his narrow-flowing monomania, not one jot of Ahab's broad madness had been left behind. So in his broad madness, not one jot of his great natural intellect had perished, that before living again, now became the living instrument. If such a furious trope may stand, his special lunacy stormed his general sanity and carried it and turned all its concentrated cannon upon its own mad mark, so that far from having lost his strength, Ahab to that one end did now possess 1,000-fold more potency than ever he had sanely brought to bear upon any one reasonable object. This is much, yet Ahab's larger, darker, deeper part remains unhinted. But vain to popularize profundities, and all truth is profound. Winding far down from within the very heart of this spiked Hotel de Cluny, where we here stand, however grand and wonderful, now quit it, and take your way, you nobler, sadder souls, to those vast Roman halls of Thermes, where far beneath the fantastic towers of man's upper earth, his root of grandeur, his whole awful essence sits in bearded state, an antique buried beneath antiquities and throned on torsos. So with a broken throne, the great gods mock that captive king, so like a caryatid his patience sits, upholding on his frozen brow the proud entablatures of ages. Wind ye down there, ye prouder, sadder souls, question that proud, sad king. A family likeness, aye, he did beget ye. Ye young exiled royalties, and from your grim sire only will the old state secret come. Now in his heart, Ahab had some glimpse of this, namely, all my means are sane, my motive and my object mad. Yet without power to kill or change or shun the fact, he likewise knew that to mankind he did long dissemble, in some sort did still. But that thing of his dissembling was only subject to his perceptibility, not to his will determinate. Nevertheless, so well did he succeed in that dissembling that when with ivory leg he stepped ashore at last, no Nantucketer thought him otherwise than but naturally grieved, and that to the quick with the terrible casualty which had overtaken him.
The report of his undeniable delirium at sea was likewise popularly ascribed to a kindred cause, and so too all the added moodiness, which always afterwards, to the very day of sailing in the Pequod on the present voyage, sat brooding on his brow. Nor is it so very unlikely that, far from distrusting his fitness for another whaling voyage, on account of such dark symptoms, the calculating people of that prudent isle were inclined to harbor the conceit that for those very reasons he was all the better qualified to set on edge for a pursuit so full of rage and wildness as the bloody hunt of whales. Gnawed within and scorched without, with the infixed, unrelenting fangs of some incurable idea, such a one, could he be found, would seem the very man to dart his iron and lift his lance against the most appalling of all brutes. Or, if for any reason thought to be corporeally incapacitated for that, yet such a one would seem superlatively competent to chair and howl on his underlings to the attack. But be all that as it may, certain it is that with the mad secret of his unabated rage bolted up and keyed in him, Ahab had purposely sailed upon the present voyage with the one only and all engrossing object of hunting the white whale. Had any one of his old acquaintances on shore but half dreamed of what was lurking in him, then how soon would their aghast and righteous souls have wrenched the ship from such a fiendish man. They were bent on profitable cruises, the profit to be counted down in dollars from the mint. He was intent on an audacious, immitigable, and supernatural revenge. Here, then, was this gray-headed, ungodly old man chasing with curses a Job's whale round the world, at the head of a crew, too, chiefly made up of mongrel renegades and castaways and cannibals, morally enfeebled also by the incompetence of mere unaided virtue of right-mindedness in Starbuck, the invulnerable jollity of indifference and recklessness in Stubb, and the pervading mediocrity in Flask. Such a crew, so officered, seemed specially picked and packed by some infernal fatality to help him to his monomaniac revenge. How it was that they so aboundingly responded to the old man's ire, by what evil magic their souls were possessed, that at times his hate seemed almost theirs. The white whale, as much their insufferable foe as his. How all this came to be, what the white whale was to them, or how to their unconscious understandings also, in some dim, unsuspected way, he might have seemed the gliding great demon of the seas of life. All this to explain would be to dive deeper than Ishmael can go. The subterranean miner that works in us all, how can one tell whither leads his shaft by the ever-shifting, muffled sound of his pick? Who does not feel the irresistible arm drag?
you would not have that intensified terror. As for the white shark, the white gliding ghostliness of repose in that creature, when beheld in his ordinary moods, strangely tallies with the same quality in the polar quadruped. This particularity is most vividly hit by the French in the name they bestow upon that fish. The Romish Mass for the dead begins with Requiem Aeternam, eternal rest. Whence Requiem dominating the Mass itself and any other funereal music, now in allusion to the white silent stillness of death in this shark and the mild deadliness of his habits, the French call him Requiem.
I remember the first albatross I ever saw. It was during a prolonged gale in waters hard upon the Antarctic seas. From my forenoon watch below, I ascended to the overclouded deck, and there, dashed upon the main hatches, I saw a regal, feathery thing of unspotted whiteness, and with a hooked Roman bill sublime. At intervals, it arched forth its vast archangel wings, as if to embrace some holy ark. Wondrous flutterings and throbbing shook it. Through bodily unharmed, it uttered cries as some king's ghost in supernatural distress. Through its irrepressible strange eyes, methought I peeped to secrets which took hold of God. As Abraham before the angels, I bowed myself. The white thing was so white, its wings so wide, and in those forever exiled waters, I had lost the miserable warping of memories, of traditions, and of towns. Long I gazed at that prodigy of plumage. I cannot tell, can only hint the things that darted through me then, but at last I awoke, and turning asked a sailor, what bird was this? A goonie, he replied. A goonie? I never had heard the name before. Is it conceivable that this glorious thing is utterly unknown to men ashore? Never. But some time after, I learned the goonie was some seaman's name for albatross, so that by no possibility could Coleridge's wild rhyme have had aught to do with those mystical impressions which were mine when I saw that bird upon our deck. For neither had I then read the rhyme, nor knew the bird to be an albatross. Yet in saying this, I do indirectly burnish a little brighter the noble merit of the poem and the poet. Back up to the text. Most famous in our Western annals and Indian traditions is that white steed of the prairies, a magnificent mild white charger, large-eyed, small-headed, bluff-chested, and with the dignity of 1,000 monarchs in his lofty, overscorning carriage. He was the elected Xerxes of vast herds of wild horses, whose pastures in those days were only fenced by the Rocky Mountains and the Alleghanies. At their flaming head he westward trooped it like that chosen star which every evening leads on the host of lights. The flashing cascade of his mane, the curving comet of his tail, invested him with housings more resplendent than gold and silver beaters could have furnished him. A most imperial and archangelical apparition of the unfallen Western world, which to the eyes of the old trappers and hunters revived the glories of those primeval times when Adam walked majestic as a god, bluff-bowed and fearless as this mighty steed. Whether marching amid his aides and marshals in the van of countless cohorts that endlessly streamed it over the plains like an Ohio, or whether with his circumambulant subjects browsing all around at the horizon, the white steed gallopingly reviewed them with warm nostrils reddening through his coolness in whatever aspect he presented himself. Always to the bravest Indians, he was the object of trembling reverence and awe. Nor can it be questioned from what stands on legendary record of this noble horse that it was his spiritual whiteness chiefly which so clothed him with divineness, and that this divineness had that in it which, though commandingly worshipped, at the same time enforced a certain nameless terror.
But there are other instances where this whiteness loses all that accessory and strange glory which invests it in the white steed and albatross. What is it that in the albino man so peculiarly repels and often shocks the eye, as that sometimes he is loathed by his own kith and kin? It is that whiteness which invests him, a thing expressed by the name he bears. The albino is as well made as other men. He has no substantive deformity, and yet this mere aspect of all-pervading whiteness makes him more strangely hideous than the ugliest abortion. Why should this be so? Nor in other quite aspects does nature in her least palpable but not the less malicious agencies fail to enlist among her forces this crowning attribute of the terrible. From its snowy aspect, the gauntleted ghost of the southern seas has been denominated the white squall. Nor in some historic instances has the art of human malice omitted so potent an auxiliary. How widely it heightens the effect of that passage in Froissart, when masked in the snowy symbol of their faction, the desperate White Hoods of Ghent murder their bailiff in the marketplace. Nor in some things does the common hereditary experience of all mankind fail to bear witness to the supernaturalism of this hue. It cannot well be doubted that the one visible quality in the aspect of the dead which most appalls the gazer is the marble pallor lingering there, as if indeed that pallor were as much the badge of consternation in the other world as of mortal trepidation here. And from that pallor of the dead, we borrow the expressive hue of the shroud in which we wrap them. Nor even in our superstitions do we fail to throw the same snowy mantle round our phantoms, all ghosts rising in a milk-white fog. Yea, while these terrors seize us, let us add that even the king of terrors, when personified by the evangelist, rides on his pallid horse. Therefore, in his other moods, symbolize whatever grand or gracious thing he will by whiteness. No man can deny that in its profoundest idealized significance, it calls up a peculiar apparition to the soul. But though without dissent this point be fixed, how is mortal man to account for it? To analyze it would seem impossible. Can we then, by the citation of some of those instances wherein this thing of whiteness, though for the time either wholly or in great part stripped of all direct associations calculated to impart to it aught fearful, but nevertheless is found to exert over us the same sorcery, however modified? Can we thus hope to light upon some chance clue to conduct us to the hidden cause we seek? Let us try. But in a matter like this, subtlety appeals to subtlety, and without imagination, no man can follow another into these halls. And though, doubtless, some at least of the imaginative impressions about to be presented may have been shared by most men, yet few, perhaps, were entirely conscious of them at that time, and therefore may not be able to recall them now. Why, to the man of untutored ideality, who happens to be but loosely acquainted with the peculiar character of the day, does the bare mention of Whitsuntide marshal in the fancy such long, dreary, why does the passing mention of the white friar or a white nun evoke such an eyeless statue in the soul? Or what is there, apart from the traditions of dungeon warriors and kings, which will not wholly account for it, that makes the White Tower of London tell so much more strongly on the imagination of an untraveled American than those other storied structures, its neighbors, the Byward Tower, or even the Bloody? And those sublimer towers, the White Mountains of New Hampshire, whence in peculiar moods comes that gigantic ghostliness over the soul at the bare mention of that name, while the thought of Virginia's Blue Ridge is full of a soft, dewy, distant dreaminess? Or why, Irrespective of all latitudes and longitudes, does the name of the White Sea exert such a spectralness over the fancy, while that of the Yellow Sea lulls us with mortal thoughts of long lacquered mild afternoons on the waves, followed by the gaudiest and yet sleepiest of sunsets. Or to choose a wholly unsubstantial instance, purely addressed to the fancy, why, in reading the old fairy tales of Central Europe, does the tall, pale man of the heart's forests, whose changeless pallor unrustingly glides through the green of the groves, why is this phantom more terrible than all the whooping imps of the Blocksberg?
Nor is it altogether the remembrance of her cathedral toppling earthquakes, nor the stampedos of her frantic seas, nor the tearlessness of arid skies that never rain, nor the sight of her wide field of leaning spires, wrenched copestones, and crosses all adroop, like canted yards of anchored fleets, and her suburban avenues of house walls lying over upon each other as a tossed stack of cards. It is not these things alone which make tearless Lima the strangest, saddest city thou canst see. For Lima has taken the white veil, and there is a higher horror in this whiteness of her woe. Old as Pizarro, this whiteness keeps her ruins forever new. Admits not the cheerful greenness of the complete decay, spreads over her broken ramparts the rigid pallor of the apoplexy that fixes its own distortions. I know that, to the common apprehension, this phenomenon of whiteness is not confessed to be the prime agent in exaggerating the terror of objects otherwise terrible, nor to the unimaginative mind is there aught of terror in those appearances whose awfulness to another mind almost solely consists of this one phenomenon, especially when exhibited under any form at all approaching to muteness or universality. What I mean by these two statements may perhaps be respectively elucidated by the following examples. First, the mariner, when drawing nigh the coasts of foreign land, if by night he hear the roar of breakers, starts to vigilance, and feels just enough of trepidation to sharpen all his faculties. But under precisely similar circumstances, let him be called from his hammock to view his ship sailing through the midnight sea of milky whiteness, as if from encircling headland shoals of combing white bears were swimming around him. Then he feels a silent, superstitious dread. The shrouded phantom of whitened waters is horrible to him as a real ghost. In vain the lead assures him he is still off surroundings. Yet, heart and helm they both go down. He never rests till blue water is under him again. Yet when the mariner who will tell thee, Sir, it was not so much the fear of striking hidden rocks as the fear of that hideous whiteness that so stirred me. Second, to the native Indian of Peru, the continual sight of snow-heated Andes conveys naught of dread, except perhaps in the mere fancying of the eternal frosted desolateness reigning at such vast altitudes, and the natural conceit of what a fearfulness would do to lose oneself in such inhuman solitudes. Much the same is it as the backwoodsman of the West, who with comparative indifference views an unbounded prairie sheeted with white snow, no shadow of tree or twig to break to fix stance of whiteness. Not so the sailor beholding the scenery of the Antarctic seas, where at times, by some infernal trick of legerdemain, in the powers of frost and air, he, shivering and half shipwrecked, instead of rainbows speaking hope and solace to his misery, views what seems a boundless churchyard grinning upon him with lean ice monuments and splintering crosses. But thou sayest, methinks this white lead chapter about whiteness is but a white flag hung out from a craven soul. Thou surrenderest to a hypo, Ishmael. Tell me, why this strong young colt folds in some peaceful valley of Vermont, far removed from all beasts of prey, why is it that upon the sunniest day, if you but make a fresh buffalo robe behind him, so that he cannot even see it, but only smells this wild animal muskiness, why will he start, snort, and with bursting eyes paw the ground in frenzies of affright? There is no remembrance in him of any gorings of wild creatures in his green northern home, so that the strange muskiness he smells cannot recall to him anything associated with the experience of former perils. For what he knows, he is this New England cult of the black bisons of distant Oregon.
No, but here thou beholdest even in a dumb brute the instinct of the knowledge of the demonization of the world. Though thousands of miles from Oregon, still when he smells that savage musk, the rending, goring bison herds are as present as to the deserted wild foal of the prairies, which in this instant may be trampling into dust. Thus then, the muffled rollings of a milky sea, the bleak rustlings of the festooned frosts of mountains, the desolate shiftings of the winnowed snows of prairies, all these to Ishmael are as the shaking of that buffalo robe to the frightened colt. Though neither knows where lie the nameless things of which the mystic sign gives forth such hints, yet with me, as with the colt, somewhere these things must exist. Though in many of its aspects, this visible world seems formed in love, the invisible spheres were formed in fright. But not yet have we solved the incantation of this whiteness and learned why it appeals with such power to the soul, and more strange and far more portentous, why, as we have seen, it is at once the most meaning symbol of spiritual things, nay, the very veil of the Christian's deity, and yet should be as it is, the intensifying agent in things the most appalling to mankind. Is it that by its indefiniteness it shadows forth the heartless voids and immensities of the universe, and thus stabs us from behind with a thought of annihilation when beholding the white depths of the Milky Way? Or is it that as its essence whiteness is not so much a color as the visible absence of color, and at the same time the concrete of all colors? Is it for these reasons that there is such a dumb blankness full of meaning in a wide landscape of snows, a colorless all color of atheism from which we shrink? And when we consider that other theory of the natural philosophers, that all other earthly hues, every stately or lovely emblazoning, the sweet tinges of sunset skies and woods, yea, and the gilded velvets of butterflies and the butterfly cheeks of young girls, all these are but subtle deceits, not actually inherent in substances, but only laid on from without, so that all deified nature absolutely paints like the harlot. Those allurements cover nothing but the carnal house within. And when we proceed further and consider that the mystical cosmetic which produces every one of her hues, the great principle of light, forever remains white or colorless in itself, and if operating without medium upon matter, would touch all objects, even tulips and roses, with its own blank tinge. Pondering all this, the palsied universe lies before us a leper. And like willful travelers in Lapland who refuse to wear colored and coloring glasses upon their eyes, so the wretched infidel gazes himself blind at the monumental white shroud that wraps all the prospect around him. And of all these things, the albino whale was the symbol. Wonder ye then at the fiery hunt. Thank you.
Chapter 43, Hark. Did you hear that noise, Kabako? It was the middle watch. Of fair moonlight, the seamen were standing in a cordon, extending from one of the freshwater butts in the waist to the scuttlebutt near the taffrail. In this manner, they passed the buckets to fill the scuttlebutt. Standing for the most part on the hallowed precincts of the quarterdeck, they were careful not to speak or rustle their feet. From hand to hand, the buckets went in the deepest silence, only broken by the occasional flap of a sail and the steady hum of the unceasingly advancing keel. It was in the midst of this repose that Archie, one of the cordon, whose post was near the after hatches,
whispered to his neighbor, a cholo, the words above. Hist! Did you hear that noise, Kabako? Take the bucket, will ye, Archie? What noise do you mean? There it is again, under the hatches. Don't you hear it? A cough. It sounded like a cough. Cough be damned. Pass along that return bucket. There again. There it is. It sounds like 2 or 3 sleepers turning over now. Caramba. Have done, shipmate, will ye? It's the 3 soaked biscuits ye eat for supper turning over inside of ye. Nothing else. Look to the bucket. Say what ye will, shipmate. I've sharp ears. Aye, you were the chap, ain't ye, that heard the hum of the old Quakeress's knitting needles 50 miles at sea from Nantucket. You're the chap. Grin away. We'll see what turns up. Harky, Kabako. There is somebody down in the afterhold that has not yet been seen on deck. And I suspect our old mogul knows something of it, too. I heard Stubb tell Flask, one morning watch, that there was something of that sort in the wind. Tish, the bucket. Chapter 44, The Chart. Had you followed Captain Ahab down into his cabin after the squall that took place on the night succeeding that wild ratification of his purpose with his crew, you would have seen him go to a locker in the transom and, bringing out a large wrinkled roll of yellowish sea charts, spread them before him on a screw-down table. Then, seating himself before it, you would have seen him intently study the various lines and shadings which there met his eye, and with slow but steady pencil trace additional courses over spaces that before were blank. At intervals, he would refer to piles of old law books beside him, wherein were set down the seasons and places in which, on various former voyages of various ships, sperm whales had been captured or seen. While thus employed, the heavy pewter lamp suspended in chains over his head continually rocked with the motions of the ship, and forever threw shifting gleams and shadows of lines upon his wrinkled brow, till it almost seemed that while he himself was marking out lines and courses on the wrinkled charts, some invisible pencil was also tracing lines and courses upon the deeply marked chart of his forehead. But it was not this night in particular that in the solitude of his cabin Ahab thus pondered over his charts. Almost every night they were brought out. Almost every night some pencil marks were effaced and others were substituted. For with the charts of all 4 oceans before him, Ahab was threading a maze of currents and eddies with a view to the more certain accomplishment of that monomaniac thought of his soul. Now, to anyone not fully acquainted with the ways of the Leviathans, it might seem an absurdly hopeless task thus to seek out one solitary creature in the unhooped oceans of this planet. But not so did it seem to Ahab, who knew the sets of all tides and currents, and thereby calculating the driftings of the sperm whale's food, and also calling to mind the regular ascertained seasons for hunting him in particular latitudes, could arrive at reasonable surmises, almost approaching to certainties, concerning the timeliest day to be upon this or that ground in search of his prey. So assured indeed is the fact concerning the periodicalness of the sperm whales resorting to given waters, that many hunters believe that could he be closely observed and studied throughout the world, were the logs for one voyage of the entire whale fleet carefully collated, then the migrations of the sperm whale would be found to correspond in invariability to those of the herring shoals or the flights of swallows. On this hint, attempts have been made to construct elaborate migratory charts of the sperm whale. Besides, when making a passage from one feeding ground to another, the sperm whales, guided by some infallible instinct, say rather secret intelligence from the deity, mostly swim in veins, as they are called, continuing their way along a given ocean line with such undeviating exactitude that no ship ever sailed her course by any chart with one tide of such marvelous precision. Though in these cases the direction taken might any one whale be straight as a surveyor's parallel, and though the line of advance be strictly confined to its own unavoidable straight wake, yet the arbitrary vein in which at these times he is said to swim generally embraces some few miles in width, more or less as the vein is presumed to expand or contract, but never exceeds the visual sweep from the whale ship's mastheads when circumspectly gliding along this magic zone. The sum is that at particular seasons within that breadth and along that path, migrating whales may with great confidence be looked for.
And hence, not only at substantiated times upon well-known separate feeding grounds could Ahab hope to encounter his prey, but in crossing the widest expanses of water between those grounds, he could, by his art, so place and time himself on his way, as even then not to be wholly without prospect of a meeting. There was a circumstance which at first sight seemed to entangle his delirious but still methodical scheme, but not so in the reality, perhaps. Though the gregarious sperm whales have their regular seasons for particular grounds, yet in general you cannot conclude that the herds which hunt such and such a latitude or longitude this year, say, will turn out to be identically the same with those that were found to be the preceding season. Though there are peculiar and unquestionable instances where the contrary of this is proven true. In general, the same remark, only within a less wide limit, applies to the solitaries and hermits among the matured, aged sperm whales. So that though Moby Dick had in a former year been seen, for example, on what is called the Seychelles Ground in the Indian Ocean, or Volcano Bay in the Japanese coast, yet it did not follow that were the Pequod to visit either of those spots at any subsequent corresponding season, she would infallibly encounter him there. So too with some of the other feeding grounds where he had at times revealed himself, but all of these seemed only his casual stopping places and ocean inns, so to speak, not his places of prolonged abode. And where Ahab's chances of accomplishing his object have hitherto been spoken of, allusion has only been made to whatever wayside, antecedent, extra prospectus were his, ere a particular set time or place were attained, when all possibilities would become probabilities. And as Ahab fondly thought, every possibility the next thing to a certainty. That particular set time and place were conjoined in one technical phrase, the season on the line. For there and then, for several consecutive years, Moby Dick had been periodically decried, lingering in those waters for a while, as the sun, in its annual round, loiters for a predicted interval in any one sign of the zodiac. There it was, too, that most of the deadly encounters with the white whale had taken place. There the waves were storied with his deeds. There also was that tragic spot where the monomaniac old man had found the awful motive for his vengeance. But in the cautious comprehensiveness and unloitering vigilance with which Ahab threw his brooding soul into this unfaltering hunt, he would not permit himself to rest all his hopes upon the one crowning fact above mentioned, however flattering it might be to those hopes. Nor in the sleeplessness of his vow could he so tranquilize his unquiet heart as to postpone all intervening quest. Now the Pequod had sailed from Nantucket at the very beginning of the season on the line. No possible endeavor then could enable her commander to make the great passage southwards, double Cape Horn, and then running down 60 degrees of latitude, arrive in the equatorial Pacific in time to cruise there. Therefore, he must wait for the next ensuing season. Yet the premature hour of the Pequod's sailing had perhaps been correctly selected by Ahab with a view to this very complexion of things, because an interval of 365 days and nights was before him, an interval which, instead of impatiently enduring ashore, he would spend in a miscellaneous hunt. If by chance the white whale, spending his vacations in seas far remote from his periodical feeding grounds, should turn up his wrinkled brow off the Persian Gulf, or in the Bengal Bay, or China Seas, or in any of the other waters haunted by its race, so that monsoons, pampas, nor'westers, harmatans, trades, any wind but the levanter and the simoom might blow Moby Dick into the devious zigzag world circle of the Pequod's circumnavigating wake.
Seems it not but a mad idea, this that in the broad boundless ocean one solitary whale, even if encountered, should be thought capable of individual recognition from his center, even as a white in the
Yes, for the peculiar snow white brow of Moby Dick and his snow white hump could not but be unmistakable. And have I not tallied the whale, Ahab would mutter to himself as after poring over his charts till long after midnight, he would throw himself back in reveries, tallied him, and shall he escape? His broad fins are bored and scalloped out like a lost sheep's ear. And here his mad mind would run on in a breathless race, till a weariness and faintness of pondering came over him, and in the open air of the deck he would seek to recover his strength. Ah, God, what trances of torments does that man endure who is consumed with one unachieved revengeful desire? He sleeps with clenched hands and wakes with his own bloody nails in his palms. Often, when forced from his hammock by exhausting and intolerably vivid dreams of the night, which, resuming his own intense thoughts through the day, carried them on amid a clashing of frenzies and whirled them around and round in his blazing brain till the very throbbing of his life spot became insufferable anguish. And when, as was sometimes the case, these spiritual throes in him heaved his being up from its base, and a chasm seemed opening in him, from which forked flames and lightning shot up, and accursed fiends beckoned him to leap down among them. When this hell in himself yawned beneath him, a wild cry would be heard through the ship, and with glaring eyes, Ahab would burst from his stateroom as though escaping from a bed that was on fire. Yet these, perhaps, instead of being the unsuppressible symptoms of some latent weakness or fright at his own resolve, were but the plainest tokens of its intensity. For at such times, crazy Ahab, the scheming, unappeasedly steadfast hunter of the white whale, this Ahab, had gone to his hammock was not the agent that so caused him to burst from it in horror again. The latter was the eternal living principle or soul in him, and in sleep, being for the time dissociated from the characterizing mind, which at other times employed it for its outer vehicle or agent, it spontaneously sought escape from the scorching contiguity of the frantic thing, of which for the time it was no longer an integral. But as the mind does not exist unless leagued with the soul, therefore it must have been that in Ahab's case, yielding up all his thoughts and fancies to his one supreme purpose, that purpose, by its own sheer inveteracy of will, forced itself against gods and devils into a kind of self-assumed independent being of its own, nay, could grimly live and burn while the common vitality to which it was conjoined fled horror stricken from the unbidden and unfathered birth. Therefore, the tormented spirit that glared out of bodily eyes when what seemed Ahab rushed from his room was for the time but a vacated thing, a formless, somnambulistic being, a ray of living light, to be sure, but without an object to color and therefore a blankness in itself. God help thee, old man, thy thoughts have created a creature in thee, and he whose intense thinking thus makes him a Prometheus, a vulture feeds upon that heart forever, that vulture, the very creature he creates.
Chapter 45, The Affidavit. So far as what there may be of a narrative in this book, and indeed as indirectly touching one or two very interesting and curious particulars in the habits of sperm whales, the foregoing chapter in its earlier part is as important a one as will be found in this volume. But the leading matter of it requires to be still further and more familiarly enlarged upon, in order to be adequately understood, and moreover to take away any incredulity which a profound ignorance of the entire subject may induce in some minds, as to the natural verity of the main points of this affair. I care not to perform this part of my task methodically, but shall be content to produce the desired impression by separate citations of items, particularly or reliably known to me as a whaleman, and from these citations I take it the conclusion aimed at will naturally follow of itself. First, I have personally known 3 instances where a whale, after receiving a harpoon, has effected a complete escape, and after an interval, in one instance of 3 years, has been again struck by the same hand and slain, when the 2 irons, both marked by the same private cipher, have been taken from the body. In the instance where 3 years intervened between the fling of the 2 harpoons, and I think it may have been something more than that, the man who darted them happening in the interval to go in a trading ship on a voyage to Africa, went ashore there, joined a discovery party, and penetrated far into the interior, where he traveled for a period of nearly 2 years, often endangered by serpents, savages, tigers, poisonous miasmas, with all the other common perils incident to wandering in the heart of unknown regions. Meanwhile, the whale he had struck must have also been on its travels. No doubt it had thrice circumnavigated the globe, brushing with its flanks all the coasts of Africa, but to no purpose. This man and this whale again came together, and the one vanquished the other. I say I myself have known 3 instances similar to this. That is, in 2 of them I saw the whale struck, and upon the second attack saw the 2 irons with the respective marks cut in them, afterwards taken from the dead fish. In the 3-year instance, it so fell out that I was in the boat both times, first and last, and the last time distinctly recognized a peculiar sort of huge mole under the whale's eye, which I had observed the 3 years previous. I say 3 years, but I am pretty sure it was more than that. Here are 3 instances, then, which I personally know the truth of, but I have heard of many other instances from persons whose veracity is the matter there is no good ground to impeach. Secondly, it is well known in the sperm whale fishery, however ignorant the world ashore may be of it, that there have been several memorable historical instances where a particular whale in the ocean has been at distant times and places popularly cognizable. Why such a whale became thus marked was not altogether and originally owing to its bodily peculiarities as distinguished from other whales, for however peculiar in the respect any chance whale may be, they soon put an end to his peculiarities by killing him and boiling him down into a peculiarly valuable oil. No, the reason was this, that from the fatal experiences of the fishery there hung a terrible prestige of perilousness about such a whale as there did about Rinaldo Rinaldini. insomuch that most fishermen were content to recognize him by merely touching their tarpaulins when he would be discovered lounging by them on the sea, without seeking to cultivate a more intimate acquaintance. Like some poor devils ashore that happen to know an irascible great man, they make distant, unobtrusive salutations to him in the street, lest if they pursued the acquaintance further, they might receive a summary thump for their presumption.
But not only did each of these famous whales enjoy great individual celebrity, nay, you may call it an ocean-wide renown, not only was he famous in life and now is immortal in forecastle stories after death, but he was admitted into the rights, privileges, and distinctions of a name, had as much a name indeed as Cambyses or Caesar. Were it not so, O Timor Tom, thou famed Leviathan, scarred like an iceberg, who so long didst lurk in the oriental straits of that name, whose spout was oft seen from the palmy beach of Ombay? Was it not so, O New Zealand Jack, thou terror of all cruisers that crossed their wakes in the vicinity of the Tattoo Land? Was it not so, O Morcon, king of Japan, whose lofty jet, they say at times, assumed the semblance of a snow-white cross against the sky? Was it not so, O Don Miguel, thou Chilean whale marked by an old tortoise with mystic hieroglyphics upon the back? In plain prose, here are 4 whales as well known to the students of cetacean history as Marius or Scylla to the classic scholar. But this is not all. New Zealand Tom and Don Miguel, after at various times creating great havoc among the boats of different vessels, were finally gone in quest of, systematically hunted out, chased and killed by valiant whaling captains who heaved up their anchors with that express object as much in view as in setting out through the Narragansett woods, Captain Butler of old had it in his mind to capture that notorious murderous savage Anawan, the headmost warrior of Indian King Philip. I do not know where I can find a better place than just here to make mention of 1 or 2 other things, which to me seem important, as in printed form establishing in all respects the reasonableness of the whole story of the white whale, more especially the catastrophe. For this is one of those disheartening instances where truth requires full as much bolstering as error. So ignorant are most landsmen of some of the plainest and most palpable wonders of the world that without some hints touching the plain facts, historical and otherwise, of the fishery, they might scout at Moby Dick as a monstrous fable, or still worse and more detestable, a hideous and intolerable allegory. First, though most men have some vague, flitting ideas of the general perils of the grand fishery, yet they have nothing like a fixed, vised conception of those perils and the frequency with which they reoccur. One reason, perhaps, is that not 1 in 50 of the actual disasters and deaths by casualties in the fishery ever finds a public record at home, however transient and immediately forgotten that record. Do you suppose that that poor fellow there, who this moment perhaps caught by the whale line off the coast of New Guinea, is being carried down to the bottom of the sea by the sounding Leviathan, do you suppose that that poor fellow's name will appear in the newspaper obituary you will read tomorrow at your breakfast? No, because the mails are very irregular between here and New Guinea. In fact, did you ever hear what might be called regular news direct or indirect from New Guinea? Yet I tell you that upon one particular voyage, which I made to the Pacific, among many others, we spoke 30 different ships, every one of which had had a death by a whale. Some of them more than 1, and 3 that had each lost a boat's crew. For God's sake, be economical with your lamps and candles. Not a gallon you burn, but at least 1 drop of man's blood was spilled for it.
Secondly, People ashore have indeed some indefinite idea that a whale is an enormous creature of enormous power. But I have ever found that when narrating to them some specific example of this twofold enormousness, they have significantly complimented me upon my facetiousness when I declare upon my soul I had no more idea of being facetious than Moses when he wrote the history of the plagues of Egypt. But fortunately, the special point I here seek can be established upon testimony entirely independent of my own. That point is this: the sperm whale is in some cases sufficiently powerful, knowing, and judiciously malicious, as with direct afterthought, to stave in, utterly destroy, and sink a large ship. And what is more, the sperm whale has done it. First, in the year 1820, the ship Essex, Captain Pollard of Nantucket, was cruising in the Pacific Ocean. One day, she saw spouts, lowered her boats, and gave chase to a shoal of sperm whales. Ere long, several of the whales were wounded, when suddenly a very large whale, escaping from the boats, issued from the shoal and bore directly down upon the ship, dashing his forehead upon her hull. So he stove her in, that in less than 10 minutes she settled down and fell over. Not a surviving plank of her has been seen since. After the severest exposure, part of the crew reached the land in their boats. Being returned home at last, Captain Pollard once more sailed for the Pacific in command of another ship, but the gods shipwrecked him again upon unknown rocks and breakers. For the second time, his ship was utterly lost, and forthwith forswearing the sea, he has never tempted it since. At this day, Captain Pollard is resident of Nantucket. I have seen Owen Chase, who was chief mate of the Essex at the time of the tragedy. I have read his plain and faithful narrative. I have conversed with his son, and all this within a few miles of the scene of the catastrophe. Secondly, the ship Union, also of Nantucket, was in the year 1807 totally lost at the Azores by a similar onset. By the authentic particulars of this catastrophe I have never chanced to encounter, though from the whale hunters I have now and then heard casual allusions to it. Thirdly, some 18 or 20 years ago, Commodore J, then commanding an American sloop of war of the first class, happened to be dining with a party of the whaling captains on board a Nantucket ship in the harbor of Oahu, Sandwich Islands. Conversation turning upon whales, the Commodore was pleased to be skeptical touching the amazing strength ascribed to them by the professional gentlemen present. He peremptorily denied, for example, that any whale could so smite his stout sloop of war as to cause her to leak as much as a thimbleful. Very good, but there is more coming. Some weeks after, the Commodore set sail in this impregnable craft of Valparaiso, but he was stopped on the way by a portly sperm whale that begged a few moments' confidential business with him. That business consisted in fetching the Commodore's craft such a thwack that with all his pumps going, he made straight for the nearest port to heave down and repair. I am not superstitious, but I consider the Commodore's interview with that whale as providential. Was not Saul of Tarsus converted from unbelief by a similar fright? I tell you, the sperm whale will stand no nonsense. I will now refer you to Langford's Voyages for a little circumstance and point, peculiarly interesting to the writer thereof. Langsdorff, you must know, by the way, was attached to the Russian Admiral Krusenstern's famous discovery expedition in the beginning of the present century. Captain Langsdorff thus begins his 17th chapter.
By the 13th of May, our ship was ready to sail, and the next day we were out in the open sea, on our way to Acre. The weather was very clear and fine, but so intolerably cold that we were obliged to keep on our fur clothing. For some days we had very little wind. It was not till the 19th that a brisk gale from the northwest sprang up. An uncommon large whale, the body of which was larger than the ship itself, lay almost at the surface of the water, but was not perceived by anyone on board till the moment when the ship, which was in full sail, was almost upon him, so that it was impossible to prevent its striking against him. We were thus placed in the most imminent danger, as this gigantic creature, setting up its back, raised the ship 3 feet at least out of the water. The masts reeled and the sails fell altogether, while we who were below all sprang instantly upon the deck, concluding that we had struck upon some rock. Instead of this, we saw the monster sailing off with the utmost gravity and solemnity. Captain DeWolf applied immediately to the pumps to examine whether or not the vessel had received any damage from the shock, but we found that very happily it had escaped entirely uninjured. Now, the Captain DeWolf here alluded to as commanding the ship in question is a New Englander who, after a long life of unusual adventures as a sea captain, this day resides in the village of Dorchester near Boston. I have the honor of being a nephew of his. I have particularly questioned him concerning this passage in Langsdorff. He substantiates every word. The ship, however, was by no means a large one. A Russian craft built on the Siberian coast and purchased by my uncle after bartering away the vessel in which he sailed from home. In that up and down manly book of old-fashioned adventure, so full, too, of honest wonders, The Voyage of Lionel Wafer, one of ancient Dampier's old chums, I found a little matter set down so like that, just quoted from Langsdorff, that I cannot forbear inserting it here for a corroborative example, if such be needed. Lionel, it seems, was on his way to John Fernandino, as he calls the modern Juan Fernandez. In our way thither, he says, about 4 o'clock in the morning, when we were about 150 leagues from the main of America, our ship felt a terrible shock, which put our men in such consternation that they could hardly tell where they were or what to think. But everyone began to prepare for death. And indeed, the shock was so sudden and violent that we took it for granted the ship had struck against a rock. But when the amazement was a little over, we cast the lead and sounded, but found no ground. The suddenness of the shock made the guns leap in their carriages, and several of the men were shaken out of their hammocks. Captain Davis, who lay with his head on a gun, was thrown out of his cabin. Lionel then goes on to impute the shock to an earthquake, and seems to substantiate the imputation by stating that a great earthquake, somewhere about that time, did actually do great mischief along the Spanish land. But I should not much wonder if, in the darkness of that early hour of the morning, the shock was after all caused by an unseen whale vertically bumping the hull from beneath. I might proceed with several more examples, one way or another known to me, of the great power and malice at times of the sperm whale. In more than one instance, he has been known not only to chase the assailing boats back to their ships, but to pursue the ship itself, and long withstand all the lances hurled at him from its decks. The English ship Coosey Hall can tell a story on that head. And as for his strength, let me say that there have been examples where the lines attached to a running sperm whale have, in a calm, been transferred to the ship and secured there, the whale towing her great hull through the water as a horse walks off with a cart. Again, it is very often observed that if the sperm whale, once struck, is allowed time to rally, he then acts not so often with blind rage as with willful, deliberate designs of destruction to his pursuers. Nor is it without conveying some eloquent indication of his character that upon being attacked he will frequently open his mouth and retain in it that dread expansion for several consecutive minutes. But I must be content with only one more and a concluding illustration, a remarkable and most significant one, by which if you will not fail to see that not only is the most marvelous event in this book corroborated by plain facts of the present day, but that these marvels, like all marvels, are mere repetitions of the ages, so that for the millionth time we may say amen with Solomon, verily there is nothing new under the sun.
In the 6th Christian century lived Procopius, Christian magistrate of Constantinople. In the days when Justinian as emperor and Belisarius general. As many know, he wrote the history of his own times, a work every way of uncommon value. By the best authorities, he has always been considered a most untrustworthy and unexaggerating historian, except in some of or two particulars, not at all affecting the matter presently to be mentioned. Now, in his history of this, Procopius mentioned that during the term of his prefecture of Constantinople, a great sea monster was captured in the neighboring Propontis, the seas of Mare Mora, after having destroyed vessels of intervals in those waters for a period of more than 50 years. A fact thus set down in substantial history cannot easily be gainsaid, nor is there reason it should be. Of what precise species these sea monsters was is not mentioned. But as he destroys ships, as well as for another reason, he must been a whale. I am strongly inclined to think a sperm whale. But I will tell you why. For a long time, I fancied this sperm whale had been always unknown in the Mediterranean and the deep waters connecting with it. Even now, I am certain that those seas are not, and perhaps ever can be, with those present constitution of things, a place of his habitual gregarious resort. But further investigations have recently proved to me, but in modern times, there have been isolated instances in the presence of the sperm whale in the Mediterranean. I am told, on good authority, that on the Barbary coast, Commander Davies of the British Navy found the skeleton of a sperm whale. Now, as a vessel of war readily passes through the Dardanelles, hence a sperm whale could, by the same route, pass out the Mediterranean into the Propontis. In the Propontis, as far as I can learn, some of those peculiar substance called brit can be found of the ailment of the right whale. But I have every reason to believe the food of the sperm whale, squid, or cuttlefish lurks into the bottom of the sea, because large creatures, but by no means of the largest of that sort, have been at its surface. If then you probably put these statements together and reason upon it, you will clearly receive that, according to all human reasoning, Procopius, sea monster, that of a half century, stole the ships of a Roman emperor, must, of all probability, have been a sperm whale.
Chapter 46 surmises. Though consumed with the hot fire of his purpose, Ahab, in all his thoughts and actions, ever had in view the ultimate capture of Moby Dick. Though he seemed ready to sacrifice all mortal interest to that one passion, nevertheless it may have been that he was by nature and long habituation far too wedded to a fiery whaleman's ways, altogether to abandon the collateral prosecution of the voyage. Or at least, if this were otherwise, there were not wanting other motives much more influential with him. It would be refining too much, perhaps, even considering his monomania, to hint that his vindictiveness towards the white whale might have possibly extended itself in some degree to all sperm whales,
and that the more monsters he slew, by so much the more he multiplied the chances that each subsequently encountered whale would prove to be the hated one that he hunted. But if such an hypothesis be indeed exceptionable, there were still additional considerations which, though not strictly according with the wildness of his ruling passion, yet were by no means incapable of swaying him. To accomplish his object, Ahab must use tools. And of all tools used in the shadow of the moon, men are most apt to get out of order. He knew, for example, that however magnetic his ascendancy in some respects was over Starbuck, yet that ascendancy did not cover the complete spiritual man any more than mere corporeal superiority involves in intellectual mastership. For to the purely spiritual, the intellectual but stands as a sort of corporeal relation. Starbuck's body and Starbuck's coerced will were Ahab's. As long as Ahab kept his magnet at Starbuck's brain, still he knew that for all this the chief mate in his soul abhorred his captain's quest, and would joyfully disintegrate himself from it or even frustrate it. It might be that a long interval would elapse ere the white whale was seen. During that long interval, Starbuck would ever be apt to fall into open relapses of rebellion against his captain's leadership, unless some ordinary prudential circumstantial influences were brought to bear upon him. Not only that, but the subtle insanity of Ahab respecting Moby Dick was no ways more significantly manifested than in his superlative sense and shrewdness in foreseeing that, for the present, the hunt should in some way be stripped of that strange, imaginative impiousness which naturally invested it, that the full terror of the voyage must be kept withdrawn into the obscure background, for few men's courage is proof against protracted meditation unrelieved by action, that when they stood their long night watches, his officers and men must have some nearer things to think of than Moby Dick. For however eagerly and impetuously the savage crew had hailed the announcement of his quest, yet all sailors of all sorts are more or less capricious and unreliable. They live in the varying outer weather, and they inhale its fickleness. And when retained for any object remote and blank in the pursuit, however promissory of life and passion in the end, it is above all things requisite that temporary interests and employments should intervene and hold them healthily suspended for the final dash. Nor was Ahab unmindful of another thing. In times of strong emotion, mankind disdain all base considerations, but such times are evanescent. The permanent and constitutional condition of the manufactured man, thought Ahab, is sordidness. Granting that the white whale fully incites the hearts of this my savage crew, and playing round their savageness even breeds a certain generous knight-errantism in them, still, while for the love of it they give chase to Moby Dick, they must also have food for their more common daily appetites. For even the highly lifted and chivalric crusaders of old times were not content to traverse 2,000 miles of land to fight for their holy sepulchre without committing burglaries, picking pockets, and gaining other pious perquisites by the way. Had they been strictly held to their one final and romantic object, that final and romantic object too many would have turned from in disgust. I will not strip these men, thought Ahab, of all hopes of cash. Aye, cash. They may scorn cash now, but let some months go by and no prospective promise of it to them, and then this same quiescent cash, all at once mutinying in them, this same cash would soon cashier Ahab.
Nor was there wanting still another cautionary motive more related to Ahab personally. Having impulsively, it is probable, and perhaps somewhat prematurely revealed, the prime but private purpose of the Pequod's voyage, Ahab was now entirely conscious that in so doing he had indirectly laid himself open to the unanswerable charge of usurpation. And with perfect impunity, both moral and legal, his crew, if so disposed, and to that incompetent, could refuse all further obedience to him, and even violently wrest him from the command. From even the barely hinted imputation of usurpation, and the possible consequences of such a suppressed impression gaining ground, Ahab must, of course, have been most anxious to protect himself. That protection could only consist in his own predominating brain and heart and hand, backed by a heedful, closely calculating attention to every atmospheric influence which it was possible for his crew to be subjected to. For all these reasons, then, and others perhaps too analytic to be verbally developed here, Ahab plainly saw that he must still, in a good degree, continue true to the natural nominal purpose of the Pequod's voyage, observe all customary usages, and not only that, but force himself to evince all his well-known passionate interest in the general pursuit of his profession. Be all this as it may, his voice was now often heard hailing the three mastheads and admonishing them to keep a bright lookout and not omit reporting even a porpoise. This vigilance was not long without reward. Chapter 47, The Mapmaker. It was a cloudy, sultry afternoon. The seamen were lazily lounging about the decks, or vacantly gazing over into the lead-colored waters. Queequeg and I were mildly employed weaving what is called a sword mat for an additional lashing to our boat. So still and subdued, and yet somehow preluding, was all the scene, and such an incantation of reverie lurked in the air that each silent sailor seemed resolved into his own invisible self. I was the attendant or page of Queequeg, while busy at the map. As I kept passing and repassing the filling or woof of marline between the long yarns of the warp, using my own hand for the shuttle, and as Queequeg, standing sideways, ever and anon, slid his heavy oaken sword between the threads, and idly looking off upon the water, carelessly and unthinkingly drove home every yarn. I say so strange a dreaminess did there reign all over the ship and all over the sea, only broken by the intermitting dull sound of the sword, that it seemed as if this were the loom of time, and I myself were a shuttle mechanically weaving and weaving away at the fates. There lay the fixed threads of the warp, subject to but one single ever-returning, unchanging vibration, and that vibration merely enough to admit of the crosswise interblending of other threads with its own. This warp seemed necessity, and here, thought I, with my own hand, I ply my own shuttle and weave my own destiny into these unalterable threads. Meanwhile, Queequeg's impulsive, indifferent sword, sometimes hitting the woof slantingly, or crookedly, or strongly, or weakly, as the case might be, and by this difference in the concluding blow producing a corresponding contrast in the final aspect of the completed fabric. This savage's sword, thought I, which thus finally shapes and fashions both warp and woof. This easy, indifferent sword must be chance. Aye, chance, free will, and necessity, nowise incompatible, all interweavingly working together. The straight warp of necessity, not to be swerved from its ultimate course. Its every alternating vibration, indeed, only tending to that. Free will, still free to ply her shuttle between given threads. And chance, though restrained in its play within the right lines of necessity, and sideways in its motions, directed by free will, though thus prescribed to by both, chance by turn rules either, and has the last featuring blow at events. Thus, we were weaving and weaving away, when I started at a sound so strange, long drawn, and musically wild and unearthly, that the ball of free will dropped from my hand, and I stood gazing up at the clouds whence that voice dropped like a wing. High aloft in the cross trees was that May gayheader Tashtego. His body was reaching eagerly forward, his hand stretched out like a wand, and at brief sudden intervals he continued his cries. To be sure, the same sound was at that very moment perhaps being heard all over the seas, from hundreds of whalemen's lookouts perched as high in the air, but from few of those lungs could that accustomed old cry have derived such a marvelous cadence as from Tashtego the Indians. As he stood hovering over you, half suspended in air, so wildly and eagerly peering towards the horizon, you would have thought him some prophet or seer beholding the shadows of fate, and by those wild cries announcing their coming. There she blows! There! She blows! Where away? On the lee beam, about 2 miles off, a school of them.
Instantly, all was commotion. The sperm whale blows as a clock ticks with the same undeviating this fish from other tribes of his genus. There go flukes, was now the cry from Tashtigo, and the whales disappeared. Quick, steward, cries Ahab, time, time. Doughboy hurried below, glanced at the watch, and reported the exact minute to Ahab. The ship was now kept away from the wind, and she went gently rolling before it. Tashtigo, reporting that the whales had gone down heading to leeward, we confidently looked to see them again directly in advance of our bows. For the singular craft at times evinced by the sperm whale then, when, sounding with his head in one direction, he nevertheless, while concealed beneath the surface, mills around and swiftly swims off in the opposite quarter. This deceitfulness of his could not now be in action, for there was no reason to suppose that the fish seen by Tashtigo had been in any way alarmed, or indeed knew at all of our vicinity. One of the men selected for ship keepers, that is, those not appointed to the boats, by this time relieved the Indian at the main masthead. The sailors at the fore and mizzen had come down. The line tubs were fixed in their places. The cranes were thrust out. The main yard was backed, and the three boats swung over the sea like three samphire baskets over high cliffs. Outside the bulwarks, their eager crews with one hand clung to the rail, while one foot was expectantly poised on the gunwale. So look the long line of man-of-war's men about to throw themselves on board an enemy's ship. But at this critical instant, a sudden exclamation was heard that took every eye from the whale. With a start, all glared at dark Ahab, who was surrounded by 5 dusky phantoms that seemed fresh formed out of air. Chapter 48, the first lowering. The phantoms, for so they then seemed, were flitting on the other sides of the deck, and with a noiseless celerity were casting loose and tackles and bands of the boat which swung there. The boat had always been deemed one of the spare boats, though technically called the captain's, on account of its hanging from the starboard quarter. The figure that now stood by its bows were tall and swart, with one white tooth evilly protruding from its steel-like lips. A rumpled Chinese jacket of black cotton funereally invested him, with white-black trousers of the same dark stuff. But strangely, crowning this ebonness was a glistening white plaited turban, the living hair braided and coiled round and round upon his head. Less swart in aspect, the companions of this figure were of that vivid tiger yellow complexion, peculiar to some of the aboriginal natives in the Manilas, a race notorious for a certain of subtlety, and by some honest white mariners supposed to be the paid spies and secret confidential agents of the water of the devil, their lord, whose counting room they supposed to be elsewhere. While yet the wondering ship's company were gazing upon these strangers, Ahab cried out to the white turbaned man at their head, "Already there, Fedallah?" "Ready," was the half-hissed reply. "Lower away then, d'ye hear?" Shouting across the deck. "Lower away there, I say." Thank you.
Such was the thunder of his voice that, spite of their amazement, the men sprang over the rail. The sheaves whirled round in the blocks. With a wallow, the 3 boats dropped into the sea, while with a dexterous, off-handed daring, unknown in any other vocation, The sailors, goat-like, leaped down the rolling ship's side into the tossed boats below. Hardly had they pulled out from under the ship's lee when a fourth keel, coming from the windward side, pulled round under the stern and showed the 5 strangers rowing Ahab, who, standing erect in the stern, loudly hailed Starbuck, Stubb, and Flask to spread themselves widely so as to cover a large expanse of water. But with all their eyes again riveted upon the swart Fedallah and his crew, the inmates of the other boats obeyed not the command. Captain Ahab, said Starbuck. Spread yourselves, cried Ahab. Give way, all 4 boats. Thou Flask, pull out more to leeward. Aye, aye, sir, cheerily cried little King Post, sweeping round his great steering oar. Lay back, addressing his crew. There again. There she blows right ahead, boys. Lay back. Never heed yonder yellow boys, Archie. Oh, I don't mind him, sir, said Archie. I knew it all before now. Didn't I hear him in the hold? And didn't I tell Kabako hear of it? What say you, Kabako? They are stowaways, Mr. Flask. Pull, my fine hearts alive. Pull, my children, pull, my little ones, drawingly and smoothingly sighed Stubb to his crew, some of whom still showed signs of uneasiness. Why don't you break your backbones, my boys? What is it you stare at? Those chaps in yonder boat? Tut! There are only 5 more hands come to help us. Never mind from where, the more the merrier. Pull then, do pull. Never mind the brimstone. Devils are good fellows enough. So there you are now. There's a stroke for 1,000 pounds. That's a stroke to sweep the stakes. Hurrah for the gold cup of sperm oil, my heroes. 3 cheers, men, all hearts alive. Easy. Don't be in a hurry. Why don't you snap your oars, you rascals? Bite something, you dogs. So then softly. That's it. Long and strong. Give way there, give way. The devil fetch ye, you ragamuffin rapscallions. You're all asleep. Stop snoring, you sleepers, and pull, will ye? Pull, can't ye? Pull, won't ye? In the name of gudgeons and ginger cakes, don't ye pull? Pull and break something. Pull and start your eyes out. Here, whipping out the sharp knife from his girdle, every mother's son of ye draw his knife and pull with the blade between his teeth. That's it. Now do ye something that looks like it, my steel bits. Start her, my silver spoons. Start her, Moreland spikes. Stubb's exordium to his crew is given here at large because he had rather a peculiar way of talking to them in general, and especially in inculcating the religion of rowing. But you must not suppose from this specimen of his sermonizing that he ever flew into downright passions with his congregation. Not at all. And therein consisted his chief peculiarity. He would say the most terrific things to his crew in a tone so strangely compounded of fun and fury, and the fury seemed so calculated merely as a spice to the fun, so that no oarsman could hear such queer invocations without pulling for dear life, and yet pulling for the mere joke of the thing. Besides, he had all the time looked so easily and indolent himself, so loungingly managed his steering oar, and so broadly gaped, open-mouthed at times, that the mere sight of such a yawning commander, by sheer force of contrast, acted like a charm upon the crew. Then again, Stubb was one of those odd sort of humorists whose jollity is sometimes so curiously ambiguous as to put all inferiors on their guard in the manner of obeying them.
In obedience to a sign from Ahab, Starbuck was now pulling obliquely across Stubb's bow. And when for a minute or so the 2 boats were pretty near to each other, Stubb hailed the mate. Mr. Starbuck, larboat larboard boat there. Ahoy! A word with ye, sir, if you please. Hello, returned Starbuck, turning round not a single inch as he spoke, still earnestly but whisperingly urging his crew, his face set like a flint from Stubbs. What think ye of those yellow boys, sir? Smuggled on board somehow before the ship sailed. Strong, strong boys, in a whisper to his crew, then speaking out loud again. A sad business, Mr. Stubb. Seize her, my lads. But never mind, Mr. Stubb, all for the best. Let all your crew pull strong, come what will. Spring, my men, spring. There's hogsheads of sperm ahead, Mr. Stubb, and that's what you came for. Pull, my boys. Sperm's a play. This at least is duty and profit hand in hand. I thought as much, soliloquized Stubb when the boats diverged. As soon as I clapped eye on him, I thought so. Aye, and that's what he went into the afterhold for, so often as Doughboy long suspected. They were hidden down there. The white whale's at the bottom of it. Well, so be it. Can't be helped. All right, give way, men. It ain't the white whale today. Give way. Now, the advent of these outlandish strangers is such a critical instant at the lowering the boats from the deck. This had not unreasonably awakened a sort of superstitious amazement in some of the ship's company. But Archie's fancied discovery, having some time previous got abroad among them, though indeed not credited then, this had in some small measure prepared them for the event. It took off the extreme edge of their wonder, and so what with all this and Stubbs' confident way of accounting for their appearance, they were for the time freed from superstitious surmisings, though the affair still left abundant room for all manner of wild conjectures as to dark Ahab's precise agency in the matter from the beginning. For me, I silently recalled the mysterious shadows I had seen creeping on board the Pequod during the dim Nantucket dawn, as well as the enigmatical hintings of the unaccountable Elijah. Meanwhile, Ahab, out of hearing of his officers, having sighted the furthest to windward, was still ranging ahead of the other boats, a circumference bespeaking how potent a crew was pulling him. Those tiger yellow creatures of his seemed all steel and whalebone. Like 5 trip hammers, they rose and fell with regular strokes of strength, which periodically started the boat along the water like a horizontal burst boiler out of a Mississippi steamer. As for Fedallah, who was seen pulling the harpooner oar, he had thrown aside his black jacket and displayed his naked chest with the whole part of his body above the gunwale, clearly cut against the alternating depressions of the watery horizon. While at the other end of the boat, Ahab, with one arm, like a fencer's, thrown half backward into the air, as if to counterbalance any tendency to trip. Ahab was seen steadily managing his steering oar as in a 1,000 boat lowering ere the white whale had torn him. All at once, the outstretched arm gave a peculiar motion and then remained fixed, while the boat's 5 oars were seen simultaneously peaked. Boat and crew sat motionless on the sea. Instantly, the 3 spread boats in the rear paused on their way. The whales had irregularly settled bodily down into the blue, thus giving no distantly discernible token of the movement, though from his closest vicinity Ahab had observed it. "Every man look out along his oars," cried Starbuck. "Thou, Queequeg, stand up." Nimbly springing up on the triangular raised box in the bow, the savage stood there, erect there, and with intensely eager eyes gazed off towards the spot where the chase had last been described. Likewise, upon the extreme stern of the boat, where it was also triangularly platformed level with the gunwale, Starbuck himself was seen coolly and adroitly balancing himself to the jerking tossings of his chip of a craft and silently eyeing the vast blue eye of the sea. Thank you, Mary.
Not very distant, Blast's boat was also lying breathlessly still, its commander recklessly standing upon the top of the loggerhead, a stout sort of post rooted in the keel and rising some 2 feet above the level of the stern platform. It is used for catching turns with a whale line. Its top is not more spacious than the palm of a man's hand, and standing upon such a base as that, Flask seemed perched at the masthead of some ship that had sunk to all but her trunks. But Little King Post was small and short, and at the same time, Little King Post was full of large and tall ambition. So this little loggerhead standpoint of his did not in no means satisfy King Post. I can't see 3 ships off. Tip us up as oar there. Let me on top of that. Upon this, Daggoo, with either hand upon the gunwale to steady his way, swiftly slid aft, and then erecting himself, volunteered his lofty shoulders for a pedestal. Good a masthead as any, sir. Will ye mount? That I will, and thank ye, my fine fellow. Only I wish ye 50 feet taller. Whereupon, planting his feet firmly upon the 2 opposite planks of the boat, the gigantic Negro, stooping a little, presented his flat palm to Flask's foot, and then putting Flask's hand upon his purse-plumed head, and bidding him spring as he should toss, with one dexterous fling, landed the little man high and dry upon his shoulders. And here now was Flask now standing, Daggoo with one lifted arm furnishing him with a breastband to lean upon against and steady himself by. At any time it is a strange sight to the tyro to see what a wondrous habitude of unconscious skill the whaleman will maintain in erect posture in a boat, even when pitched about in the most riotous, perverse, and cross-running seas. Still more strange to see him giddily perched upon the loggerhead itself under such circumstances. But the sight of little Flask mounted upon gigantic Daggoo was still yet more curious. For sustaining himself with a cool, indifferent, easy, unthought of, barbaric majesty, the noble Negro at every roll of the sea harmoniously rolled his fine form. On his broad back, flaxen-haired Flask seemed a snowflake. The bearer looked nobler than the rider, though truly vivacious, tumultuous, and ostentatious little Flask would now and then stamp with impatience, and not one added heave did he thereby give the Negro's lordly chest. So have I seen passion and vanity stamping the living, magnanimous earth, but the earth did not alter her tides and her seasons for that. Meanwhile, Stubb, the 3rd mate, betrayed no such far-gazing solicitudes. The whales might have been one of their regular soundings, not a temporary dive from mere fright, and if that were the case, Stubb, as his wont in such cases it seems, has resolved to solace the languishing interval with his pipe. He withdrew it from his hatband, where he always wore it aslant like a feather. He loaded it, rammed it home the loading with his thumb end, but hardly had he ignited the match across the rough sandpaper of his hand when Tashtego, his harpooner, whose eyes had been setting windward like 2 fixed stars, suddenly dropped like light from his erect altitude to his seat, crying out with quick frenzy of hurry, "Down, down all, and give way! There they are!" Now to the landsman, no whale, nor any sign of a herring would have been visible at the moment. Nothing but a troubled bit of greenish white water, and thin scattered puffs of vapor hovering over it, and suffusing blowing off to leeward, like the confused scud from a white rolling billows. The air around suddenly vibrated and tingled, as it were, like the air over an intensely heated plate of iron. Beneath this atmospheric waving and curling, and partially beneath a thin layer of water also, the whales were swimming. Seen in advance of all other indications, the puffs of vapor they spouted seemed their forerunning couriers and the detached flying outriders. All 4 boats were now in keen pursuit of that one spot in the troubled water and air, but it bade fair to outstrip them. It flew on as a mass of interblending bubbles borne down in a rapid stream from the hills.
Pull, my good boy, said Starbuck in the lowest possible but intensest concentrated whispers to his men. while the sharp fixed glance from his eyes darted straight ahead of the bow. Almost seemed as two visible needles in the two unerring binnacle compasses. He did not say much to his crew, though nor did the crew say anything to him. Only the silence of the boat was at intervals startlingly pierced by one of his peculiar whispers, now harsh with command, now soft with entreaty. How different that loud little king post. Sing out and say something, my hearties. Roar and pull, my thunderbolts. Beach me on their black backs. Boys, only do that for me, and I'll sign over to you my Martha's Vineyard plantation. Boys, including wife and children, boys, lay me on. Oh, Lord, Lord, but I shall go stark, staring mad. See that white water. And so, shouting, he pulled his hat from his head and stamped up and down on it, then picking it up and flirted it far off upon the sea, and finally fell to rearing and plunging in the boat's stern like a crazed colt from the prairie. Look at that chap now, philosophically drawled Stubb, who, with his unlighted short pipe mechanically retained between his teeth, in a short distance followed after. He's got fits, that flask has. Fits, yes, give him fits. That's the very word. Pitch fits into them. Merrily, merrily, hearts alive. Pudding for supper, you know. Merry's the word. Pull, babes, pull, sucklings, pull all. But what the devil are you hurrying about? Softly, softly, and steadily, my men. Only pull and keep pulling. Nothing more. Crack your backbones and bite your knives in two. That's all. Take it easy. Why don't you take it easy, I say, and burst all your livers and lungs? But that was inscrutable Ahab. What it was that inscrutable Ahab said to the yellow crew of his, these words were best omitted here, for you live under the blessed light of the evangelical land. Only the infidel sharks in the audacious sea may give ear to such words. When, with the tornado brow and eyes of red murder and foam-glued lips, Ahab leaped after his prey. Meanwhile, all the boats tore on. The repeated specific allusions of Flask to that whale, as he called the fictitious monster, which he declared to be incessantly tantalizing his boat's bow with its tail, these allusions of his were at times so vivid and lifelike that they would cause some one or two of his men to snatch a fearful look over the shoulder. But this was against all rule, for the oarsmen must put out their eyes and ram a skewer through their necks. Usage pronouncing that they must have no organs but ears and no limbs but arms in these critical moments. It was a sight full of quick wonder and awe. The vast swells of the omnipotent sea, the surging hollow roar as they rolled along the 8 gunnels, like gigantic bowls in the boundless bowling sea, the brief suspended agony of the boat as it would tip for an instant on the knife-like edge of the sharper waves that almost seemed threatening to cut it in two. The sudden profound dip into the watery glens and hollows, the keen spurrings and goadings to gain the top of the opposite hill, the headlong sled-like slide down the other side, all these with the cries of the headsmen and the harpooners and the shuddering gasp of the oarsmen, with the wondrous sight of the ivory Pequod bearing down upon our boats with outstretched sails like a wild hen after her screaming brood. All this was thrilling. Not the raw recruit marching from the bosom of his wife into the fever heat of his first battle, not the dead man's ghost encountering the first unknown phantom in the other world. Neither of these can feel stronger and stronger emotions than that man does who for the first time finds himself pulling into the charmed, churned circle of the hunted sperm whale.
The dancing white water made by the chase was now becoming more and more visible, owing to the increasing darkness of the dun cloud shadows flung upon the sea. The jets of vapor no longer blended, but tilted everywhere to right and left, The whales seemed separating their wakes. The boats were pulled more apart, Starbuck giving chase to 3 whales running dead to leeward. Our sail was now set, and, with the still rising wind, we rushed along, the boat going with such madness through the water that the lee oars could scarcely be worked rapidly enough to escape being torn from the rowlocks. Soon we were running through a suffusing wide veil of mist, neither ship nor boat to be seen. "Give way, men," whispered Starbuck, drawing still further aft the sheet of his sail. "There is still time to kill a fish yet, before the squall comes. There's white water again, close to! Spring!" Soon after, 2 cries in quick succession on each side of us denoted that the other boats had got fast, but hardly were they overheard when, with a lightning-like, hurtling whisper, Starbuck said, "Stand up!" and Queequeg, harpoon in hand, sprang to his feet. Though not one of the oarsmen was then facing the life and death peril so close to them ahead, yet with eyes on the intense countenance of the mate in the stern of the boat, they knew that the imminent instant had come. They heard, too, an enormous wallowing sound as of 50 elephants stirring in their litter. Meanwhile, the boat was still booming through the mist, the waves curling and hissing around us like the erected crests of enraged serpents. "That's his hump! There, give it to him!" whispered Starbuck. A short rushing sound leaped out of the boat. It was the darted iron of Queequeg. Then all in one welded commotion came an invisible push from astern. While forward the boat seemed striking on a ledge, the sail collapsed and exploded. A gush of scalding vapor shot up nearby, something rolled and tumbled like an earthquake beneath us. The whole crew were half suffocated as they were tossed helter-skelter into the white curdling cream of the squall. Squall, whale, and harpoon had all blended together, and the whale, merely grazed by the iron, escaped. Though completely swamped, the boat was nearly unharmed. Swimming round it, we picked up the floating oars and, lashing them across the gunwale, tumbled back to our places. There we sat up to our knees in the sea, the water covering every rib and plank, so that to our downward-gazing eyes the suspended craft seemed a coral boat grown up to us from the bottom of the ocean. The wind increased to a howl. The waves dashed their bucklers together. The whole squall roared, forked, and crackled around us like a white fire upon the prairie, in which, unconsumed, we were burning, immortal in these jaws of death. In vain we hailed the other boats, as well roar to the live coals down the chimney of an inflaming furnace as hail those boats in that storm. Meanwhile, the driving scud, rack, and mist grew darker with the shadows of night. No sign of the ship could be seen. The rising sea forbade all attempts to bail out the boat. The oars were useless as propellers, performing now the office of life preservers. So, cutting the lashing of the waterproof match keg, after many failures, Starbuck contrived to ignite the lamp in the lantern, then stretching it on a waif pole, handed it to Queequeg as the standard-bearer of this forlorn hope. There, then, he sat, holding up that imbecile candle in the heart of the almighty forlornness. There, then, he sat, the sign and symbol of a man without faith, hopelessly holding up hope in the midst of despair. Wet, drenched through and shivering cold, despairing of ship or boat, we lifted up our eyes as the dawn came on. The mist still spread over the sea. The empty lantern lay crushed in the bottom of the boat. Suddenly, Queequeg started to his feet, hollowing his hand to his ear. We all heard a faint creaking, as of ropes and yards hitherto muffled by the storm. The sound came nearer and nearer. The thick mists were dimly parted by a huge, vague form. Affrighted, we all sprang into the sea as the ship at last loomed into view, bearing right down upon us within a distance of not much more than its length. Floating on the waves, we saw the abandoned boat, as for one instant it tossed and gaped beneath the ship's bows like a chip at the base of a cataract, and then the vast hull rolled over it, and it was seen no more till it came up weltering astern. Again we swam for it, were dashed against it by the seas, and were at last taken up and safely landed on board. Here the squall came close to. The other boats had cut loose from their fish and returned to the ship in good time. The ship had given us up, but was still cruising, if haply it might light upon some token of our perishing, an oar or a lance pole. Chapter 49. The Hyena. There are certain queer times and occasions in this strange mixed affair which we call life, when a man takes this whole universe for a vast practical joke, though the wit thereof he but damnably discerns, and more than suspects that the joke is of nobody's expense but his own. However, nothing dispirits and nothing seems worth while disputing. He bolts down all events, all creeds and beliefs and persuasions,
all hard things visible and invisible, never mind how knobby, as an ostrich of potent digestives gobbles down bullets and gunflints. And as for small difficulties and worryings, prospects of sudden disaster, peril of life and limb, all these and death itself seemed to him only sly, good-natured hits and jolly punches in the side bestowed by the unseen and unaccountable old joker. That odd sort of wayward mood I am speaking of comes over a man only in some time of extreme tribulation. It comes in the very midst of its earnestness, so that what just before might have seemed to him a thing most momentous, now seems but part of a general joke. There is nothing like the perils of whaling to breed this free and easy sort of genial desperado philosophy, and with it I now regarded this whole voyage of the Pequod and the great white whale its object.
Queequeg, said I, when they had dragged me the last man to the deck, and I was still shaking myself in my jacket to fling off the water. Queequeg, my fine friend, does this sort of thing often happen? Without much emotion, though soaked through just like me, he gave me to understand that such things did often happen. Mr. Stubb, said I, turning to that worthy, who, buttoned up in his oil jacket, was now calmly smoking his pipe in the rain. Mr. Stubb, I think I have heard you say that of all whalemen you have ever met, our chief mate, Mr. Starbuck, is by far the most careful and prudent. I suppose, then, that going plump on a flying whale with your sail set in a foggy squall is the height of a whaleman's discretion? Certain. I've lowered for whales from a leaking ship in a gale off Cape Horn. Mr. Flask, said I, turning to the little king post, who was standing close by. You are experienced in these things, and I am not. Will you tell me whether it is an unalterable law in this fishery, Mr. Flask, for an oarsman to break his own back, pulling himself back foremost into death's jaws? Can't you twist that smaller? Said Flask. Yes, that's the law. I should like to see a boat's crew backing water up to a whale face foremost. Ha ha! A whale would give them squint for squint. Mind that. Here, then, from three impartial witnesses, I had a deliberate statement of the entire case. Considering, therefore, that squalls and capsizings in the water and consequent bivouacs on the deep were matters of common occurrence in this kind of life, considering that at the superlatively critical instant of going on to the whale, I must resign my life into the hands of him who steered the boat, oftentimes a fellow who at that very moment is in his impetuousness upon the point of scuttling the craft with his own frantic stampings, considering that the particular disaster to our own particular boat was chiefly to be imputed to Starbuck's driving onto this whale almost in the teeth of a squall, and considering that Starbuck, notwithstanding, was famous for his great heedfulness in the fishery, considering that I belong to this uncommonly prudent Starbuck's boat, and finally considering in what a devil's chase I was implicated, touching the white whale, taking all things together, I say, I thought I might as well go below and make a rough draft of my will. Queequeg, said I, come along. You shall be my lawyer, executor, and legatee. It may seem strange that of all men, sailors should be tinkering at their last wills and testaments. But there are no people in the world more fond of that diversion. This was the fourth time in my nautical life that I had done the same thing. After the ceremony was concluded upon the present occasion, I felt all the easier. A stone was rolled away from my heart. Besides, all the days I should now live would be as good as the days that Lazarus lived after his resurrection, a supplementary clean gain of so many months or weeks as the case might be. I survived myself. My death and burial were locked up in my chest. I looked around me tranquilly and contentedly,
like a quiet ghost with a clean conscience sitting inside the bars of a snug family vault. Now then, thought I, unconsciously rolling up the sleeves of my frock, here goes for a cool, collected dive at death and destruction, and the devil fetch the hindmost.
Chapter 50, Ahab's Boat and Crew, Fedallah. Who would have thought it, Flask, cried Stubb. If I had but one leg, you would not catch me in a boat, unless maybe to stop the plug hole with my timber toe. Oh, he is a wonderful old man. I don't think it's so strange after all on that account, said Flask. If his leg were off at the hip, now it would be a different thing. That would disable him, but he has one knee and good part of the other left, you know. I don't know that, my little man. I never yet saw him kneel. Among whale-wise people, it has often been argued whether, considering the paramount importance of his life to the success of the voyage, it is right for a whaling captain to jeopardize that life in the active perils of the chase. So Tamerlane's soldiers often argued with tears in their eyes whether that invaluable life of his ought to be carried into the thickest of the fight. But with Ahab, the question assumed a modified aspect. Considering that with 2 legs man is but a hobbling wight in all times of danger, considering that the pursuit of whales is always under great and extraordinary difficulties, that every individual moment indeed then comprises a peril, under these circumstances, is it wise for any maimed man to enter a whaleboat in the hunt? As a general thing, the joint owners of the Pequod must have plainly thought not. Ahab well knew that although his friends at home would think little of his entering a boat in certain comparatively harmless vicissitudes of the chase, for the sake of being near the scene of action and giving his orders in person, yet for Captain Ahab to have a boat actually apportioned to him as a regular headsman in the hunt, above all for Captain Ahab to be supplied with 5 extra men as that same boat's crew, he well knew that such generous conceit never entered the heads of the owners of the Pequod. Therefore he had not solicited a boat's crew from them, nor had he in any way hinted his desires on that head. Nevertheless, he had taken private measures of his own touching all that matter. Until Cabaco's published discovery, the sailors had little foreseen it. Though to be sure, when, after being a little while out of port, all hands had concluded the customary business of fitting the whaleboats for service, when some time after this Ahab was now and then found bestirring himself in the matter of making thole pins with his own hands for what was thought to be one of the spare boats, and even solicitously cutting the small wooden skewers, which when the line is running out are pinned over the groove in the bow. When all this was observed in him, and particularly his solicitude in having an extra coat of sheathing in the bottom of the boat, as if to make it better withstand the pointed pressure of his ivory limb, and also the anxiety he evinced in exactly shaping the thigh board, or clumsy cleat as it is sometimes called, the horizontal piece in the boat's bow for bracing the knee against in darting or stabbing at the whale, when it was observed how often he stood up in that boat with his solitary knee fixed in the semicircular depression in the cleat, and with the carpenter's chisel gouged out a little here and straightened it a little there, all these things, I say, had awakened much interest and curiosity at the time. But almost everybody supposed that this particular preparative heedfulness in Ahab must only be with a view to the ultimate chase of Moby Dick, for he had already revealed his intention to hunt that mortal monster in person. But such a supposition did by no means involve the remotest suspicion as to any boat's crew being assigned to that boat. Now, with the subordinate phantoms, what wonder remained soon waned away. For in a whaler, wonders soon wane. Besides, now and then such unaccountable odds and ends of strange nations come up, from the unknown nooks and ash holes of the earth to man these floating outlaws of whalers. And the ships themselves often pick up such queer castaway creatures found tossing about the open sea on planks, bits of wreck, oars, whaleboats, canoes, blown off Japanese junks and whatnot, that Beelzebub himself might climb up the side and step down into the cabin to chat with the captain. It would not create any unsubduable excitement in the forecastle.
But be all this as it may, certain it is that while the subordinate phantoms soon found their place among the crew, though still, as it were, somehow distinct from them, yet that hair-turbaned Fedallah remained a muffled mystery to the last. Whence he came in a mannerly world like this, by what sort of unaccountable tie he soon evinced himself to be linked with Ahab's peculiar fortunes, nay, so far as to have some sort of a half-hinted influence. Heaven knows, but it might have been even authority over him. All this none knew, but one cannot sustain an indifferent air concerning Fedallah. He was such a creature as civilized domestic people in the temperate zone only see in their dreams, and that but dimly, but the like of whom now and then glide among the unchanging Asiatic communities, especially the Oriental Isles to the east of the continent. Those insulated, immemorial, unalterable countries, which even in these modern days still preserve much of the ghostly aboriginalness of Earth's primal generations, when the memory of the first man was a distinct recollection, and all men his descendants, unknowing whence he came, eyed each other as real phantoms, and asked of the sun and the moon why they were created and to what end, when though according to Genesis, the angels indeed consorted with the daughters of men, the devils also add the uncanonical rabbins, indulged in mundane amours. Chapter 51, the spirit spout. Days, weeks passed, and under easy sail, the ivory Pequod had slowly swept across 4 several cruising grounds, that off the Azores, off the Cape de Verde, on the Plate, so-called, being off the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, and the Carroll Ground, an unstaked watery locality southerly from St. Helena. It was while gliding through these latter waters that one serene and moonlight night, when all the waves rolled by like scrolls of silver, and by their soft, suffusing seethings made what seemed a silvery silence, not a solitude. On such a silent night, a silvery jet was seen far in advance of the white bubbles at the bow. Lift up by the moon, it looked celestial, seemed some plumed and glittering god uprising from the sea. Fedallah first described this jet. For of these moonlight nights, it was his wont to mount to the main masthead and stand a lookout there with the same precision as it had been day. And yet, though herds of whales were seen by night, not one whaleman in 100 would venture a lowering for them. You may think with what emotions, then, the seaman beheld this old Oriental perched aloft at such unusual hours, his turban and the moon companions in one sky. But when, after spending his uniform interval there for several successive nights without uttering a single sound, when after all this silence, his unearthly voice was heard announcing that silvery moonlit jet, every reclining mariner started to his feet as if some winged spirit had lighted in the rigging, and hailed the mortal crew, "There she blows!" Had the trump of judgment blown, they could not have quivered more. Yet still they felt no terror, rather pleasure, for though it was a most unwonted hour, yet so impressive was the cry, and so deliriously exciting that almost every soul on board instinctively desired a lowering. Walking the deck with quick, side-lunging strides, Ahab commanded the topgallant sails and royals to be set, and every stunsail spread. The best man in the ship must take the helm. Then, with every masthead manned, the piled-up craft rolled down before the wind. The strange, upheaving, lifting tendency of the taffrail breeze filling the hollows of so many sails made the buoyant, hovering deck to feel like air beneath the feet, while still she rushed along as if two antagonistic influences were struggling in her, one to mount direct to heaven, the other to drive yawingly to some horizontal goal. And had you watched Ahab's face that night, you would have thought that in him also two different things were warring. While his one live leg made lively echoes along the deck, every stroke of his dead limb sounded like a coffin tap. On life and death this old man walked. But though the ship so swiftly sped, and though from every eye, like arrows, the eager glances shot, yet the silvery jet was no more seen that night. Every sailor swore he saw it once, but not a second time. This midnight spout had almost grown a forgotten thing when, some days after, lo, at the same silent hour, it was again announced. And again it was decried by all, but upon making sail to overtake it, once more it disappeared as if it had never been. And so it served us night after night, till no one heeded it but to wonder at it, mysteriously jetted into the clear moonlight or starlight, as the case might be, disappearing again for one whole day or 2 days or 3, and somehow seeming at every distinct repetition to be advancing still further and further in our van. The solitary jet seemed forever alluring us on. Nor with this immemorial superstition of their race, and in accordance with the preternaturalists, it seemed, which in many things invested the Pequod, were there wanting some of the seamen who swore that whenever and wherever decried, as however remote times or in however far apart latitudes and longitudes, that unnearable spout was cast by one self-same whale, and that whale, Moby Dick. For a time there reigned, too, a sense of peculiar dread at this flitting apparition, as if it were treacherously beckoning us on, in order that the monster might turn round upon us and rend us at last in the remotest and most savage seas. These temporary apprehensions, so vague but so awful, derived a wondrous potency from the contrasting serenity of the weather, in which, beneath all its blue blandness, some thought there lurked a devilish charm. As for days and days we voyaged along, through seas so wearily, lonesomely mild that all space, in repugnance to our vengeful errand, seemed vacating itself of life beyond our urn-like prow. But at last, when, turning to the eastward, the Cape winds began howling around us, and we rose and fell upon the long, troubled seas that are there, when the ivory-tusked Pequod sharply bowed to the blast, and gored the dark waves in her madness, till, like showers of silver chips, the foam flakes flew over her bulwarks. Then all this desolate vacuity of life went away, but gave place to sights more dismal than before. Close to our bows, strange forms in the water darted hither and thither before us, while thick in our rear flew the inscrutable sea ravens. And every morning, perched on our stays, rows of these birds were seen, and, spite of our hootings for a long time, obstinately clung to the hemp, as though they deemed our ship some drifting, uninhabited craft, a thing appointed to desolation and therefore fit roosting place for their homeless selves. And heaved, still unrestingly heaved the black sea, as if its vast tides were conscious, and the great mundane
So were in anguish and remorse for the long sin and suffering it had bred.
Cape of Good Hope do they call ye, rather Cape Tormentoso, as called of yore, for long allured by the perfidious silences that before had attended us, we found ourselves launched into this tormented sea, where guilty beings transformed into those fowls and these fish, seemed condemned to swim on everlasting, without any haven in store, or beat that black air without any horizon. But calm, snow white, and unvarying, still directing its fountain of feathers to the sky, still beckoning us on from before, the solitary jet would at times be described. During all this blackness of the elements, Ahab, though assuming for the time the almost continual command of the drenched and dangerous deck, manifested the gloomiest reserve, and more seldom than ever addressed his mates. In tempestuous times like these, after everything above and aloft had been secured, nothing more can be done but passively to await the issue of the gale. The captain and crew became practical fatalists. So, with his ivory leg inserted into its accustomed hole, and with one hand firmly grasping a shroud, Ahab for hours and hours would stand gazing dead to windward, while an occasional squall of sleet or snow would all but congeal his very eyelashes together. Meantime, the crew, driven from the forward part of the ship by the perilous seas that burstingly broke over its bows, stood in a line along the bulwarks in the waist, and the better to guard against the leaping waves, each man had slipped himself into a sort of bowline secured to the rail, in which he swung as in a loosened belt. Few or no words were spoken, and the silent ship, as if manned by painted sailors in wax, day after day tore on through all the swift madness and gladness of the demonic waves. By night, the same muteness of humanity before the shrieks of the ocean prevailed, and still in silence the men swung in the bowlines. Still wordless, Ahab stood upon the blast. Even when wearied nature seemed demanding repose, he would not seek that repose in his hammock. Never could Starbuck forget the old man's aspect, when one night going down into the cabin to mark how the barometer stood, he saw him with closed eyes sitting straight in his floor-screwed chair, the rain and half-melted sleet of the storm from which he had some time before emerged, still slowly dripping from the unremoved hat and coat. On the table beside him lay unrolled one of those charts of tides and currents which have previously been spoken of. His lantern swung from his tightly clenched hand. Though the body was erect, his head was thrown back so that the closed eyes were pointed towards the needle of the telltale that swung from a beam in the ceiling. Terrible old man, thought Starbuck with a shudder, sleeping in this gale, still thou steadfastly eyest thy purpose. Chapter 52, The Albatross. Southeastward from the Cape, off the distant Crozettes, a good cruising ground for right whalemen, a sail loomed ahead, the Goonie Albatross by name. As she slowly drew nigh from my lofty perch at the foremast head, I had a good view of that sight so remarkable to a tyro in the far ocean fisheries, a whaler at sea and long absent from home. As if the waves had been fullers, this craft was bleached like the skeleton of a stranded walrus. All down her sides, this spectral appearance was traced with long channels of reddened rust, while all her spars and her rigging were like the thickest branches of trees furred over with hoarfrost. Only her lower sails were set. A wild sight it was to see her long-bearded lookouts at those three mastheads. They seemed clad in the skins of beasts, so torn and bepatched, the raiments that had survived nearly 4 years of cruising. Standing in iron hoops nailed to the mast, they swayed and swung over a fathomless sea. And though, when the ship slowly glided over to our stern, we 6 men in the air came so nigh to each other that we might almost have leaped from the mastheads of one ship to those of the other, yet those forlorn-looking fishermen, mildly eyeing us as they passed, said not one word to our own lookouts, while the quarterdeck hail was being heard from below.
Ship ahoy, have you seen the white whale? But as the strange captain, leaning over the pallid bulwarks, was in the act of putting his trumpet to his mouth, it somehow fell from his hand into the sea, and the wind now rising amain, he in vain strove to make himself heard without it. Meantime, his ship was still increasing the distance between, while in various silent ways the seamen of the Pequod were evincing their observance of this ominous incident at the first mere mention of the white whale's name to another ship. Ahab for a moment paused. It almost seemed as though he would have lowered a boat to board the stranger had not the threatening wind forbade. But taking advantage of his windward position, he again seized his trumpet, and knowing by her aspect that the stranger vessel was a Nantucketer, and shortly bound home, he loudly hailed, "Ahoy there! This is the Pequod, bound round the world. Tell them to address all future letters to the Pacific Ocean, and this time 3 years if I am not at home. Tell them to address them too." At that moment, the two wakes were fairly crossed, and instantly, then in accordance with their singular ways, shoals of small, harmless fish that for some days before had been placidly swimming by our side, darted away with what seemed shuddering fins, and ranged themselves fore and aft with the stranger's flanks. Though in the course of his continual voyagings, Ahab must often before have noticed a similar sight, yet to any monomaniac man, the various trifles capriciously carry meanings. "Swim away from me, do ye?" murmured Ahab, gazing into the water, over into the water. There seemed but little in the words, but the tone conveyed more of deep, helpless sadness than the insane old man had ever before evinced. But turning to the steersman, who thus far had been holding the ship in the wind to diminish her headway, he cried out in his old lion voice, "Up helm, keep her off round the world." Round the world. There is much in that sound to inspire proud feelings. But where to does all that circumnavigation conduct? Only through numberless perils to the very point whence we started, where those that we left behind secure were all the time before us. Were this world an endless plain, and by sailing eastward we could forever reach new distances and discover sights more sweet and strange, any Cyclades or islands of King Solomon, then there were promise in the voyage. But in pursuit of those far mysteries we dream of, or in tormented chase of that demon phantom that, sometime or other, swims before all human hearts, while chasing such over this round globe, they either lead us on in barren mazes or midway leave us whelmed. Chapter 53, The Gam. The ostensible reason why Ahab did not go on board of the whaler we had spoken was this: the wind and sea betokened storms. But even had this not been the case, he would not, after all, perhaps have boarded her, judging by his subsequent conduct on similar occasions. If so, it had been that, by the process of hailing, he had obtained a negative answer to the question he put. For, as it eventually turned out, he cared not to consort, even for 5 minutes, with any stranger captain, except he could contribute some of that information he so absorbingly sought. But all this might remain inadequately estimated were not something said here of the peculiar usages of whaling vessels when meeting each other in foreign seas, and especially on a common cruising ground. If two strangers crossing the Pine Barrens in New York State, or the equally desolate Salisbury Plain in England, if casually encountering each other in such inhospitable wilds, these twain for the life of them cannot well avoid a mutual salutation, and stopping for a moment to interchange the news, and perhaps sitting down for a while and resting in concert, then how much more natural that upon the illimitable Pine Barrens and the Salisbury Plains of the sea, two whaling vessels descrying each other at the ends of the earth, off lone Fanning's Island or the faraway King's Mills, how much more natural, I say, that under such circumstances these ships should not only interchange hails, but come into still closer, more friendly and sociable contact. And especially would this seem to be a matter of course in the case of vessels owned in one seaport and whose captains, officers, and not a few of the men are personally known to each other, and consequently have all sorts of dear domestic things to talk about. For the long absent ship, the outward bounder, perhaps has letters on board. At any rate, she will be sure to let her have some papers of a date a year or two later than the last one on her blurred and thumb-worn files. and in return for that courtesy, the outward bound ship would receive the latest whaling intelligence from the cruising ground to which she may be destined, a thing of the utmost importance to her, and in degree. All this will hold true concerning whaling vessels crossing each other's track on the cruising ground itself, even though they are equally long absent from home. For one of them may have received a transfer of letters from some third and now far remote vessel. For one of them may have received a transfer of letters from some third and now far remote vessel, and some of those letters may be for the people of the ship she now meets. Besides, they would exchange the whaling news and have an agreeable chat, for not only would they meet with all the sympathies of sailors, but likewise with all the peculiar congenialities arising from a common pursuit and mutually shared privations and perils.
Nor would difference of country make any very essential difference. That is, so long as both parties speak one language, as is the case with Americans and English. Though, to be sure, from the small number of English whalers, such meetings do not very often occur. And when they do occur, there is too apt to be a sort of shyness between them. For your Englishman is rather reserved, and your Yankee, he does not fancy that sort of thing in anybody but himself. Besides, the English whalers sometimes affect a kind of metropolitan superiority over the American whalers regarding the long, lean Nantucketer, with his nondescript provincialisms as a sort of sea peasant. But where this superiority in the English whaleman does really consist, it would be hard to say, seeing that the Yankees in one day collectively kill more whales than all the English collectively in 10 years. But this is a harmless little foible in the English whale hunters, which the Nantucketer does not take much to heart, probably because he knows that he has a few foibles himself. So then, we see that of all ships separately sailing the sea, the whalers have most reason to be sociable, and they are so, whereas some merchant ships crossing each other's wake in the mid-Atlantic will oftentimes pass on without so much as a single word of recognition, mutually cutting each other on the high seas like a brace of dandies in Broadway, and all the time indulging perhaps in finical criticism upon each other's rig. As for men of war, when they chance to meet at sea, they first go through such a string of silly bowings and scrapings, such a ducking of ensigns, that there does not seem to be much right down hearty goodwill and brotherly love about it at all. As touching slave ships meeting, why, they are in such a prodigious hurry. They run away from each other as soon as possible. And as for pirates, when they chance to cross each other's crossbones, the first hail is, "How many skulls?" the same way that the whalers hail, "How many barrels?" And that question once answered, pirates straightway steer apart, for they are infernal villains on both sides, and don't like to see over much of each other's villainous likenesses. But look at the godly, honest, unostentatious, hospitable, sociable, free and easy whaler. What does the whaler do when she meets another whaler in any sort of decent weather? She has a gam, a thing so utterly unknown to all other ships that they never heard of the name even, and if by chance they should hear of it, they only grin at it and repeat gamesome stuff about spouters and blubber boilers and such like pretty exclamations. Why is it that all merchant seamen and also all pirates and man-of-warsmen and slave ship sailors cherish such scornful feeling towards whale ships? This is a question it would be hard to answer, because in the case of pirates, say I, should like to know whether that profession of theirs has any peculiar glory about it. It sometimes ends in uncommon elevation indeed, but only at the gallows. And besides, when a man is elevated in that odd fashion, he has no proper foundation for his superior altitude. Hence, I conclude that in boasting himself to be high lifted above a whaleman, in that assertion the pirate has no solid basis to stand on. But what is a gam? You might wear out your index finger running up and down the columns of dictionaries and never find the word. Dr. Johnson never attained to that erudition. Noah Webster's Ark does not hold it. Nevertheless, this same expressive word has now for many years been in constant use among some 15,000 true-born Yankees. Certainly, it needs a definition and should be incorporated into the lexicon. With that view, let me learnedly define it. Gam. Noun. A social meeting of two or more whale ships, generally on a cruising ground, when, after exchanging hails, they exchange visits by boat's crews, the two captains remaining for the time on board of one ship and the two chief mates on the other.
There is another little item about gamming which must not be forgotten here. All professions have their own little peculiarities of detail. So has the whale fishery. In a pirate, man of war, or slave ship, when a captain is rowed anywhere in his boat, he always sits in the stern sheets on a comfortable, sometimes cushioned seat there, and often steers himself with a pretty little milliner's tiller decorated with gay cords and ribbons. But the whaleboat has no seat astern, no sofa of that sort whatever, and no tiller at all. High times indeed if whaling captains were wheeled about on the water on casters like gouty old aldermen in patent chairs. And as for a tiller, the whaleboat never admits of any such effeminacy, and therefore, as in gamming, a complete boat's crew must leave the ship, and hence, as the boat steerer or harpooner is of the number, that subordinate is the steersman upon the occasion, and the captain, having no place to sit in, is pulled off to his visit all standing like a pine tree. And often you will notice that being conscious of the eyes of the whole visible world resting on him from all sides of the two ships, this standing captain is all alive to the importance of sustaining his dignity by maintaining his legs. Nor is this any very easy matter, for in his rear is the immense projecting steering oar, hitting him now and then in the small of his back, the after oar reciprocating by wrapping his knees in front. He is thus completely wedged before and behind, can only expand himself sideways by settling down on his stretched legs. But a sudden violent pitch of the boat will often go far to topple him, because length of any foundation is nothing without corresponding breadth. Merely make a spread angle of two poles and you cannot stand them up. Then, again, it would never do in plain sight of the world's riveted eyes. It would never do, I say, for this straddling captain to be seen steadying himself the slightest particle by catching hold of anything with his hands. Indeed, as token of his entire buoyant self-command, he generally carries his hands in his trousers pockets. But perhaps being generally very large, heavy hands, he carries them for ballast. Nevertheless, there have occurred instances, well authenticated ones too, where the captain has been known for an uncommonly critical moment or two, in a sudden squall, let's say, to seize hold of the nearest oarsman's hair and hold on there like grim death. So, the town host story. The Cape of Good Hope and all the watery region about there is much like some noted four corners of a great highway where you meet more travelers than in any other part. It was not very long after speaking of the Gawney that another homeward bound whaleman, the town ho, was encountered. She was manned almost wholly by Polynesians. In this short gam that ensued, she gave us very strong news of Moby Dick. To some, the general interest in the white whale was now wildly heightened by a circumstance of the town host story, which seemed obscurely to involve with the whale a certain wondrous, inverted visitation of one of those so-called judgments of God, which at times are said to overtake some men. This latter circumstance, with its own particular accompaniments, forming what may be called the secret part of the tragedy about to be narrated, never reached the ears of Captain Ahab or his mates, for that secret part of the story was unknown to the captain of the town ho himself. It was the private property of 3 Confederate white seamen of that ship, one of whom, it seems, communicated it to Tashtego with Romish injunctions of secrecy. But the following night, Tashtego rambled in his sleep and revealed so much of it in that way that when he was wakened, he could not well withhold the rest. Nevertheless, so potent an influence did this thing have on those seamen in the Pequod who came to the full knowledge of it, and by such a strange delicacy, to call it so, were they governed in this matter, that they kept the secret among themselves so that it never transpired abaft the Pequod's mainmast. Interweaving in its proper place this darker thread with the story as publicly narrated on the ship, the whole of this strange affair I now proceed to put on lasting record. For my humor's sake, I shall preserve the style in which I once narrated it at Lima to a lounging circle of my Spanish friends, one Saint's Eve, smoking upon the thick gilt tiled piazza of the Golden Inn. Of those fine cavaliers, the young Dons, Pedro and Sebastian, were on the closer terms with me, and hence the interluding questions they occasionally put, and which were duly answered at the time.
Some 2 years prior to my first learning events, which I am about rehearsing to you, gentlemen, the town ho, sperm whaler of Nantucket, is cruising in your Pacific here, not very many days sail eastward from the eaves of this good Golden Inn. She was somewhere to the northward of the line. One morning, upon handling the pumps, according to daily usage, it was observed that she made more water in her hold than common. They supposed a swordfish had stabbed her, gentlemen. The captain, having some unusual reason for believing that rare good luck awaited him in those latitudes, and therefore being very averse to quit them, and the leak not being then considered at all dangerous, though indeed they could not find it after searching the hold as low down as was possible in rather heavy weather, the ship still continued her cruisings, the mariners working at the pumps at wide and easy intervals, but no good luck came. More days went by, and not only was the leak yet undiscovered, but it sensibly increased. So much so that now, taking some alarm, the captain, making all sail, stood away for the nearest harbor among the islands, there to have his hull hove out and repaired. Though no small passage was before her yet, if the commonest chance favored, he did not at all fear that his ship would founder by the way, because his pumps were of the best, and being periodically relieved at them, those 36 men of his could easily keep the ship free. Never mind if the leak should double on her. In truth, well nigh the whole of this passage being attended by very prosperous breezes, the town ho had all but certainly arrived in perfect safety at her port without the occurrence of the least fatality, had it not been for the brutal overbearing of Radney, the mate, a vineyarder, and the bitterly provoked vengeance of Steelkilt, the lakeman and desperado from Buffalo. Lakeman, Buffalo! Pray, what is a lakeman, and where is Buffalo? Said Don Sebastian, rising in his swinging mat of grass. On the eastern shore of our Lake Erie, Don, but I crave your courtesy. Maybe you shall soon hear further of that. Now, gentlemen, in square sail brigs and three-masted ships, well nigh as large and stout as any that ever sailed out of your old Calo to far Manila, this lakeman, in the landlocked heart of our America, had yet been nurtured by all those agrarian freebooting impressions popularly connected with the open ocean. For in their interflowing aggregate, those grand freshwater seas of ours, Erie and Ontario and Huron and Superior and Michigan, possess an ocean-like expansiveness with many of the ocean's noblest traits, with many of its rimmed varieties of races and of climes. They only contain round archipelagos of romantic isles, even as the Polynesian waters do, in large part, are shored by two great contrasting nations, as the Atlantic is. They furnish long maritime approaches to our numerous territorial colonies from the east, dotted all round their banks. Here and there are frowned upon by batteries and by the goat-like craggy guns of lofty Mackinac. They have heard the fleet thunderings of naval victories. At intervals, they yield their beaches to wild barbarians whose red-painted faces flash from out their peltry wigwams. For leagues and leagues are flanked by ancient and unfettered forests, where the gaunt pines stand like serried lines of kings and Gothic genealogies. Those same woods harboring wild Afric beasts of prey and silken creatures whose exported furs give robes to Tartar emperors. They mirror the paved capitals of Buffalo and Cleveland, as well as Winnebago villages. They float alike the full-rigged merchant ship, the armed cruiser of the state, the steamer, and the beach canoe. They are swept by borean and dismasting blasts as direful as any that lash the salted wave. They know what shipwrecks are, for out of sight of land, however inland, they have drowned full many a midnight ship with all its shrieking crew. Thus, gentlemen, though an inlander, Steelkilt was a wild ocean born and wild ocean nurtured, as much of an audacious mariner as any. And for Radney, though in his infancy he may have laid him down on the lone Nantucket beach to nurse at his maternal sea, though in afterlife he had long followed our austere Atlantic and your contemplative Pacific, Yet as he was quite as vengeful and full of social quarrel as, as the backwoods seaman, fresh from the latitudes of the buckhorn, handled bowie knives. Yet was this Nantucketer a man with some good-hearted traits, and this Lakeman, a mariner, who thought a sort of devil indeed, might yet be inflexible firmness, only tempered by that common decency of human recognition, which is the meanest slave's right. Thus treated, this steel kilt had long been retained harmless and docile. At all events, he had proved thus so far. But Radney was doomed and made mad, and steel kilt, but gentlemen, you shall hear.
It was not more than a day or two, at the furthest, after pointing her prow for her island haven, that the town hose leaks began increasing, but only as to require an hour or more at the pumps every day. You must know that in a settled and civilized ocean like our Atlantic, for example, some skippers think little of pumping their whole way across it. Though of a still, sleepy night, should the officer of the deck happen to forget his duty in that respect, the probability would be that he and his shipmates would never again remember it on account of all hands gently subsiding to the bottom. Nor in the solitary and savage seas far from you to the westward, gentlemen, is it altogether unusual for ships to keep clanging at their pump handles in full chorus even for a voyage of considerable length. That is, if it lie along a tolerably accessible coast, or if any other reasonable retreat is afforded them. It is only when a leaky vessel is in some very out-of-the-way part of those waters, some really landless latitude, that her captain begins to feel a little anxious. Much this way had it been with the town hoe, so when her leak was found gaining once more, there was in truth some small concern manifested by several of her company, especially by Radney the mate. He commanded the upper sails to be well hoisted, sheeted home anew, and every way expanded to the breeze. Now this Radney, I suppose, was as little of a coward, and as little inclined to any sort of nervous apprehensiveness touching his own person as any fearless, unthinking creature on land or on sea that you can conveniently imagine, gentlemen. Therefore, when he betrayed the solicitude about the safety of the ship, some of the seamen declared it was only on account of his being a part owner in her. So when they were working the evening at the pumps, there was on this head no small gamesomeness slyly going on among them, as they stood with their feet continually overflowed by the rippling clear water, clear as any mountain spring, gentlemen, that bubbling from the pumps ran across the deck and poured itself out in steady spouts the least scupperfuls. Now, as you well know, it is not seldom the case in this conventional world of ours, watery or otherwise, that when a person placed in command over his fellow men finds one of them to be very significantly his superior in general pride of manhood, straightway against that man he conceives an unconquerable dislike and bitterness. And if he have a chance, he will pull down and pulverize that subaltern's tower and make a little heap of dust of it. Be this conceit of mine as it may, gentlemen, at all events steel kilt was a tall and noble animal, with a head like a Roman, and a flowing golden beard like the tasseled housings of your last viceroy's snorting charger, and a brain and a heart and a soul in him, gentlemen, which had made steel kilt Charlemagne, had he been born son to Charlemagne's father. But Radney, the mate, was ugly as a mule, yet as hardy, as stubborn, as malicious. He did not love steel kilt, and steel kilt knew it. Espying the mate drawing near as he was toiling at the pump with the rest, the lakeman affected not to notice him, but unawed went on with his gay banterings. Aye, aye, my merry lads, it's a lively leak this. Hold a cannikin on it, and let's have a taste. By the Lord, it's worth bottling. I tell you what, men, old Rad's investment must go for it. He'd best cut away this part of the hull and tow it home. The fact is, boys, that swordfish only began the job. He's come back again to the king of ship carpenters, sawfish and filefish and whatnot, and the whole posse of them are hard at work cutting and slashing at the bottom, making improvements, I suppose. If old Rad were here now, I'd tell him to jump overboard and scatter him. They're playing the devil with his estate, I can tell him. But he's a simple old soul, Rad, and a beauty, too. Boys, they say the rest of his property's invested in looking glasses. I wonder if he'd give a poor devil like me the model of his nose. Damn your eyes, what's that pump stopping for? Roared Raddy, pretending not to have heard the sailors talk. Thunder away at it. Aye, aye, sir, said Steelkilt, malayer as a cricket. Lively, boys, lively now. And with that the pump clanged like 50 fire engines. The men tossed their hats off to it, and ere long that peculiar gasping of the lungs was heard which denotes the fullest tension of life's utmost energies. Quitting the pump at last, with the rest of his band, the lakeman went forward all panting, and sat himself down on the windlass, his face fiery red, his eyes bloodshot, wiping the profuse sweat from his brow. Now what cozening fiend it was, gentlemen, that possessed Radney to meddle with such a man in that corporeally exasperated state, I know not. But so it happened. Intolerably striding along the deck, the mate commanded him to get a broom and sweep down the planks, and also a shovel, and remove some offensive matters consequent upon allowing a pig to run at large.
Now, gentlemen, sweeping a ship's deck at sea is a piece of household work, which in all times but raging gales is regularly attended to every evening. It has been known to be done in the case of ships actually foundering at the time. Such, gentlemen, is the inflexibility of sea usages, in the instinctive love of neatness in seamen, some of whom would not willingly drown, but first washing their faces. But in all vessels, this broom business is the prescriptive province of the boys, if boys be aboard. Besides, it was the stronger men in the town ho that had been divided into gangs, taking turns at the pump, in being the most athletic seamen of them all. Steelkilt had been regularly assigned captain of one of the gangs. Consequently, he should have been freed from any trivial business not connected with truly nautical duties, such being the case with his comrades. I mention all these particulars so that you may understand exactly how this affair stood between the two men. But there was more than this. The order about the shovel was almost as plainly meant to sting and insult Steelkilt as though Radney had spat in his face. Any man who had gone sailor in a whale ship will understand this. In all this, and doubtless much more, the lakeman fully comprehended when the mate uttered his command. But as he sat still for a moment, and as he steadfastly looked into the mate's malignant eye and perceived the stacks of powder casks heaped in him, in the slow march silently burning along towards them, as he instinctively saw all this, that strange forbearance and unwillingness to stir up a deeper passionateness in any already ireful being, a repugnance most felt, when felt at all, by really valiant men, even when aggrieved. This nameless phantom feeling, gentlemen, stole over Steelkilt. Therefore, in his ordinary tone, only a little broken by the bodily exhaustion he was temporarily in, he answered him, saying that sweeping the deck was not his business, and he would not do it. And then, without at all alluding to the shovel, he pointed to three lads as the customary sweepers, who, not being billeted at the pumps, had done little or nothing all day. To this Radney replied with an oath, in a most domineering and outrageous manner, unconditionally reiterating his command. Meanwhile, advancing upon the still seated lakeman with an uplifted cooper's club hammer, which he had snatched from a cask nearby. Heated and irritated as he was by his spasmodic toil at the pumps, for all his first nameless feeling of forbearance, the sweating Steelkilt could not but ill brook this bearing in the mate. But somehow still smothering the conflagration within him, without speaking, he remained doggedly rooted to his seat, till at last the incensed Radney shook the hammer within a few inches of his face, furiously commanding him to do his bidding. Steelkilt rose, and slowly retreating round the windlass, steadily followed by the mate with his menacing hammer, deliberately repeated his intention not to obey. Seeing, however, that his forbearance had not the slightest effect, by an awful and unspeakable intimation with his twisted hand, he warned off the foolish and infatuated man. But it was to no purpose. And in this way the two went once slowly round the windlass, when resolved at last no longer to retreat, bethinking him that he had now forborne as much as comported with his humor, the lakeman paused on the hatches and thus spoke to the officer. Mr. Radney, I will not obey you. Take that hammer away, or look to yourself. But the predestined mate, coming still closer to him, where the lakeman stood fixed, now shook the heavy hammer within an inch of his teeth, meanwhile repeating a string of insufferable maledictions. Retreating not the thousandth part of an inch, stabbing him in the eye with the unflinching poignard of his glance, Steelkilt, clenching his right hand behind him and creepingly drawing it back, told his persecutor that if the hammer butt grazed his cheek, he, Steelkilt, would murder him. But, gentlemen, the fool had been branded for the slaughter by the gods. Immediately the hammer touched the cheek. The next instant, the lower jaw of the mate was stove in his head. He fell on the hatch, spouting blood like a whale. Ere the cry "Go aft," Steelkilt was shaking one of the backstays leading far aloft to where two of the comrades were standing their mastheads. They were both canalers.
"Canalers," cried Don Pedro. "We have seen many whale ships in our harbors, but never heard of your canalers. Pardon, who and what are they?" "Canalers, Don, are the boatmen belonging to our Grand Erie Canal. You must have heard of it." "Nay, senor, Hereabouts in this dull, warm, most lazy and hereditary land, we know but little of your vigorous north. Well then, John, refill my cup. Your chicha's very fine and air proceeding. Further, I will tell you what our canalers are, and for such information may throw sidelight upon my story. For 360 miles, gentlemen, through the entire breadth of the state of New York, through numerous populous cities and most thriving villages, through long, dismal, uninhabited swamps and affluent cultivated fields, unrivaled for fertility, by billiard room and bar room, through the holy of holies of great forests, on Roman arches over Indian rivers, through sun and shade, by happy hearts are broken, through all the wide contrasting scenery of those noble Mohawk counties, and especially by rows of snow-white chapels, whose spires stand almost like milestones, flows one continuous stream of Venetianly corrupt and often lawless life. That's your true Ashanti, gentlemen. There howl your pagans. Where you will find them next door to you, under the long-flung shadow and the snug, patronizing lee of churches. For by some curious fatality, as it is often noted of your metropolitan freebooters, that they ever encamp around the halls of justice, so sinners, gentlemen, most abound in these holiest vicinities. Is that a friar passing? Said Don Pedro, looking downwards into the crowded plaza with humorous concern. Well, for our northern friend, Dame Isabella's Inquisition wanes in Lima, laughed Don Sebastian. Proceed, senor. A moment, pardon, cried another of the company. In the name of all of us Limanese, I but desire to express to you, Sir Sailor, that we have by no means overlooked your delicacy in not substituting present Lima for distant Venice in your corrupt comparison. Oh, do not bow and look surprised. You know the proverb all around this coast, corrupt as Lima. But it bears out your saying, too. Churches more plentiful than billiard tables and forever open, and corrupt as Lima. So too Venice. I've been there, the holy city of the blessed evangelist, St. Mark. St. Dominic, purge it. Your cup. Here, thanks, I refill it. Now you pour out again. Freely depicted at his own vocation, gentlemen, the canaler would make a fine dramatic hero, so abundantly and picturesquely wicked is he. Like Mark Antony, for days and days along his green-turfed, flowery Nile, he indolently floats, openly toying with his red-cheeked Cleopatra, ripening his apricot thigh upon the sunny deck. But ashore, all this effeminacy is dashed. The brigandage guise which the canaler so proudly sports, his slouched and gaily ribboned hat betoken his grand features. A terror to the smiling innocence of the villages through which he floats. His swart visage and bold swagger are not unshunned in the cities. Once a vagabond on his own canal, I have received good turns from these canalers. I thank him heartily, would fain be not ungrateful, but is often one of the prime redeeming qualities of your man of violence, that at times he has as stiff an arm to back a poor stranger in a strait as to plunder a wealthy one. In sum, gentlemen, what the wildness of this canal life is emphatically evinced by this, that our wild whale fishery contains so many of its most finished graduates that scarce any race of mankind, except Sydney men, are so distrusted by our whaling captains. Nor does it at all diminish the curiousness of this matter, that to many thousands of our rural boys and young men born along its line, the probationary life of the Grand Canal furnishes the sole transition between quietly reaping in a Christian cornfield and recklessly plowing the waters of the most barbaric seas. I see, impetuously exclaimed Don Pedro, spilling his chicha upon his silvery ruffles. No need to travel. The world's one Lima. I had thought now that at your temperate north, the generations were cold and holy as the hills. But the story.
I left off, gentlemen, where the lakemen shook the backstay. Hardly had he done so when he was surrounded by the 3 junior mates and the 4 harpooneers, who all crowded him to the deck. But sliding down the ropes like baleful comets, the 2 canalers rushed into the uproar and sought to drag their man out of it towards the forecastle. Others of the sailors joined with them in this attempt, and a twisted turmoil ensued. While standing out of harm's way, the valiant captain danced up and down with a whale pike, calling upon his officers to manhandle that atrocious scoundrel and smoke him along to the quarterdeck. At intervals, he ran close up to the revolving border of the confusion, and prying into the heart of it with his pike, sought to prick out the object of his resentment. But Steelkilt and his desperadoes were too much for them all. They succeeded in gaining the forecastle deck, where, hastily slewing about some 3 or 4 large casks in a line with the windlass, the sea Parisians entrenched themselves behind the barricade. "Come out of that, ye pirates!" roared the captain, now menacing them with a pistol in each hand, just brought to him by the steward. "Come out of that, ye cutthroats!" Steelkilt leaped on the barricade, and striding up and down there, defied the worst the pistols could do, but gave the captain to understand distinctly that his, Steelkilt's, death would be the signal for a murderous mutiny on the part of all hands, fearing in his heart that lest this might prove but too true. The captain a little desisted, but still commanded the insurgents instantly to return to their duty. "Will you promise not to touch us if we do?" demanded their ringleader. Turn to, I make no promise. To your duty. Do you want to sink the ship by knocking off at a time like this? Turn to!" And he once more raised the pistol. "Sink the ship?" cried Steelkilt. "Aye, let her sink. Not a man of us turns to unless you swear not to raise a rope yarn against us. What do you say, men?" Turning to his comrades, a fierce cheer was their response. The lakeman now patrolled the barricade, all the while keeping his eye on the captain and jerking out some sentences such as these. "It's not our fault. We didn't want it. I told him to take his hammer away. It was boy's business. He might have known me before this. I told him not to prick the buffalo. I believe I've broken a finger here against his cursed jaw. Ain't those mincing knives down in the forecastle there, men? Look to those handspikes, me hearties. Captain, by God, look to yourself. Say the word. Don't be a fool. Forget it all. We are ready to turn to. Treat us decently, and we're your men, but we won't be flogged. Turn to! I make no promises. Turn to, I say." "Look ye now," cried the lakeman, flinging out his arm towards him. "There are a few of us here, and I am one of them, who have shipped for the cruise, d'ye see? Now, as you well know, sir, we can claim our discharge as soon as the anchor is down. So we don't want a row. It's not our interests. We want to be peaceable. We are ready to work, but we won't be flogged." "Turn to!" roared the captain. Steelkilt glanced around him a moment and then said, "I tell you what it is now, captain. Rather than kill ye and be hanged for such a shabby rascal, we won't lift a finger against ye unless ye attack us. But until you say the word about not flogging us, we won't do a hand's turn. Down to the forecastle, then down with you. I keep you there till you're sick of it. Down you go. Shall we?" cried the ringleader to his men. Most of them were against it, but at length, in obedience to Steelkilt, they preceded him down into their dark den, growlingly disappearing like bears into a cave. As the lakeman's bare head was just level with the planks, the captain and his posse leaped the barricade and, rapidly drawing over the slide of the scuttle, planted their group of hands upon it, and loudly called for the steward to bring the heavy brass padlock belonging to the companionway. Then, opening the slide a little, the captain whispered something down the crack, closed it, and turned the key upon them, 10 in number, leaving on deck some 20 or more who had thus far remained neutral. All night a wide-awake watch was kept by all the officers, forward and aft, especially about the forecastle scuttle and fore hatchway, at which last place it was feared the insurgents might emerge after breaking through the bulkhead below. But the hours of darkness passed in peace. The men who still remained at their duty, toiling hard at the pumps, whose clinking and clanking at intervals through the dreary night dismally resounded through the ship. At sunrise, the captain went forward and, knocking on the deck, summoned the prisoners to work, but with a yell they refused. Water was then lowered down to them, and a couple of handfuls of biscuit were tossed after it. When again turning the key upon them and pocketing it, the captain returned to the quarterdeck. Twice every day for 3 days this was repeated, but on the fourth morning a confused wrangling and then a scuffling was heard, as the customary summons was delivered, and suddenly 4 men burst up from the forecastle, saying they were ready to turn to. The fetid closeness of the air and a famishing diet, united perhaps to some fears of ultimate retribution, had constrained them to surrender at discretion. Emboldened by this, the captain reiterated his demand to the rest, but Steelkilt shouted up to him a terrific hint to stop his babbling and betake himself where he belonged. On the 5th morning, 3 others of the mutineers bolted up into the air from the desperate arms below that sought to restrain them. Only 3 were left.
Better to turn now, said the captain with a heartless jeer. Shut up again, will ye? Cried Steelkilt. Oh, certainly, said the captain, and they clicked. It was at that point, gentlemen, that enraged by the defection of 7 of his former associates, and stung by the mocking voice that had last hailed him, and maddened by his long entombment in a place as black as the bowels of despair, and then that Steelkilt proposed to the 2 canalers that, far apparently of one mind with him, to burst out of their hole at the next summoning of the garrison, and armed with their keen, mincing knives, long, concentric, heavy implements with a handle at each end, run amok from the bowsprit to the taffrail, and if by any devilishness of desperation possible, seize the ship. For himself, he would do this, he said, whether they joined him or not. That was the last night he should spend in that den. But the scheme met with no opposition on the part of the other 2. They swore they were ready for that, and for any other mad thing, for anything in short but a surrender. And what was more, they each insisted upon being the first man on deck when the time to make the rush should come. But to this their leader as fiercely objected, reserving that priority for himself, particularly as his 2 comrades would not yield, the one to the other, in the matter. And both of them would not be first, for the latter would but admit 1 man at a time. And here, gentlemen, the foul play of these miscreants must come out. Upon hearing the frantic project of their leader, each of his own separate soul had suddenly lightened, and it would seem, upon the same piece of treachery, namely, to be foremost in breaking out, in order to be first of the 3, though the last of the 10, to surrender, and thereby secure whatever small chance of part in such conduct might merit. But when Steelkilt made known his determination still to lead them to the left, they, in some way, by some subtle chemistry of villainy, mixed their before secret treacheries together, and when their leader fell into a doze, verbally opened their souls to each other in 3 sentences, and bound the sleeper with cords and gagged him with cords, and shrieked out for the captain at midnight. Thinking murder at hand and smelling in the dark for the blood, he and all his armed mates and harpooners rushed for the forecastle. In a few minutes the scuttle was opened, and bound hand and foot, the still struggling ringleader was shoved into the air by his perfidious ally, who at once claimed the honor of securing a man who had been fully ripe for murder. But all of these were collared and dragged until the deck, like dead cattle, and side by side were seized up into the mizzen rigging, like 3 quarters of meat, and they were hung till morning. Damn ye, cried the captain, facing to and fro before them. The vultures would not touch ye, ye villains. At sunrise he summoned all hands, and separating those who had rebelled from those who had taken no part in the mutiny, he told the former that he had a good mind to flog them all round. Thought, upon the whole, he would do so. He ought to. Justice demanded it. But for the present, considering their timely surrender, he would let them go with a reprimand, which he accordingly administered in the vernacular. But as for you, ye carrion rogues, turning to the 3 men in the rigging, for you I mean to mince ye up for the tripods, and, seizing a rope, he applied it with all his might to the backs of the 2 traitors, till they yelled no more, but lifelessly hung their heads sideways, as the two crucified thieves were drawn.
Thank you.
My wrist is sprained with ye, he cried at last, but there is still rope left enough for you, my fine bantam, that wouldn't give up. Take that gag from his mouth, and let us hear what he can say for himself. For a moment, the exhausted mutineer made a tremulous motion of his cramped jaws, and then painfully twisting round his head, said in a sort of hiss, "What I say is this, and mind it. If you flog me, I murder you. Say ye so, then see how ye frighten me." And the captain drew off with the rope to strike. "Best not," hissed the lakeman. "But I must," and the rope was once more drawn back for the stroke. Steelkilt here hissed out something inaudible to all but the captain, who, to the amazement of all hands, started back, paced the deck rapidly 2 or 3 times, and then suddenly throwing down his rope, said, "I won't do it. Let him go. Cut him down. D'ye hear?" But as the junior mates were hurrying to execute the order, a pale man with a bandaged head arrested them. Radney, the chief mate. Ever since the blow, he had lain in his berth, but that morning, hearing the tumult on the deck, he had crept out, and thus far had watched the whole scene. Such was the state of his mouth that he could hardly speak, but mumbling something about his being willing and able to do what the captain dared not attempt, he snatched the rope and advanced to his pinioned foe. "You are a coward," hissed the lakeman. "So I am, but take that." The mate was in the very act of striking when another hiss stayed his uplifted arm. He paused, and then pausing no more, made good his word, spite of Steelkilt's threat, whatever that might have been. The 3 men were then cut down, all hands were turned to, and sullenly worked by the moody seamen. The iron pumps clanged as before. Just after dark that day, when one watch had retired below, a clamor was heard in the forecastle, forecastle, and the 2 trembling traders, running up, besieged the cabin door, saying they durst not consort with the crew. Entreaties, cuffs, and kicks could not drive them back, so at their own instance they were put down in the ship's run for salvation. Still, no sign of mutiny reappeared among the rest. On the contrary, it seemed that mainly at Steelkilt's instigation, they had resolved to maintain the strictest peacefulness, obey all orders to the last, and when the ship reached port, desert her in a body. But in order to ensure the speediest end to the voyage, they all agreed to another thing, namely, not to sing out for whales, in case any should be discovered. For, spite of her leak, and spite of all her other perils, the town ho still maintained her mastheads, and her captain was just as willing to lower for a fish that moment as on the day his craft first struck the cruising ground. And Radney the mate was quite as ready to change his berth for a boat, and with his bandaged mouth seek to gag in death the vital jaw of the whale. But though the lakeman had induced the seamen to adopt this sort of passiveness in their conduct, he kept his own counsel, at least till all was over, concerning his own proper and private revenge upon the man who had stung him in the ventricles of his heart. He was in Radney the chief mate's watch, and as if the infatuated man sought to run more than halfway to meet his doom, after the scene at the rigging he insisted, against the express counsel of the captain, upon resuming the head of his watch at night. Upon this, and 1 or 2 other circumstances, Steelkilt systematically built the plan of his revenge. During the night, Radney had an unseamanlike way of sitting on the bulkboards of the quarterdeck, and leaning his arm upon the gunwale of the boat, which was hoisted up there, a little above the ship's side. In this attitude, it was well known, he sometimes dozed. There was a considerable vacancy between the boat and the ship, and down between this was the sea. Steelkilt calculated his time, and found that his next trick at the helm would come round at 2 o'clock, in the morning of the 3rd day from that in which he had been betrayed. At his leisure he employed the interval in braiding something very carefully in his watches below. "What are you making there?" said a shipmate. "What do you think? What does it look like?" "Like a lanyard for your bag, but it's an odd one, seems to me." "Yes, rather oddish," said the lakeman, holding it at arm's length before him, "but I think it will answer. Shipmate, I haven't enough twine. Have you any?" But there was none in the forecastle? "Then I must get some from old Rad," and he rose to go aft. You don't mean to go a begging to him, said the sailor. Why not? Do you think he won't do me a turn when it's to help himself in the end, shipmate? And going to the mate, he looked at him quietly and asked him for some twine to mend his hammock. It was given him, neither twine nor lanyard were seen again, but the next night, at iron ball, closely netted, partly rolled from the pocket of the lakeman's monkey jacket, as he was tucking the coat into his hammock for a pillow. 24 hours after his trick at the silent helm, nigh to the man who was apt to doze over the grave always ready dug to the seaman's hands. That fatal hour was then to come, and in the foreordaining soul of Steelkilt, the mate was already stark and stretched as a corpse, with his forehead crushed in.
But, gentlemen, a fool saved the would-be murderer from the bloody deed he had planned. Yet complete revenge he had, and without being the avenger, for by a mysterious fatality, heaven itself seemed to step in to take out of his hands into its own the damning thing he would have done. It was just between daybreak and sunrise of the morning of the second day, when they were washing down the decks, that a stupid Tenerife man, drawing water in the main chains, all at once shouted out, "There she rolls! There she rolls! Jesu, what a whale!" It was Moby Dick. "Moby Dick!" cried Don Sebastian. "Saint Dominic! Sir Sailor, but do whales have christenings? Whom you call Moby Dick?" "A very white and famous and most deadly immortal monster, Don, but that would be too long a story." "How? How?" cried all the young Spaniards, crowding. "Nay, Dons, nay, nay, I cannot rehearse that now. Let me get more into the air, sirs. The chicha, cried Don Pedro. Our vigorous friend looks faint. Fill up his empty glass. No need, gentlemen. One moment, and I proceed. Now, gentlemen, so suddenly perceiving the snowy whale within 50 yards of the ship, forgetful of the compact among the crew, in the excitement of the moment, the Tenerife man had instinctively and involuntarily lifted his voice for the monster, though for some little time past it had been plainly beheld from the three sullen mastheads. All was now a frenzy. The white whale, was the cry from captain, mates, and harpooneers, who, undeterred by fearful rumors, were all anxious to capture so famous and precious a fish. While the dogged crew eyed askance and with curses the appalling beauty of the vast milky mass that, lit up by a horizontal spangling sun, shifted and glistened like a living opal in the blue morning sea. Gentlemen, a strange fatality pervades the whole career of these events, as if verily mapped out before the world itself was charted. The mutineer was the bowsman of the mate, and when fast to a fish, it was his duty to sit next him, while Radney stood up with his lance in the prow and haul in or slacken the line at the word of command. Moreover, when the 4 boats were lowered, the mates got the start, and none howled more fiercely with delight than did Steelkilt as he strained at his oar. After a stiff pull, their harpooner got fast, and spear in hand, Radney sprang to the bow. He was always a furious man, it seems, in a boat. And now his bandaged cry was to beach him on the whale's topmost back. Nothing loath, his bowsman hauled him up and up through a blinding foam that blent 2 whitenesses together, till of a sudden the boat struck as against a sunken ledge, and keeling over, spilled out the standing mate. That instant, as he fell on the whale's slippery back, the boat righted and was dashed aside by the swell, while Radney was tossed over into the sea on the other flank of the whale. He struck out through the spray and for an instant was dimly seen through that veil, wildly seeking to remove himself from the eye of Moby Dick. But the whale rushed round in a sudden maelstrom, seized the swimmer between his jaws, and rearing high up with him, plunged headlong again and went down. Meantime, at the first tap of the boat's bottom, the lakeman had slackened the line so as to drop astern from the whirlpool. Calmly looking on, he thought his own thoughts. But a sudden, terrific downward jerking of the boat quickly brought his knife to the line. He cut it, and the whale was free. But at some distance, Moby Dick rose again, with some tatters of Radney's red woolen shirt caught in the teeth that had destroyed him. All four boats gave chase again, but the whale eluded them, and finally wholly disappeared. In good time, the town ho reached her port, a savage, solitary place where no civilized creature resided. There, headed by the lakemen, all but 5 or 6 of the foremast men deliberately deserted among the palms, eventually, as it turned out, seizing a large double war canoe of the savages and setting sail for some other harbor. The ship's company being reduced to but a handful, the captain called upon the islanders to assist him in the laborious business of heaving down the ship to stop the leak. But to such unresting vigilance over their dangerous allies was this small band of whites necessitated, both by night and by day, and so extreme was the hard work they underwent, that upon the vessel being ready again for sea, they were in such a weakened condition that the captain durst not put off with them in so heavy a vessel. After taking counsel with his officers, he anchored the ship as far offshore as possible, loaded and ran out his 2 cannon from the bows, stacked his muskets on the poop, and warning the islanders not to approach the ship at their peril, took 1 man with him, and setting the sail of his best whaleboat, steered straight before the wind for Tahiti, 500 miles distant, to procure a reinforcement to his crew. On the 4th day of the sail, a large canoe was descried, which seemed to have touched at a low isle of corals. He steered away from it, but the savage craft bore down on him, and soon the voice of Steelkilt hailed him to heave to, or he would run him underwater. The captain presented a pistol. With 1 foot on each prow of the yoked war canoes, the lakemen laughed him to scorn, assuring him that if the pistol so much as clicked in the lock, he would bury him in bubbles and foam. "What do you want of me?" cried the captain. "Where are you bound, and for what are you bound?" demanded Steelkilt. "No lies." "I am bound to Tahiti for more men." "Very good, let me board you for a moment. I come in peace." With that, he leaped from the canoe, swam to the boat, and climbing the gunwale, stood face to face with the captain. "Cross your arms, sir, throw back your head, and now repeat after me. As soon as Steelkilt leaves me, I swear to beach this boat on yonder island and remain there 6 days. If I do not, may lightning strike me." A pretty scholar, laughed the lakeman. "Adios, senor," and leaping into the sea, he swam back to his comrades. Watching the boat till it was fairly beached and drawn up to the roots of the coconut trees, Steelkilt made sail again and in due time arrived at Tahiti, his own place of destination. There, luck befriended him. 2 ships were about to sail for France, and were providentially in want of precisely that number of men which the sailor headed. They embarked, and so forever got the start of their former captain, had he been at all minded to work them legal retribution. Some 10 days after the French ships sailed, the whaleboat arrived, and the captain was forced to enlist some of the more civilized Tahitians, who had been somewhat used to the sea. Chartering a small native schooner, he returned with them to his vessel, and finding all right there, again resumed his cruisings. Where Steelkilt now is, gentlemen, none know. But upon the island of Nantucket, the widow of Radney still turns to the sea, refuses to give up its dead. Still in dreams sees the awful white whale that destroyed him. "Are you through?" said Don Sebastian quietly. "I am, Don." "Then I entreat you, tell me, if to the best of your own conviction, this your story is in substance really true. Is it so passing wonderful? Did you get it from an unquestionable source? Bear with me if I seem to press. Also bear with all of us, Sir Sailor, for we all join in Don Sebastian's suit," cried the company with exceeding interest. Is there a copy of the Holy Evangelists in the Golden Inn, gentlemen? Nay, said Don Sebastian, but I know a worthy priest nearby who will quickly procure one for me. I go for it, but are you well advised? This may grow too serious. Will you be so good as to bring the priest also, Don? Though there are no auto de fes in Lima now, said one of the company to another, I fear our sailor friend runs risk of the archiepiscopacy. Let us withdraw more out of the moonlight. I see no need of this.
Excuse me for running after you, Don Sebastian, but may I also beg that you will be particular in procuring the largest size evangelist you can. This is the priest. He brings you the evangelist, said Don Sebastian gravely, returning with a tall and solemn figure. Let me remove my hat. Now, venerable priest, further into the light and hold the holy book before me that I may touch it. So help me heaven, and on my honor, the story I have told you, gentlemen, is in substance and in its great items true. I know it to be true. It happened on this ball. I trod the ship. I knew the crew. I have seen and talked with Steelkilt since the death of Radney. Chapter 55, on the monstrous pictures of whales. I shall ere long paint to you, as well as one can without canvas, something like the true form of the whale as he actually appears to the eye of the whaleman, when in his own absolute body the whale is moored alongside the whale ship, so that he can be fairly stepped upon there. It may be worthwhile, therefore, previously to advert to those curious imaginary portraits of him, which even down to the present day confidently challenge the faith of the landsman. It is time to set the world right in this matter by proving such pictures of the whale all wrong. It may be that the primal source of those pictorial delusions will be found among the oldest Hindu, Egyptian, and Grecian sculptures. For ever since those inventive but unscrupulous times when on the marble panelings of temples, the pedestals of statues, and on shields, medallions, cups, and coins, the dolphin was drawn in scales of chain armor like Saladin's and a helmeted head like St. George's. Ever since then has something of the same sort of license prevailed, not only in the most popular pictures of the whale, but in many scientific presentations of him. Now, by all odds, the most ancient extant portrait anyways purporting to be the whale's is to be found in the famous cavern pagoda of Elephanta in India. The Brahmins maintain that in the almost endless sculptures of that immemorial pagoda, all the trades and pursuits, every conceivable avocation of man, were prefigured ages before any of them actually came into being. No wonder, then, that in some sort our noble profession of whaling should have been there shadowed forth. The Hindu whale referred to occurs in a separate department of the wall, depicting the incarnation of Vishnu in the form of Leviathan, learnedly known as the Matsi avatar. But though the sculpture is half man and half whale, so as only to give the tail of the latter, yet that small section of him is all wrong. It looks more like the tapering tail of an anaconda than the broad palms of the true whale's majestic flukes. But go to the old galleries and look now at a great Christian painter's portrait of this fish, for he succeeds no better than the antediluvian Hindu. It is Guido's picture of Perseus rescuing Andromeda from the sea monster or whale. Where did Guido get the model of such a strange creature as that? Nor does Hogarth, in painting the same scene in his own Perseus Descending, make out one whit better. The huge corpulence of that Hogarthian monster undulates on the surface, scarcely drawing 1 inch of water. It has a sort of howdah on its back, and its distended tusked mouth, into which the billows are rolling, might be taken for the Traitor's Gate leading from the Thames by water into the Tower. Then there are the Prodromus whales of Old Scotch Sibbald and Jonah's whale, as depicted in the prints of old Bibles and the cuts of old primers. What shall be said of these? As for the bookbinder's whale, winding like a vine stalk round the stalk of a descending anchor, as stamped and gilded on the backs and title pages of many books, both old and new, that is a very picturesque but purely fabulous creature, imitated, I take it, from the like figures on antique vases. Though universally denominated a dolphin, I nevertheless call this bookbinder's fish an attempt at a whale because it was so intended when the device was first introduced. It was introduced by an old Italian publisher somewhere about the 15th century during the revival of learning, and in those days, and even down to a comparatively late period, dolphins were popularly supposed to be a species of the Leviathan. In the vignettes and other embellishments of some ancient books, you will at times meet with very curious touches of the whale, where all manners of spouts, jets d'eau, hot springs and cold, Saratoga and Baden-Baden come bubbling up from his unexhausted brain. In the title page of the original edition of The Advancement of Learning, you will find some curious whales. But quitting all these unprofessional attempts, let us glance at those pictures of Leviathan purporting to be sober scientific delineations by those who know. In Old Harris's collection of voyages, there are some plates of whales extracted from a Dutch book of voyages, AD 1671, entitled A Whaling Voyage to Spitzenberg in the ship Jonas and the Whale, Peter Peterson of Friesland, Master. In one of those plates, the whales, like great rafts of logs, are represented lying among icicles with white bears running over their living backs. In another plate, the prodigious blunder is made of representing the whale with perpendicular flukes. Then again, there is an imposing quarto written by one Captain Colnett, a post-captain in the English Navy, entitled A Voyage Round Cape Horn in the South Seas for the purpose of extending the spermaceti whale fisheries. In this book is an outline purporting to be a picture of the Physeter or spermaceti whale drawn by scale from one killed on the coast of Mexico, August 1793, and hoisted on deck. I doubt not the captain had this voracious picture taken for the benefit of his marines. To mention but one thing about it, let me say that it has an eye which applied, according to the accompanying scale, to a full-grown sperm whale would make the eye of that whale a bow window some 5 feet long. Ah, my gallant captain, why did he not give us Jonah looking out of that eye? Nor are the most conscientious compilations of natural history for the benefit of the young and the tender free from the same heinousness of mistake. Look at that popular work, Goldsmith's Animated Nature. In the abridged London edition of 1807, there are plates of an alleged whale and a narwhal. I do not wish to seem inelegant, but this unsightly whale looks much like an amputated sow. And as for the narwhal, one glimpse at it is enough to amaze one that in this 19th century, such a hippogriff could be palmed for genuine upon any intelligent public of schoolboys. Then again, in 1825, Bernard Germain, Count de Lacépède, a great naturalist, published a scientific systematized whale book wherein are several pictures of the different species of the Leviathan. All of these are not only incorrect, but the pictures of the Myticetus or Greenland whale, that is to say, the right whale, even Scoresby, a long experienced man as touching that species, declares not to have its counterpart in nature. But the placing of the cap sheaf to all this blundering business was reserved for the scientific Frederick Cuvier, brother to the famous Baron. In 1836, he published a natural history of whales in which he gives what he calls a picture of the sperm whale. Before showing that picture to any Nantucketer, you had best provide for your summer retreat from Nantucket. In a word, Frederick Cuvier's sperm whale is not a sperm whale, but a squash. Of course, he never had the benefit of a whaling voyage. Such men seldom have. But whence he derived that picture, who can tell? Perhaps he got it as his scientific predecessor in the same field, Desmarest, got one of his authentic abortions, that is, from a Chinese drawing. And what sort of lively lads with the pencil those Chinese are, many queer cups and saucers inform us. As for the sign painter's whales seen in the streets hanging over the shop of oil dealers, what shall be said of them? They are generally Richard III. Whales with dromedary humps and very savage, breakfasting on 3 or 4 sailor tarts, that is whale boats full of mariners, their deformities floundering in seas of blood and blue paint. But these manifold mistakes in depicting the whale are not so very surprising after all. Consider, most of the scientific drawings have been taken from the stranded fish, and these are about as correct as a drawing of a wrecked ship with broken back would correctly represent the noble animal itself in all its undashed pride of hulls and spars. Though elephants have stood for their full lengths, the living Leviathan has never yet fairly floated himself for his portrait. The living whale in his full majesty and significance is only to be seen at sea in unfathomable waters, and afloat the vast bulk of him is out of sight, like a launched line of battleship, and out of that element is a thing eternally impossible for mortal man to hoist him bodily into the air, so as to preserve all his mighty swells and undulations. And not to speak of the highly presumable difference of contour between a young sucking whale and a full-grown Platonian leviathan, Yet, even in the case of one of those young sucking whales hoisted to a ship's deck, such is then the outlandish, eel-like, limbered, varying shape of him that his precise expression, the devil himself, could not catch. But may it be fancied that from the naked skeleton of the stranded whale, accurate hints may be derived touching his true form? Not at all. For it is one of the more curious things about this Leviathan that his skeleton gives very little idea of his general shape. Though Jeremy Bentham's skeleton, which hangs for candelabra in the library of one of his executors, correctly conveys the idea of a burly-browed utilitarian old gentleman, with all Jeremy's other leading personal characteristics, yet nothing of this kind could be inferred from any Leviathan's articulated bones. In fact, as the great Hunter says, the mere skeleton of the whale bears the same relation to the fully invested and padded envelope as the insect does to the chrysalis that so roundingly envelops it. This particularity is strikingly evinced in the head, as in some part of this book will be incidentally shown. It is also very curiously displayed in the side fin, the bones of which almost exactly answer to the bones of a human hand, minus only the thumb. This fin has 4 regular bone fingers, the index, middle ring, and little finger, but all these are permanently lodged in their fleshy covering, as the human fingers in an artificial covering. However recklessly the whale may sometimes serve us, said humorous Stubb one day, he can never be truly said to handle us without mittens.
For all these reasons, then, any way you may look at it, you must needs conclude that the great Leviathan is the one creature in the world which must remain unpainted to the last. True, one portrait may hit the mark much nearer than another, but none can hit it with any very considerable degree of exactness. So there is no earthly way of finding out precisely what the whale really looks like. And the only mode in which you can derive even a tolerable idea of his living contour is by going a whaling yourself. But by so doing, you run no small risk of being eternally stove and sunk by him. Wherefore, it seems to me you had best not be too fastidious in your curiosity touching this Leviathan. Chapter 56 of the less erroneous pictures of whales and the true pictures of whaling scenes. In connection with the monstrous pictures of whales, I am strongly tempted here to enter upon those still more monstrous stories of them, which are to be found in certain books, both ancient and modern, especially in Pliny, Purchas, Haculate, Harris, Cuvier, and etc. But I pass that matter by. I know of only 4 published outlines of the great sperm whale: Colnett's, Huggins, Frederick Cuvier's, and Beale's. In the previous chapter, Colnett and Cuvier had been referred to. Huggins is far better than theirs, but by great odds, Beale's is the best. All Beale's drawings of this whale are good, excepting the middle figure in the picture of 3 whales in various attitudes, capping his second chapter. His frontispiece boats and attacking sperm whales, though no doubt calculated to excite the civil skepticism of some parlor men, is admirably correct and lifelike in its general effect. Some of the sperm whale drawings in J. Ross Brown are pretty correct in contour, but they are wretchedly engraved. That is not his fault, though. Of the right whale, the best outline pictures are in Scoresby, but they are drawn on too small a scale to convey a desirable impression. He has but one picture of whaling scenes, and this is a sad deficiency, because it is by such pictures only, when at all well done, that you can derive anything like a truthful idea of the living whale as seen by his living hunters. But taken for all in all, by far the finest, though in some details not the most correct, presentations of whales and whaling scenes to be anywhere found are 2 large French engravings, well executed and taken from paintings by one Garnery. Respectively, They represent attacks on the sperm and right whale. In the first engraving, a noble sperm whale is depicted in full majesty of might, just risen beneath the boat from the profundities of the ocean, and bearing high in the air upon his back the terrific wreck of the stoven planks. The prow of the boat is partially unbroken and is drawn just balancing upon the monster's spine, and standing in that prow, for that one single incomputable flash of time, you behold an oarsman half shrouded by the incensed, boiling spout of the whale, and in the act of leaping as if from a precipice. The action of the whole thing is wonderfully good and true. The half-emptied line tub floats on the whitened sea. The wooden poles of the spilled harpoons obliquely bob in it. The heads of the swimming crew are scattered about the whale in contrasting expressions of affright, while in the black stormy distance, the ship is bearing down upon the scene. Serious fault might be found with the anatomical details of the whale, but let that pass, since for the life of me I could not draw so good a one. In the second engraving, the boat is in the act of drawing alongside the barnacled flank of a large running right whale that rolls his black weedy bulk in the sea like some mossy rock slide from the Patagonian cliffs. His jets are erect, full, and black like soot, so that from so abounding a smoke in the chimney, you would think that there must be a brave supper cooking in the great bowels below. Seafowls are pecking at the small crabs, shellfish, and other sea candies and macaroni, which the right whale sometimes carries on his pestilent back. And all the while the thick-lipped Leviathan is rushing towards the deep, leaving tons of tumultuous white curds in his wake, causing the slight boat to rock in the swells like a skiff caught nigh the paddle wheels of an ocean steamer. Thus, the foreground is all raging commotion, but behind, in admirable artistic contrast, is the glassy level of a sea becalmed, the drooping, unstarched sails of the powerless ship, and the inert mass of a dead whale, a conquered fortress, with the flag of capture lazily hanging from the whale pole inserted into his spout hole. Who Garnery the painter is or was, I know not. But my life for it, he was either practically conversant with the subject or else marvelously tutored by some experienced whaleman. The French are the lads for painting action. Go and gaze upon all the paintings of Europe, and where you will find such a gallery of living and breathing commotion on canvas as in the triumphant hall at Versailles, where the beholder fights his way pell-mell through the concussive great battles of France, where every sword seems a flash of the northern lights, and the successive armed knights and emperors dash by like a charge of crowned centaurs. Not wholly unworthy of a place in that gallery are the sea battle pieces of Garnery. The natural aptitude of the French for seizing the picturesqueness of things seems to be particularly evinced in what paintings and engravings they have of their whaling scenes. With not 1/10 of England's experience in the fishery, and not the 1,000th part of that of the Americans, they have nevertheless furnished both nations with the only finished sketches that are at all capable of conveying the real spirit of the whale hunt. For the most part, the English and American whale draftsmen seem entirely content with presenting the mechanical outline of things, such as the vacant profile of the whale, which, so far as picturesqueness of effect is concerned, is about tantamount to sketching the profile of a pyramid. Even Scoresby, the justly renowned right whaleman, after giving us a stiff full length of that Greenland whale and 3 or 4 delicate miniatures of narwhals and porpoises, treats us to a series of classical engravings of boat hooks, chopping knives, and grapnels. And with the microscopic diligence of a Luahawk submits the inspection of a shivering world 96 facsimiles of magnified Arctic snow crystals. I mean no disparagement to the excellent voyager. I honor him for a veteran. But in so important a matter, it was certainly an oversight not to have procured for every crystal a sworn affidavit taken before a Greenland justice of the peace.
In addition to those fine engravings from Garnery, there are 2 other French engravings worthy of note by someone who subscribes himself H. Durand. One of them, though not precisely adapted to our present purpose, nevertheless deserves mention on other accounts. It is a quiet noon scene among the isles of the Pacific. A French whaler anchored inshore in a calm and lazily taking water on board. The loosened sails of the ship and the long leaves of the palms in the background, both drooping together in the breezeless air. The effect is very fine when considered with reference to its presenting the hardy fishermen under one of their few aspects of oriental repose. The other engraving is quite a different affair. The ship hove to upon the open sea and in the very heart of the leviathantic life, with a right whale alongside. The vessel, in the act of cutting in, hove over to the monster as if to a quay, and a boat, hardly pushing off from the scene of activity, is about giving chase to whales in the distance. The harpoons and lances lie leveled for use. 3 oarsmen are just setting the mast in its hole, while from a sudden roll of the sea, the little craft stands half erect out of the water, like a rearing horse. From the ship, the smoke of the torments of the boiling whale is going up like the smoke over a village of smithies. And to windward, a black cloud rising up with earnest of squalls and rains seems to quicken the activity of the excited seamen. Chapter 57, of whales in paint, in teeth, etc. On Tower Hill, as you go down to the London docks, you may have seen a crippled beggar, or kedger, as the sailors say, holding a painted board before him representing the tragic scene in which he lost his leg. There are 3 whales and 3 boats, and one of the boats, presumed to contain the missing leg in all its original integrity, is being crunched by the jaws of the foremost whale. Any time these 10 years, they tell me, has the man held up that picture and exhibited that stump to an incredulous world. But the time of his justification has now come. His 3 whales are as good whales as were ever published in Wapping at any rate, and his stump as unquestionable a stump as any you will find in the Western clearing. But though forever mounted on that stump, never a stump speech does the poor whaleman make, but with downcast eyes stands ruefully contemplating his own amputation. Throughout the Pacific, and also in Nantucket and New Bedford and Sag Harbor, you will come across lively sketches of whales and whaling scenes graven by the fishermen themselves on sperm whale teeth, or ladies' busks wrought out of the right whale bone, and other light scrimshander articles, as the whalemen call the numerous little ingenious contrivances they elaborately carve out of the rough material in their hours of ocean leisure. Some of them have little boxes of dentistical looking implements, specially intended for the scrimshandering business. But in general, they toil with their jackknives alone. And with that almost omnipotent tool of the sailor, they will turn you out anything you please in the way of a mariner's fancy. Long exile from Christendom and civilization inevitably restores a man to that condition in which God placed him, i.e., what is called savagery. Your true whale hunter is as much a savage as an Iroquois. I myself am a savage, owning no allegiance but to the king of the cannibals, and ready to any movement and ready at any moment to rebel against him. Now, one of the peculiar characteristics of the savage in his domestic hours is his wonderful patience of industry. An ancient Hawaiian war club or spear paddle, in its full multiplicity and elaboration of carving, is as great a trophy of human perseverance as a Latin lexicon. For with but a bit of broken seashell or a shark's tooth, that miraculous intricacy of wooden network has been achieved, and it has cost steady years of steady application. As with the Hawaiian savage, so with the white sailor savage. With the same marvelous patience and with the same single shark's tooth of his one poor jackknife, he will carve you a bit of bone sculpture, not quite as workmanlike, but as close packed in its maziness of design as the Greek savage, Achilles' shield, and full of barbaric spirit and suggestiveness as the prince of that fine old Dutch savage, Albert Durer. Wooden whales or whales cut in profile out of the small dark slabs of the noble South Sea warwood are frequently met with in the forecastles of American whalers. Some of them are done with much accuracy. At some old gable-roofed country houses, you will see brass whales hung by the tail for knockers to the roadside door. When the porter is sleepy, the anvil-headed whale would be best. But these knocking whales are seldom remarkable as faithful essays. On the spires of some old-fashioned churches, you will see sheet iron whales placed there for weathercocks. But they are so elevated, and besides that, are to all intents and purposes so labeled with hands off, you cannot examine them closely enough to decide upon their merit. In bony, ribby regions of the earth, where at the base of high broken cliffs masses of rock lie strewn in fantastic groupings upon the plain, you will often discover images as of petrified forms of Leviathan, partly merged in grass, which of a windy day breaks against them in a surf of green surges. Then again, in mountainous countries where the traveler is continually girdled by amphitheatrical heights, here and there, from some lucky point of view, you will catch passing glimpses of the profiles of whales defined along the undulating ridges. But you must be a thorough whaleman to see these sights. And not only that, but if you wish to return to such a site again, you must be sure and take the exact intersecting latitude and longitude of your first standpoint. Else so chance-like are such observations of the hills that your precise previous standpoint would require a laborious rediscovery, like the Solomon Islands, which still remain incognita, though once high-ruffed Mendana trod them and old Figueroa chronicled them. Nor when expandingly lifted by your subject can you fail to trace out great whales in the starry heavens, and boats in pursuit of them, as when long filled with thoughts of war, the eastern nations saw armies locked in battle among the clouds. Thus at the north have I chased Leviathan round and round the pole with the revolutions of the bright points that first defined him to me. And beneath the effulgent Antarctic skies, I have boarded the Argo Navis and joined the chase against the starry Cetus, far beyond the utmost stretch of Hydrus and the flying fish. With a frigate's anchors for my bridle bits and faces of harpoons for spurs, would I could mount that whale and leap the topmost skies to see whether the fabled heavens with all their countless tents really lie encamped beyond my mortal sight. Chapter 58, Brit. Steering northeastward from the crozets, we fell in with vast meadows of brit, the minute yellow substance upon which the right whale largely feeds. For leagues and leagues it undulated around us, so that we seemed to be sailing through boundless fields of ripe and golden wheat. On the second day, numbers of right whales were seen, who, secure from the attack of a sperm whaler like the Pequod, with open jaws sluggishly swam through the brit, which, adhering to that freeing fibers of that wondrous Venetian blind in their mouths, was in that manner separated from the water that escaped at the lip. As morning mowers, who side by side slowly and seethingly advance their scythes through the long, wet grass of marshy meads, Even so, these monsters swam, making a strange, grassy cutting sound and leaving behind them endless swaths of blue upon the yellow sea. But it was only the sound they made as they parted the Brit, which at all reminded one of mowers. Seen from the mastheads, especially when they paused and were stationary for a while, their vast black forms looked more like lifeless masses of rock than anything else. And as in the great hunting countries of India, the stranger at a distance will sometimes pass on the plains recumbent elephants without knowing them to be such, taking them for bare, blackened elevations of the soil. Even so, often with him, who for the first time beholds this species of leviathans of the sea. And even when recognized at last, their immense magnitude renders it very hard, really, to believe that such bulky masses of overgrowth can possibly be instinct in all parts, with the same sort of life that lives in a dog or a horse.
Indeed, in other respects, you can hardly regard any creatures of the deep with the same feelings that you do those of the shore. For though some old naturalists have maintained that all creatures of the land are of their kind in the sea, and though taking a broad general view of the thing, this may very well be, yet coming to specialties, where, for example, does the ocean furnish any fish that in disposition answers to the sagacious kindness of the dog? The accursed shark alone can in any generic respect be said to bear comparative analogy to him. But though to landsmen in general, the native inhabitants of the sea have ever been regarded with emotions unspeakably unsocial and repelling, though we know the sea to be an everlasting terra incognita, so that Columbus sailed over numberless unknown worlds to discover his one superficial western one, though by vast odds the most terrific of all mortal disasters have immemorially and indiscriminately befallen tens and hundreds of thousands of those who have gone upon the waters, though but a moment's consideration will teach that however baby man may brag of his science and skill, and however much in a flattering future that science and skill may augment, yet forever and forever to the crack of doom the sea will insult and murder him, and pulverize the stateliest, stiffest frigate he can make. Nevertheless, by the continual repetition of these very impressions, man has lost that sense of the full awfulness of the sea which aboriginally belongs to it. The first boat we read of floated on an ocean that with Portuguese vengeance had whelmed a whole world without leaving so much as a widow. That same ocean rolls now. That same ocean destroyed the wrecked ships of last year. Yea, foolish mortals, Noah's flood is not yet subsided. 2/3 of the fair world it yet covers. Wherein differ the sea and the land, that a miracle upon one is not a miracle upon the other. Preternatural terrors rested upon the Hebrews, when under the feet of Korah and his company the live ground opened and swallowed them up forever. Yet not a modern sun ever sets, but in precisely the same manner the live sea swallows up ships and crews. But not only is the sea such a foe to man who is an alien to it, but it is also a fiend to its own offspring. Worse than the Persian host who murdered his own guests, sparing not the creatures which itself hath spawned. Like a savage tigress that tossing in the jungle overlays her own cubs, so the sea dashes even the mightiest whales against the rocks, and leaves them there side by side with the split wrecks of ships. No mercy, no power but its own controls it. Panting and snorting like a mad battle steed that has lost its rider, the masterless ocean overruns the globe. Consider the subtleness of the sea, how its most dreaded creatures glide underwater, unapparent for the most part, and treacherously hidden beneath the loveliest tints of azure. Consider also the devilish brilliance and beauty of many of its most remorseless tribes, as the dainty embellished shape of many species of sharks. Consider, once more, the universal cannibalism of the sea, all whose creatures prey upon each other, carrying on eternal war since the world began. Consider all this, and then turn to this green, gentle, and most docile earth. Consider them both, the sea and the land, and do you not find a strange analogy to something in yourself? For as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man there lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all the horrors of the half-known life. God keep thee. Push not off from that isle, thou canst never return. Chapter 59, Squid. Slowly wading through the meadows of Brit, the Pequod still held on her way northeastward towards the island of Java, a gentle air impelling her keel, so that in the surrounding serenity her 3 tall, tapering masts wildly waved to that languid breeze as 3 mild palms on a plain. And still, at wide intervals in the silvery night, the lonely, alluring jet would be seen. But one transparent blue morning, when a stillness almost preternatural spread over the sea, however unattended with any stagnant calm, when the long burnished sunglade on the waters seemed a golden finger laid across them, enjoining some secrecy, when the slippered waves whispered together as they softly ran on, in this profound hush of the visible sphere, a strange specter was seen by Daggoo from the main masthead. In the distance, a great white mass lazily rose, and rising higher and disentangling itself from the azure, at last gleamed before our prow like a snowslide, new slid from the hills, thus glistening for a moment as slowly it subsided and sank, then once more arose and silently gleamed. It seemed not a whale, and yet is this Moby Dick? Thought Daggoo. Again the phantom went down, but on reappearing once more with a stiletto-like cry that startled every man from his nod, the Negro yelled out, There! There again! There she breaches, right ahead! The white whale! The white whale! Upon this the seamen rushed to the yardarms, as in swarming time the bees rushed to the bows. Bareheaded in the sultry sun, Ahab stood on the bowsprit, and with one hand pushed far behind in readiness to wave his orders to the helmsman, cast his eager glance in the direction indicated aloft by the outstretched motionless arm of Daggoo. Whether the flitting attendance of the once still and solitary jet had gradually worked upon Ahab, so that he was now prepared to connect the ideas of mildness and repose with the first sight of the particular whale he pursued, however this was, or whether his eagerness betrayed him, whichever way it might have been, no sooner did he distinctly perceive the white mass, than with a quick intensity he instantly gave orders for lowering. The 4 boats were soon on the water, Ahab's in advance, and all swiftly pulling towards their prey. Soon it went down, and while, with oars suspended, we were awaiting its reappearance, lo, in the same spot where it sank, once more it slowly rose. Almost forgetting for the moment all thoughts of Moby Dick, we now gaze at the most wondrous phenomenon which the secret seas have hitherto revealed to mankind. A vast, pulpy mass, furlongs in length and breadth, of a glancing cream color, lay floating on the water, innumerable long arms radiating from its center and curling and twisting like a nest of anacondas, as if blindly to clutch at any hapless object within reach. No perceptible face or front did it have, no conceivable token of either sensation or instinct, but undulated there on the billows, an unearthly, formless, chance-like apparition of life. As with the low sucking sound it slowly disappeared again, Starbuck, still gazing at the agitated waters where it had sunk, with a wild voice exclaimed, Almost rather had I seen Moby Dick and fought him than to have seen thee, thou white ghost. What was it, sir? Said Flask. The great live squid, which they say few whale ships ever beheld, and returned to their ports to tell of it. But Ahab said nothing. Turning his boat, he sailed back to the vessel, the rest as silently following. Whatever superstitions the sperm whalemen in general have connected with the sight of this object, certain it is that a glimpse of it being so very unusual that circumstance had gone far to invest it with portentousness. So rarely is it beheld that though one and all of them declare it to be the largest animated thing in the ocean, yet very few of them have any but the most vague ideas concerning its true nature and form. Notwithstanding, they believe it to furnish to the sperm whale his only food. For though other species of whales find their food above water and may be seen by man in the act of feeding, the spermaceti whale obtains his whole food in unknown zones below the surface, and only by inference is it that anyone can tell of what, precisely, that food consists. At times, when closely pursued, he will disgorge what are supposed to be the detached arms of the squid, some of them thus exhibited exceeding 20-30 in feet in length. They fancy that the monster to which these arms belonged ordinarily clings by them to the bed of the ocean, and that the sperm whale, unlike other species, is supplied with teeth in order to attack and tear it. There seems some ground to imagine that the great kraken of Bishop Pentopoden may ultimately resolve itself into squid. The manner in which the bishop describes it as alternately rising and sinking, with some other particulars he narrates. In all this, the two correspond, but much abatement is necessary with respect to the incredible bulk he assigns it.
By some naturalists who have vaguely heard rumors of the mysterious creature here spoken of, it is included among the class of cuttlefish, to which, indeed, in certain external respects, it would seem to belong, but only as the anak of the tribe. Chapter 60. The Line. With reference to the whaling scenes shortly to be described, as well as for the better understanding of all similar scenes elsewhere presented, I have here to speak of the magical, sometimes horrible, whale line. The line originally used in the fishery was of the best hemp, slightly vapored with tar, not impregnated with it, as in the case of ordinary ropes. For while tar, as ordinarily used, makes the hemp more pliable to the rope maker, and also renders the rope itself more convenient to the sailor for common ship use, yet not only would the ordinary quantity too much stiffen the whale line for the close coiling to which it must be subjected, but as most seamen are beginning to learn, tar in general by no means adds to the rope's durability or strength, however much it may give it compactness and gloss. Of late years, the manila rope has, in the American fishery, almost entirely superseded hemp as a material for whale lines, for, though not so durable as hemp, it is stronger and far more soft and elastic, and I will add, since there is an aesthetic in all things, is much more handsome and becoming to the boat than hemp. Hemp is a dusky, dark fellow, a sort of Indian, but manila is as a golden-haired Circassian to behold. The whale line is only 2/3 of an inch in thickness. At first sight, you would not think it so strong as it really is. By experiment, its 150 yarns will each suspend a weight of 120 pounds, so that the whole rope will bear a strain nearly equal to 3 tons. In length, the common sperm whale line measures something over 200 fathoms. Towards the stern of the boat, it is spirally coiled away in the tub, not like the worm pipe of a still, though, but so as to form one round, cheese-shaped mass of densely bedded sheaves, or layers of concentric spiralizations, without any hollow but the heart, or minute vertical tube formed at the axis of the cheese. As the least tangle or kink in the coiling would, in running out, infallibly take someone's arm, leg, or entire body off, the utmost precaution is used in stowing the line in its tub. Some harpooneers will consume almost an entire morning in this business, carrying the line high aloft and then reeving it downwards through a block towards the tub, so as in the act of coiling to free it from all possible wrinkles and twists. In English boats, 2 tubs are used instead of 1, the same line being continuously coiled in both tubs. There is some advantage in this, because these twin tubs, being so small, they fit more readily into the boat and do not strain it so much, whereas the American tub, nearly 3 feet in diameter and of proportionate depth, makes a rather bulky freight for a craft whose planks are but 1/2 inch in thickness. For the bottom of the whaleboat is like critical ice, which will bear up a considerably distributed weight, but not very much of a concentrated one. When the painted canvas cover is clapped on the American tub line, the boat looks as if it were pulling off with a prodigious great wedding cake to present to the whales. Both ends of the line are exposed, the lower end terminating in an eye splice or loop coming up from the bottom against the side of the hub and hanging over its edge, completely disengaged from everything. This arrangement of the lower end is necessary on 2 accounts. First, in order to facilitate the fastening to it of an additional line from a neighboring boat, in case the stricken whale should sound so deep as to threaten to carry off the entire line originally attached to the harpoon. In these instances, the whale, of course, is shifted like a mug of ale, as it were, from the one boat to the other, though the first boat always hovers at hand to assist its consort. Second, this arrangement is indispensable for common safety's sake, for were the lower end of the line in any way attached to the boat, and were the whale then to run the line out to the end almost in a single smoking minute, as he sometimes does, he would not stop there, for the doomed boat would infallibly be dragged down after him into the profundity of the sea, and in that case no town crier could ever find her again. Before lowering the boat for the chase, the upper end of the line is taken aft from the tub, and passing round the loggerhead there is again carried forward the entire length of the boat, resting crosswise upon the loom or handle of every man's oar, so that it jogs against his wrists in rowing, and also passing between the men, as they alternately sit at opposite gunwales, to the leaded chocks or grooves of the extreme pointed prow of the boat, where a wooden pin or skewer the size of a common quill prevents it from slipping out. From the chocks it hangs in a slight festoon over the bows, and is then passed inside the boat again, and some 10 or 20 fathoms, called box line, being coiled upon the box in the bows, it continues its way to the gunwale still a little further aft, and is then attached to the short warp, the rope which is immediately connected with the harpoon. But previous to that connection, the short warp goes through sundry mystifications too tedious to detail. Thus the whale line folds the whole boat in its complicated coils, twisting and writhing around it in almost every direction. All the oarsmen are involved in its perilous contortions, so that to the timid eye of the landsman they seem as Indian jugglers, with the deadliest snakes sportively festooning their limbs. Nor can any son of mortal woman, for the first time, seat himself amid those hempen intricacies, and while straining his utmost at the oar, bethink him that at any unknown instant the harpoon may be darted, and all these horrible contortions be put in play like ringed lightnings. He cannot be thus circumstanced without a shudder that makes the very marrow in his bones to quiver in him like a shaken jelly. Yet habit, strange thing, what cannot habit accomplish? Gayer sallies, more merry mirth, better jokes, and brighter repartees you never heard over your mahogany than you will hear over the half-inch white cedar of the whaleboat, when thus hung in hangman's nooses, and, like the 6 burghers of Calais before King Edward, the 6 men composing the crew pull into the jaws of death with a halter around every neck, as you may say. Perhaps a very little thought will now enable you to account for those repeated whaling disasters, some few of which are casually chronicled, of this man or that man being taken out of the boat by the line and lost. For when the line is darting out, To be seated then in the boat is like being seated in the midst of the manifold whizzings of a steam engine in full play, when every flying beam and shaft and wheel is grazing you. It is worse, for you cannot sit motionless in the heart of these perils, because the boat is rocking like a cradle, and you are pitched one way and the other without the slightest warning, and only by a certain self-adjusting buoyancy and simultaneously of volition and action can you escape being made a Mazeppa of and run away with where the all-seeing sun himself could never pierce you out.
Again, as the profound calm, which only apparently precedes and prophesies of the storm, is perhaps more awful than the storm itself, for indeed, the calm is but the wrapper and envelope of the storm, and contains it in itself, as the seemingly harmless rifle holds the fatal powder, and the ball and the explosion, so the graceful repose of the line, as it silently serpentines about the oarsmen before being brought into actual play. This is the thing which carries more of true terror than any other aspect of this dangerous affair. But why say more? All men live enveloped in whale lines. All are born with halters round their necks, but it is only when caught in the swift, sudden turn of death that mortals realize the silent, subtle, ever-present perils of life. And if you be a philosopher, though seated in a whaleboat, you would not at heart feel one whit more of terror than though seated before your evening fire with a poker and not a harpoon by your side. Chapter 61. Stubb kills a whale. If to Starbuck the apparition of the squid was a thing of portents, to Queequeg it was a different object. "When you see him, Quid," said the savage, honing his harpoon in the bow of his hoisted boat, "then you quick see him parm whale." The next day was exceedingly still and sultry, and with nothing special to engage them, the Pequod's crew could hardly resist the spell of sleep induced by such a vacant sea. For this part of the Indian Ocean through which we were voyaging is not what whalemen call a lively ground. That is, it affords fewer glimpses of porpoises, dolphins, flying fish, and other vivacious denizens of more stirring waters than those off the Rio de la Plata or the inshore grounds of Peru. It was my turn to stand at the foremast head, and with my shoulders leaning against the slackened royal shrouds, to and fro I idly swayed in what seemed an enchanted air. No resolution could withstand it. In this dreamy mood, losing all consciousness, at last my soul went out of my body, through my body, though my body still continued to sway as a pendulum will, long after the power which first moved it is withdrawn. Ere forgetfulness altogether came over me, I had noticed that the seamen at the main and the mizzen mastheads were already drowsy, so that at last all three of us lifelessly swung from the spars, and for every swing that we made there was a nod from below from the slumbering helmsman. The waves, too, nodded their indolent crests, and across the wide trance of the sea, east nodded to west, and the sun over all. Suddenly bubbles seemed bursting beneath my closed eyes. Like vices my hand grasped the shroud. Some invisible, gracious agency preserved me. With a shock I came back to life, and lo, close under our lee, not 40 fathoms off, a gigantic sperm whale lay rolling in the water like the capsized hull of a frigate, his broad, glossy back of an Ethiopian hue, glistening in the sun's rays like a mirror, but lazily undulating in the trough of the sea, and ever and anon tranquilly spouting his vapory jet. The whale looked like a portly burgher smoking his pipe of a warm afternoon, but that pipe, poor whale, was thy last. As if struck by some enchanter's wand, the sleepy ship and ever sleeper in it all at once started into wakefulness, and more than a score of voices from all parts of the vessel, simultaneously with the 3 notes from aloft, shouted forth the accustomed cry as the great fish slowly and regularly spouted the sparkling brine into the air. "Clear away the boats! Luff!" cried Ahab, and obeying his own order, he dashed the helm down before the helmsman could handle the spokes. The sudden exclamations of the crew must have alarmed the whale, and ere the boats were down, majestically turning, he swam away to the leeward, but with such a steady tranquillity and making so few ripples as he swam, that thinking after all he might not as yet be alarmed, Ahab gave orders that not an oar should be used, and no man must speak but in whispers. So seated like Ontario Indians on the gunwales of the boats, we swiftly but silently paddled along, the calm not admitting of the noiseless sails being set. Presently, as we thus glided in chase, the monster perpendicularly flitted his tail 40 feet into the air, and then sank out of sight like a tower swallowed up. "There go flukes," was the cry and announcement immediately followed by Stubbs producing his match and igniting his pipe, for now a respite was granted. After the full interview of his sounding had elapsed, the whale rose again, and being now in advance of the smoker's boat and much nearer to it than to any of the others, Stubb counted upon the honor of the capture. It was obvious now that the whale had at length become aware of his pursuers. All silence of cautiousness was therefore no longer of use. Paddles were dropped and oars came loudly into play, and still puffing at his pipe, Stubb cheered on his crew to the assault. Yes, a mighty change had come over the fish. All alive to his jeopardy, he was going head out, that part obliquely projecting from the mad yeast which he brewed. Start her, my men! Don't hurry yourselves. Take plenty of time, but start her. Start her like thunder's claps. That's all," cried Stubb, spluttering out the smoke as he spoke. "Start her now. Give 'em the long and strong stroke. Tashtego, start her. Tash, my boy, start her. All. But keep cool, keep cool. Cucumbers is the word. Easy, easy. Only start her like grim death and grinning devils, and raise the buried dead perpendicular out of their graves. Boys, that's all. Start her." "Woohoo! Wahee!" screamed the gay header in reply, raising some old war whoop to the skies as every oarsman in the straining boat involuntarily bounced forward with the one tremendous leading stroke which the eager Indian gave. But his wild screams were answered by others quite as wild. "Kee-hee! Kee-hee!" yelled Dago, straining forwards and backwards on the seat like a pacing tiger in his cage. "Kala! Hulo!" howled Queequeg, as if smacking his lips over a mouthful of grenadier's steak, and thus with oars and yells the keels cut the sea. Meanwhile, Stubb, retaining his place in the van, still encouraged his men to the onset, all the while puffing the smoke from his mouth. Like desperadoes they tugged and they strained, like the welcome cry was heard. "Stand up, Tashtego! Give it to him!" The harpoon was hurled. Stern all, the oarsmen backwater. The same moment something went hot and hissing along every one of their wrists. It was the magical line. An instant before, Stubb had swiftly caught 2 additional turns with it round the loggerhead, whence, by reason of its increased rapid circling, a hempen blue smoke now jetted up and mingled with the steady fumes from his pipe. As the line passed round and round the loggerhead, so also, just before reaching that point, it blisteringly passed through and through both of Stubb's hands, from which the handcloth, or squares of quilted canvas sometimes worn at these times, had accidentally dropped. It was like holding an enemy's sharp two-edged sword by the blade, and that enemy all the time striving to wrest it out of your clutch. Wet the line! Wet the line! Cried Stubb to the tub oarsman, him seated by the tub, who, snatching off his hat, dashed the sea water into it. More turns were taken, so that the line began holding in its place. The boat now flew through the boiling water like a shark all fins. Stubb and Tashtego had changed places, stem from stern, a staggering business truly in the rocking commotion.
From the vibrating line extending the entire length of the upper part of the boat, and from its now being more tight than a harp string, you would have thought the craft had two keels, one cleaving the water, the other the air. As the boat churned on through both opposing elements at once, a continual cascade played at the bows, a ceaseless whirling eddy in her wake, and at the slightest motion from within, even but of a little finger, the vibrating, cracking craft canted over her spasmodic gunwale into the sea. Thus they rushed, each man with might and main clinging to his seat to prevent being tossed into the foam, and the tall form of Tashtego at the steering oar, crouching almost double in order to bring down his center of gravity. Whole Atlantics and Pacifics seemed past as they shot on their way, till at length the whale somewhat slackened his flight. Haul in, cried Stubb to the boatswain, and facing round towards the whale, all hands began pulling the boat up to him, while yet the boat was being towed on. Soon, ranging up by his flank, Stubb, firmly planting his knee in the clumsy cleat, darted dart after dart into the flying fish. At the word of command, the boat alternately sterning out of the way of the whale's horrible wallow and then ranging up for another fling. The red tide now poured from all sides of the monster like brooks down a hill. His tormented body rolled not in brine, but in blood, which bubbled and seethed for furlongs behind in their wake. The slanting sun played upon this crimson pond in the sea, sent back its reflection into every face, so that they all glowed to each other like red men. And all the while, jet after jet of white smoke was agonizingly shot from the spinnacle of the whale, and vehement puff after puff from the mouth of the excited headsman, as at every dart hauling in upon his crooked lance by the line attached to it. Stubb straightened it again and again by a few rapid blows against the gunwale, and then again and again sent it into the whale. Pull up, he now cried to the boatswain, as the waning whale relaxed in his wrath. Pull up, close to. And the boat ranged along the fish's flank. When reaching far over the bow, Stubb slowly churned his long, sharp lance into the fish and kept it there, carefully churning and churning, as if cautiously seeking to feel after some gold watch that the whale might have swallowed, and which he was fearful of breaking ere he could hook it out. But that gold watch, he thought, was the innermost life of the fish. And now it is struck, for starting from his trance into that unspeakable thing called his flurry, the monster horribly wallowed in his blood, overwrapped himself in impenetrable, mad, boiling spray, so that the imperiled craft, instantly dropping astern, had much ado blindly to struggle out from that frenzied twilight into the clear air of the day.
And now, abating in his flurry, the whale once more rolled out into view, surging from side to side, spasmodically dilating and contracting his spout hole with sharp, cracking, agonized respirations. At last, gush after gush of clotted red gore, as if it had been the purple leaves of red wine, shot into the frighted air and falling back again, ran dripping down his motionless flanks into the sea. His heart had burst. He's dead, Mr. Stubb, said Dago. Yes, both pipes smoked out. And withdrawing his own from his mouth, Stubb scattered the dead ashes over the water and for a moment stood thoughtfully eyeing the vast corpse he had made. Chapter 62, The Dart. A word concerning an incident in the last chapter. According to the invariable usage of the fishery, the whaleboat pushes off from the ship with the headsman or whale killer as temporary steersman, and the harpooner or whale fastener pulling the foremost oar, the one known as the harpooner oar. Now it needs a strong nervous arm to strike the first iron into the fish, for often in what is called a long dart, the heavy implement has to be flung to the distance of 20 or 30 feet. But however prolonged and exhausting the chase, the harpooner is expected to pull his oar meanwhile to the uttermost. Indeed, he is expected to set an example of superhuman activity to the rest, not only by incredible rowing, but by repeated loud and intrepid exclamations, and what it is to keep shouting at the top of one's compass while all the other muscles are strained and half started. What that is, none know but those who have tried it. For one, I cannot bawl very heartily and work very recklessly at one and the same time. In this straining, bawling state, then, with his back to the fish, all at once the exhausted harpooner hears the exciting cry, "Stand up and give it to him!" He now has to drop and secure his oar, turn around on his center halfway, seize his harpoon from the crotch, and with what little strength may remain, he essays to pitch it somehow into the whale. No wonder, taking the whole fleet of whalemen in a body, that out of 50 fair chances for a dart, not 5 are successful. No wonder that so many hapless harpooneers are madly cursed and disrated. No wonder that some of them actually burst their blood vessels in the boat. No wonder that some sperm whalemen are absent 4 years with 4 barrels. And no wonder that to many ship owners, whaling is but a losing concern, for it is the harpooner that makes the voyage. And if you take the breath out of his body, how can you expect to find it there when most wanted? Again, if the dart be successful, then at the second critical instant, that is, when the whale starts to run, the boat header and harpooner likewise start to running fore and aft, to the imminent jeopardy of themselves and everyone else. It is then they change places, and the headsman, the chief officer of the little craft, takes his proper station in the bows of the boat. Now, I cared not who maintains the contrary, but all this is both foolish and unnecessary. The headsman should stay in the bows from first to last. He should both dart and harpoon, and the lance, and no rowing whatever should be expected of him, except under circumstances obvious to any fisherman. I know that this would sometimes involve a slight loss of speed in the chase, but long experience in various whalemen of more than one nation has convinced me that in the vast majority of failures in the fishery, it has not by any means been so much the speed of the whale as the before described exhaustion of the harpooner that has caused them. To ensure the greatest efficiency of the dart, the harpooneers of this world must start to their feet from out of idleness and not from out of toil. Chapter 63, The Crutch. Out of the trunk, the branches grow, out of them, the twigs. So, in productive subjects, grow the chapters. The crutch alluded to on a previous page deserves independent mention. It is a notched stick of a peculiar form, some 2 feet in length, which is perpendicularly inserted into the starboard gunwale near the bow for the purpose of furnishing a rest for the wooden extremity of the harpoon, whose other naked barbed end slopingly projects from the prow. Thereby the weapon is instantly at hand to its hurler, who snatches it up as readily from its rest as a backwoodsman swings his rifle from the wall. It is customary to have 2 harpoons reposing in the crutch, respectively called the first and second irons.
But these 2 harpoons, each by its own cord, and both connected with the line, the object being this, to dart them both, if possible, one instantly after the other into the same whale, so that if in the coming drag one should draw out, the other may still retain a hold. It is a doubling of the chances, but it very often happens that owing to the instantaneous, violent, convulsive running of the whale upon receiving the first iron, it becomes impossible for the harpooner, however lightning-like in his movements, to pitch the second iron into him. Nevertheless, as the second iron is already connected with the line, and the line is running, hence the weapon must, at all events, be anticipatingly tossed out of the boat, somehow and somewhere. Otherwise, the most terrible jeopardy would involve all hands. Tumbled into the sea, it accordingly is in such cases. The spare coils of bark's line, mentioned in the preceding chapter, making this feat, in most instances, prudently practical. But this critical act is not always unintended with the saddest and most fatal casualties. Furthermore, you must know that when the second iron is thrown overboard, it thenceforth becomes a dangling, sharp-edged terror, skittishly converting above both boat and whale, entangling the lines or cutting them, and making a prodigious sensation in all directions. Nor, in general, is it possible to secure it again until the whale is fairly captured and a corpse. Consider now how it must be in the case of 4 boats, all engaging in one unusually strong, active, and knowing whale, when owing to these qualities in him, as well as the 1,000 concurring accidents of such an audacious enterprise, 8 or 10 loose second irons may be simultaneously dangling about him. For, of course, each boat is supplied with several harpoons to bend on the line should the first one be ineffectually darted without recovery. All these particulars are faithfully narrated here, as they will not fail to elucidate several more important, however intricate passages and scenes henceforth to be painted. Chapter 64, Stubb's Supper. Stubb's whale had been killed some distance from the ship. It was a calm, so forming a tandem of 3 boats, we commenced the slow business of towing the trophy to the Pequod. And now, as we 18 men with our 36 arms and 180 thumbs and fingers slowly toiled hour after hour upon the inert, sluggish corpse of the sea, and it seemed hardly to budge at all, except at long intervals. Good evidence was hereby furnished of the enormousness of the mass as we moved. For upon the great canal of Hang Ho, or whatever they call it in China, 4 or 5 laborers on a footpath will draw a bulky freighted junk at the rate of 1 mile an hour. But this but this grand agassiz we towed heavily forged along as if laden with piglet in bulk. Darkness came on, but 3 lights up and down in the Pequod's main rigging dimly guided our way, till drawing nearer we saw Ahab dropping one of several more lanterns over the bulwarks. Vacantly eyeing the heaving whale for a moment, he issued the usual orders for securing it for the night, and then handing his lantern to the seaman, went his way into the cabin and did not come forward again until morning. Though in overseeing the pursuit of the whale, Captain Ahab had evinced his customary activity, to call it so, yet now that the creature was dead, in some vague dissatisfaction or impatience or despair seemed working in him, as if the sight of the dead body reminded him that Moby Dick was yet to be slain, and though 1,000 other whales have brought to his ship, all that would not one jot advance his grand monomaniac object. Very soon, you would have thought the sound on the Pequod's deck that all hands were preparing to cast anchor in the deep, for heavy chains are being dragged along the deck and thrust rattling out the portholes. But those clanking links, the vast corpse itself, not the ship, is to be moored. Tied by the head to the stern and by the tail to the bows, the whale now lies with its black hull close to the vessels, and seen through the darkness of the night, which obscured the spars and rigging aloft, the two, ship and whale, seem yoked together like colossal bullocks, whereof one reclines while the other one remains standing. If moody Ahab was now quiescence, at least so far as could be known on deck, Stubb, his second mate, flourished with conquest, betrayed an unusual but still good-natured excitement. Such an unwonted bustle was he in that the staid Starbuck, his official superior, quietly resigned to him for the time the sole management of affairs. One small helping cause of all this liveliness in Stubb was soon made strangely manifest. Stubb was a high liver. He was somewhat intemperately fond of the whale as a flavorish thing to his palate. A steak, ere I sleep. You, Daggoo, overboard. Overboard you go, and cut me one from his small. Here it be known that though these wild fishermen do not, as a general thing, and according to the great military maxim, make the enemy defray the current expenses of the war, at least not before realizing the proceeds of the voyage, yet now and then you find some of these Nantucketers who have a genuine relish for that particular part of the sperm whale designated by Stubb, comprising the tapering extremity of the body. About midnight, that steak was cut and cooked and lighted by 2 lanterns of sperm oil. Stubb stoutly stood up to his spermaceti supper at the capstan head, and as if the capstan were a sideboard. Nor was Stubb the only banqueter on that whale's flesh that night. Mingling their mumblings with their mastications, thousands on thousands of sharks, swarming round the dead Leviathan, smackingly feasted on its fatness. The few sleepers below in their bunks were often startled by the sharp slapping of their tails against the hull, within a few inches of the sleepers' hearts. Peering over the side, you could just see them, as before you heard them, wallowing in the sullen black waters and turning over on their backs as they scooped out huge globular pieces of the whale of the bigness of a human head. This particular feat of the shark seems all but miraculous. How, at such an apparently unassailable surface, they contrive to gorge out such symmetrical mouthfuls remains a part of the universal problem of all things. The mark they thus leave on the whole may best be likened to the hollow made by a carpenter in countersinking of a screw. Though amid all of the smoking horror and diabolism of the sea fight, sharks will be seen longingly gazing up at the ship's decks, like hungry dogs round a table where red meat is being carved, ready to bolt down every killed man that is tossed to them. And though, while the valiant butchers over the deck table are thus cannibally carving each other's live meat with carving knives all gilded and tasseled, the sharks also, with their jewel-hilted mouths, are quorously carving away under the table at the dead meat. And though, were you to turn the whole affair upside down, it would still be pretty much the same thing. That is to say, a shocking sharkish business, enough for all the parties. And those sharks also are the veritable outriders of all slave ships crossing the Atlantic, systematically trotting alongside to be handled in case a parcel is to be carried anywhere or a dead slave is to be decently buried. And though one or two other like instances might be set down, touching the same terms, places, and occasion, when sharks do most socially congregate and most hilariously feast, yet it is where no conceivable time or occasion will you find them in such countless numbers and in such gayer or more jovial spirits than around a dead sperm whale, moored at night to a whale ship at sea. If you have never seen that sight, then suspend your decision about the propriety of devil worship and the expediency of conciliating the devil.
But as yet Stubb heeded not the mumblings of the banquet that was going on so nigh him, no more than the sharks heeded the smacking of his own Epicurean lips. "Cook! Cook! Where's that old fleece?" he cried at length, widening his legs still further as if to form a more secure base for his supper, and at the same time darting his fork into the dish as if stabbing with his lance. "Cook! You cook! Sail this way! Cook!" The old black, not in any very high glee at having been previously roused from his warm hammock at a most unseasonable hour, came shambling along from his galley, for like many old blacks, there was something the matter with his knee pans, which he didn't keep well scoured like his other pans. This old fleece, as they called him, came shuffling and limping along, assisting his step with his tongs, which after a clumsy fashion were made of straightened iron hoops. This old ebony floundered along, and in obedience to the word of command came to a dead stop on the opposite side of Stubb's sideboard. When with both hands folded before him and resting on his two-legged cane, he bowed his arched back still further over, at the same time sideways, inclining his head so as to bring his best ear into play. "Cook," said Stubb, rapidly lifting a rather reddish morsel to his mouth. "Don't you think this steak is rather overdone? You've been beating this steak too much, Cook. It's too tender. Don't I always say that to be good, a whale steak must be tough? There are those sharks now over the side. Don't you see? They prefer it tough and rare. What a shindy thing they're kicking up. Cook, go and talk to 'em. Tell 'em they're welcome to help themselves civilly and in moderation, but they must keep quiet. Blast me, if I can hear my own voice. Away, Cook, and deliver my message. Here, take this lantern," snatching one from his sideboard. "Now then, go and preach to 'em." Sullenly taking the offered lantern, old Fleece limped across the deck to the bulwarks, and then with one hand dropping his light low over the sea so as to get a good view of his congregation, with the other hand he solemnly flourished his tongs, and leaning far over the side in a mumbling voice began addressing the sharks, while Stubb, softly crawling behind, overheard all that was said. Fellow critters, I's ordered here to say that you must stop the damn noise there. You hear? Stop that damn smacking up the lip. Massa Stubb say that you can fill your damn bellies up to the hatchings, but by God, you must stop the damn racket. Cook, here interposed Stubb, accompanying the word with a sudden slap on his shoulder. Cook, why damn your eyes. You mustn't swear that way when you're preaching. That's no way to convert the sinners, Cook. Who dat? Then preach to him yourself, he turned to go. No, Cook, go on, go on. Well, then, beloved fellow critters, exclaimed Stubb approvingly. Coax him to try it. Police continued. Though you is all sharks and by nature very voracious, yet I say to you, fellow critters, that voraciousness top that damn slapping of the tail. How you think to hear? Suppose you keep up such a damn slapping and biting there. Cook, cried Stubb, collaring him. I won't have that swearing. Talk to him gentlemanly. And once more the sermon proceeded. Your voraciousness, fellow critters, I don't blame you so much for that. That's your nature, but can't be helped but to God burn that wicked nature. That is the point. You is sharks, certain. But if you govern the shark in you, why then you be angel. For all ye angel is nothing more than shark well governed. Now look here, brethren, just try. Try once to be civil, helping yourselves from that well. Don't be tearing the blubber out your nubber's mouth, I say. Is not one shark good right at start of that well? And by God, none on ya has the right to that well. That well belonged to someone else. I know some of you's very big mouths, bigger than others, but then the big mouth sometimes has the small bellies, so that the bigness of the mouth is not to swallow it, but to bite off the blubber for the small fry of sharks that can't get into the scrouge to help themselves. Well done, old Fleece, cried Stubb. That's Christianity. Go on. No use going on. The damn villains will keep scourging and slapping each other. Massa Stubb. They don't hear one word. No use of preaching of such damn guttins, as you call them, till their bellies is full and the bellies is bottomless. And when they do go get 'em full, they won't hear you then, for then they sink in the sea, go fast asleep on a coral, and can't hear nothing at all, no more, for ever and ever. Upon my soul, I'm about of the same opinion, so give the benediction, Fleece, and I'll go away to my supper. Upon this, Fleece, holding both hands over the fishy mob, raised his shrill voice and cried, Cussed fellow critters, kick up ye damnedest row as ever you can. Fill your damn bellies till they bust and then die. Now, Cook, said Stubb, resuming his supper at the capstan, stand just where you stood before, there, over against me, and pay particular attention. All attention, said Fleece, again stooping over upon his tongs in the desired position. Well, said Stubb, helping himself freely meanwhile, I shall now go back to the subject of this steak. In the first place, how old are you, Cook? What that do with the teak, said that blue black testily. Silence, how old are you, Cook? About 90, they say, he gloomily muttered. And have you lived in this world hard upon 100 years, Cook, and don't know yet how to cook a whale steak? Rapidly bolting another mouthful at the last word, so that the morsel seemed a continuation of the question. Where were you born, Cook? In the hatchway in ferry boat going down over the Roanoke. Born in a ferry boat? That's queer too. But I want to know what country you were born in, Cook. Didn't I say? The Roanoke country, he cried sharply. No, you didn't, Cook, but I'll tell you what I'm coming to, Cook. You must go home and be born over again. You don't know how to cook a whale steak yet. Bless my soul, if I cook another one, he growled angrily, turning round to depart. Come back, Cook, come back. Here, hand me those tongs. Now take that bit of steak there and tell me if you think that steak cooked as it should be. Take it, I tell you, holding the tongs toward him. Take it, taste it. Faintly smacking his withered lips over it for a moment, the old Negro muttered, "Best cooked tick I ever taste. Juicy, very juicy." "Cook," said Stubb, squaring himself once more. "Do you belong to the church?" "Passed one once in Cape Town," said the old man sullenly. "And you have once in your life passed a holy church in Cape Town, where you doubtless overheard a holy person addressing his hearers as his beloved fellow creatures. Have you, Cook? And yet you come here and tell me such a dreadful lie as you did just now, eh?" said Stubb. "Where do you expect to go to, Cook?" "Go to bed very soon," he mumbled, half turning as he spoke. "Avast, you too. I mean, when you die, Cook, it's an awful question. Now, what's your answer?" "When this old brack man dies," said the Negro slowly, changing his whole air and demeanor, "he himself won't go nowhere, but some blessed angel will come and fetch him." "Fetch him? How? In a coach and four, as they fetched Elijah? And fetch him where?" "Up there," said Fleece, holding his tongs straight over his head and keeping it there solemnly. "So then you expect to go up into our main top, do you, Cook, when you're dead? But don't you know how the higher you climb, the colder it gets, main top, eh?" "Didn't say that at all," said Fleece, again in the sulks. "You said up there, didn't you? And now look yourself and see where your tongs are pointing. But perhaps you expect to get into heaven by crawling through the lover's hole, Cook. But no, Cook, you don't get there except you go the regular way, round by the rigging. It's a ticklish business, but must be done, or else it's a no-go. But none of us are in heaven yet. Drop your tongs, Cook. Hear my orders. Do you hear? Hold your hat in one hand and clap the other top of your heart when I'm giving my orders, Cook." "What? That's your heart there. That's your gizzard. Aloft, aloft. That's it. Now you have it. Hold it there now and pay attention." "All attention," said the old black, with both hands placed as desired, vainly wriggling his grizzled head as if to get both ears in front at one and the same time. "Well then, Cook, you see this whale steak of yours was so very bad that I have to put it out of sight as soon as possible. You see that, don't you? Well, for the future, when you cook another whale steak for my private table here, the capstan, I'll tell you what to do so as not to spoil it by overdoing. Hold the steak in one hand and show it a live coal with the other. And that done, dish it, you hear? And now tomorrow, Cook, when we're cutting in the fish, be sure you stand by to get the tips of his fins, have them put in pickle. As for the ends of the flukes, have 'em soused, Cook. There, now you may go." But Fleece had hardly got 3 paces off when he was recalled. "Cook, give me cutlets for supper tomorrow night in the mid-watch. You hear? Away you sail then. Hello, stop! Make a bow before you go. Avast heaving again. Whale balls for breakfast. Don't forget." "Wish, by gore, whale eat 'em, still eat 'em, whale. I'm breast if he ain't more of a shark than Massa Shark herself," muttered the old man, limping away, with which sage ejaculation he went to his hammock.
Chapter 65, The Whale as a Dish. That mortal man should feed upon the creature that feeds his lamp, and like Stubb, eat him by his own light, as you may say. This seems so outlandish a thing that one may needs go a little into the history and philosophy of it. It is upon record that 3 centuries ago the tongue of the right whale was esteemed a great delicacy in France and commanded large prices there. Also, that in Henry VIII's time, a certain cook of the court obtained a handsome reward for inventing an admirable sauce to be eaten with barbecued porpoises, which, you remember, are a species of whale. Porpoises, indeed, are to this day considered fine eating. The meat is made into balls about the size of billiard balls, and being well seasoned and spiced, might be taken for turtle balls or veal balls. The old monks of Dunfermline were very fond of them. they had a great porpoise grant from the crown. The fact is that among his hunters, at least, the whale would lay all hands be considered a noble dish, were there not so much of him. But when you come to sit down before a meat pie nearly 100 feet long, it takes away your appetite. Only the most unprejudiced of men, like Stubb, nowadays partake of cooked whales. But the Esquimaux are not so fastidious. We all know how they live upon whales and have rare old vintages of prime old train oil. Saganda, one of the most famous doctors, recommended strips of blubber for infants as being exceedingly juicy and nourishing. And this reminds me that certain Englishmen who long ago were accidentally left in Greenland by a whaling vessel, that these men actually lived for several months on the moldy scraps of whales which had been left ashore after trying out the blubber. Among the Dutch whalemen, these scraps are called fritters, which indeed they greatly resemble, being brown and crisp and smelling something like old Amsterdam housewives' donuts or oily cooks when fresh. They have such an eatable look that most self-denying stranger can hardly keep his hands off. But what further depreciates the whale as a civilized dish is his exceeding richness. He is the great prize ox of the sea, too fat to be delicately good. Look at his hump, which would be fine eating as the buffalo's, which is esteemed a rare dish, were it not such a solid pyramid of fat. But the spermaceti itself, how bland and creamy that is, like the transparent half-jellied white meat of a coconut in the 3rd month of its growth, yet far too rich to supply a substitute for butter. Nevertheless, many whalemen have a method of absorbing it into some other substance and then partaking of it. In the long try watches of the night, it is a common thing for the seamen to dip their ship biscuit into the huge oil pots and let them fry there a while. Many a good supper have I thus made. In the case of a small sperm whale, the brains are accounted a fine dish. The casket of the skull is broken into with an axe, and the 2 plump whitish lobes being withdrawn, precisely resembling 2 large puddings, they are then mixed with flour and cooked into a most delectable mess, in flavor somewhat resembling calves' heads, which is quite a dish among some epicures. And everyone knows that some young bucks among the epicures, by continually dining upon calves' brains, by and by get to have a little brains of their own, so as to be able to tell a calf's head from their own heads, which indeed requires uncommon discrimination. And that is the reason why a young buck with an intelligent-looking calf's head before him is somehow one of the saddest sights you can see. The head looks sort of reproachfully at him with an et tu, Brute expression. It is not perhaps entirely because the whale is so excessively unctuous that landsmen seem to regard the eating of it with abhorrence. That appears to result in some way from the consideration before mentioned, for example, that a man should eat a newly murdered thing of the sea and eat it too by its own light. By no doubt, the first man that ever murdered an ox was regarded as a murderer. Perhaps he was hung, and if he had been put on his trial by oxen, he certainly would have been. And he certainly deserved it, as any murderer does. Go to the meat market of a Saturday night and see the crowds of live bipeds staring at the long rows of dead quadrupeds. Does not that sight take a tooth out of the cannibal's jaw? Cannibals. Who is not a cannibal? I'll tell you, it will be more tolerable for the Fiji that salted down a lean missionary in his cellar against the coming famine. It will be more tolerable for that provident Fiji, I say, in the day of judgment than for thee, civilized and enlightened gourmand, who nailest geese to the ground and feastest on their bloated livers in their pate de foie gras. But Stubb, he eats the whale by its own light, does he? And that is adding insult to injury, is it? Look at your knife handle there, my civilized and enlightened gourmand, dining off the roast beef. With what is that handle made of? What but the bones of the brother of the very ox you are eating? And what do you pick your teeth with after devouring the fat goose with a feather of the same fowl? And with what will did the Secretary of the Society for the Suppression of Cruelty to Ganders formally indict his circulars? It is only within the last month or two that society passed a resolution to patronize nothing but steel pens.
Chapter 66, The Shark Massacre. When in the southern fishery, a captured sperm whale, after long and weary toil, is brought alongside late at night, it is not, as a general thing at least, customary to proceed at once to the business of cutting him in. For that business, it is exceedingly laborious one. It is not very soon completed and requires all hands to set about it. Therefore, the common usage is to take it in all sail, lash the helm a lee, and then send every one below to their hammock till daylight, with the reservation that, until that time, anchor watches shall be kept, that is, 2 and 2 for an hour, each couple. The crew in rotation shall mount the deck to see that all goes well. But sometimes, especially upon the line in the Pacific, this plan will not answer at all, because such incalculable hosts of sharks gather round the moored carcass that were he left so for 6 hours, say, on a stretch, little more than the skeleton would be visible by morning. In most other parts of the ocean, however, where these fish do not so largely abound, their wondrous voracity can be at times considered diminished by vigorously stirring them up by the sharp whaling spades, a procedure notwithstanding which, in some instances, only seems to tickle them into still greater activity. But it was not thus in the present case with the Pequod sharks, though, to be sure, any man unaccustomed to such sights, to have looked over her side to that night, would have almost thought the whole round sea was one huge cheese, and those sharks the maggots in it. Nevertheless, upon Stubb setting the anchor watch after his supper was concluded, and when accordingly Queequeg and a forecastle seaman came on deck, no small excitement was created among the sharks, for immediately suspending the cutting stages over the side and lowering 3 lanterns so that they cast long gleams of light over the turbid sea, these 2 mariners, daring their long whaling spades, kept up an incessant murdering of the sharks by striking the keen steel deep into their skulls, seemingly their own vital part. But in the foamy confusion of the mixed and struggling host, the marksmen could not only hit their mark, and this brought about new revelation of the incredible ferocity of the foe. They viciously snapped, not only at each other disembowelments, but like flexible bows, bent round and bit their own, till those entrails seemed swallowed over and over again by the same mouth, to be oppositely voided by the gaping wound. Nor was this all. It was unsafe to meddle with the corpses of the ghosts of these creatures, a sort of generic or pantheistic vitality seemed to lurk in their very joints and bones, after what might have been called individual life had departed. Killed and hoisted on deck for the sake of his skin, one of these sharks almost took poor Queequeg's hand off when he tried to shut down the dead lid of the murderous jaw. Queequeg, no care what God made him shark, said the savage, agonizingly lifting his hand up and down. Whether Fiji or Nantucket God, but de God, what made shark must be one damn engine. Chapter 67, Cutting In. It was Saturday night, and such a Sabbath as followed. Ex officio professors of Sabbath breaking are all whalesmen. The ivory Pequod was turned into what seemed a shambles, every sailor a butcher. You would have thought we were offering up 10,000 red oxen to the sea gods. In the first place, the enormous cutting tackles, among other ponderous things comprising a cluster of blocks generally painted green, and which no single man can possibly lift. This vast bunch of grapes was swaying up to the main top and firmly lashed to the lower masthead, the strongest point anywhere above a ship's deck. The end of the hawser-like rope, winding through these intricacies, was then conducted to the windlass, and the huge lower block of the tackles was swung over the whale. To this block, the greater blubber hook, weighing some 100 pounds, was attached, and now suspended in stages over the side, Starbuck and Stubb, the mates, armed with their long spades, began cutting a hole in the body for the insertion of the hook just above the nearest of the two side fins. This done, a broad, semicircular line is cut round the hole. The hook is inserted, and the main body of the crew, striking up a wild chorus, now commence heaving in one dense crowd at the windlass, when instantly the entire ship careens over on her side, every bolt in her starts like the nail heads of an old house in frosty weather. She trembles, quivers, and nods her frightened mastheads to the sky. More and more they leans over the whale, while every gasping heave of the windlass is answered by a helping heave from the hilloes, till at last a swift, startling snap is heard. With a great swash, the ship rolls upwards and backwards from the whale, and the triumphant tackle rises into sight, dragging after it the disentangled semicircle end of the first strip of blubber. Now, as the blubber envelopes the whale precisely as the rind does an orange, so it is stripped off from the body precisely as an orange is sometimes stripped by the spiraling it. For the strain constantly kept up by the windlass continually keeps the whale rolling over and over in the water, and as the blubber in one strip uniformly peels off along the line called the scarf, simultaneously cut by the spades of Starbuck and Stubb, the mates, and just as fast as it is thus peeled off, and indeed by that very act itself, it is all the time being hoisted higher and higher aloft till its upper end gazes the maintop. The men at the windlass then cease heaving, and for a moment or two the prodigious blood-dripping mass sways to and fro as if let down from the sky, and everyone present must take good heed to dodge it when it swings, else it may box his ears and pitch him headlong overboard. One of the intending harpooneers now advances with a long, keen weapon called a boarding sword, and watching his chance, he dexterously slices out a considerable hole in the lower part of the swaying mass. Into this hole, the end of the second alternating great tackle is then hooked so as to retain a hold upon the blubber, in order to prepare for what follows. Whereupon this accomplished swordsman warning all hands to stand off, once more makes a scientific dash at the mass, and with a few sidelong, desperate, lunging slices, severs it completely in twain, so that while the short lower part is still fast, the lower upper strips, called a blanket piece, swing clear, and is all ready for lowering. The heaves forward now resume their song, and while the one tackle is peeling and hoisting a second strip from the whale, the other is slowly slacked away, and down goes the first strip through the main hatchery right beneath into an unfurnished parlor called the blubber room. Into this twilight apartment, sundry nimble hands keep coiling away the long blanket piece as if it were a great live mass of plaited serpents. And thus the work proceeds to two tackles hoisting and lowering simultaneously, both whale and windlass heaving, the heaving singers, the blubber room gentlemen coiling, the mate scarfing, the ship straining, and all hands swearing occasionally by way of assuaging the general friction.
Chapter 68, The Blanket. I have given no small attention to the unvexed subject, the skin of the whale. I have the controversies about it with experienced whalemen afloat and learned naturalists ashore. My original opinion remains unchanged, but it is only an opinion. The question is, what and where is the skin of the whale? Already you know what his blubber is. That blubber is something of the consistence of firm, close-grained beef, but tough, more elastic and compact, and ranges from 8 or 10 to 12 and 15 inches in thickness. Now, however preposterous it may at first seem to talk of any creature's skin as being that sort of consensus and thickness, yet in point of fact, these are no arguments against such a presumption, because you cannot raise any other dense enveloping layer from the whale's body but that same blubber, and the outermost enveloping layer of any animal, if reasonably dense, what can that be but the skin? True, from the unmarred dead body of the whale, you may scrape off with your hand an infinitely thin, transparent substance, somewhat resembling the thinnest shreds of ingless, only it is almost as flexible and soft as satin that has previously been to being dried, when it is not contract in thickness, but becomes rather hard and brittle. I have several such dried bits, which I use for marks in my whale books. It is transparent, as I have said before, and being laid upon the printed page, I have sometimes pleased myself with fancying it exerted as a magnifying influence. At any rate, it is pleasant to read about whales through their own spectacles, as you may say. But what am I driving at here is this: the same infinitely thin, ingless substance, which I admit invests the entire body of the whale, is not so much to be regarded as the skin of the creature as the skin of the skin, so to speak. For it is simply ridiculous to say that the proper skin of the tremendous whale is thinner and more tender than the skin of a newborn child. But no more of this. Assuming the blubber to be the skin of the whale, then when this skin, as the case of a very large sperm whale, will yield the bulk of 100 barrels of oil, and when it is considered that in the quantity, or rather weight that oil in its expressed state is only 3/4 and not the entire substance of the coat, some ideas may hence be had that the enormousness of the animated mass, a mere part of whose mere ingredient yields such as take of liquid as that. Reckoning 10 barrels to the ton, you have 10 tons for the net weight
for only 3/4 of the stuff of the whale's skin. In life, the visible surface of the sperm whale is not the least among the many marvels he presents. Among invariable, it is all over equivalent crossed and recrossed from numberless straight marks in thick array, something like those of the finest Italian line engravings. But these marks do not seem to be impressed upon the English substance above mentioned, but seem to be seen through it as if they are engraved upon the body itself. Nor is this all. In some instances, to the quick, observant eye, these linear marks, as in veritable engravings, but afford the ground for other delineations. These are hieroglyphics, that is, if you call these mysterious ciphers on the walls of the pyramids hieroglyphics, then you are the proper word to use in the present connections. By my retentive memory of the hieroglyphics upon one sperm whale in particular, I will much struck with the plate representing the old Indian characteristics chiseled in the famous hieroglyphics palisades on the bank of the upper Mississippi. Like these mystic rocks, too, the mystic's mark whale remains undiscernible. These allusions to the Indian rocks remind me of other things. Besides all the phenomena which the exterior of the sperm whale presents, he not seldom displays the back, or the more essential, his flanks, evincing the great part of the regular linear appearance by reason of numerous rude scratches along the irregular random aspect. I should say that these New England rocks on the sea coast, which Indians imagines to bear the marks of violent scrapings contact with vast floating icebergs, I should say that these rocks must be not a little resemble the sperm whale in this particular. It also seems to me that such scratches in the whale are probably made by hostile contact with other whales, for I have most remarked them in the large full-grown bulls of the species. A word or two more concerning this matter of the skin or blubber of the whale. It has already been said that it is stripped from him in long pieces called blanket pieces. Like most sea terms, this one is very happy and significant, for the whale is indeed wrapped up in his blubber, as in the real blanket or countenance, or better still, an Indian poncho slipped over his head and skirted his extremity. It is by reason of this cozy blanket of his body that the whale is enabled to keep himself comfortable in all the weathers and all the seas, times, and tides. What would become of the Greenland whale, say in those shouting ice seas of the north, if unsupplied with cozy startup? True, other fish are found exceedingly brisk in these hyperborean waters, but these, be observed, are your cold-blooded, lungless fish, whose very bellies are refrigerators, creatures that are warm themselves under the lee of the iceberg, as a traveler in the winter would risk before an inn fire, whereas, like man, the whale has lungs and warm blood. Freeze his blood and he dies. How wonderful it is then, except after explanation, that this great monster, to whom corporal warmth is indispensable as much as it is to man, how wonderful that he should be found at home, minced in his lips for the life of those Arctic waters, where when seamen fall overboard, they are sometimes found months afterwards, perpendicularly frozen into the hearts of the field of ice, as a fly is found glued in ember. But more surprisingly, it is to know, as it is to proven by experiment, that the blood of the polar whale is warmer than that of the Borneo Negro in summer. It does seem to me that herein we see the rare virtue of a strong individual vitality, and the rare virtue of a thick walls, and the rare virtue of interior spaciousness. O man, admire them and model thyself after the whale. Do thou too remain warm among ice. Do thou too live in the world without being in it. Be cool at the equator. Keep thy blood fluid at the pole. like the great dome of St. Peter's and like the great whale, retain, O man, in all seasons a temperature of thine own. But how easy and how hopeless to teach these fine things of erections, and how few are doomed like St. Peter's, of creatures, how few vast as the whale. Chapter 69, The Funeral. All in the chains, let the carcass go astoon. The vast tackles are now done their duty. The peeled white body of the beheaded whale flashes like a marble spectacle through change in hue. It is now not particularly lost anything in the bulk. It is still colossal. Slowly it floats more and more away, the water round and turned and splashed by the insatiable sharks, and the air above vexed in rapturous flights of screaming fowl. The beaks are like so many insulting pennards in the whale. The vast white headless phantom floats further and further from the ship, and every rod that is so floats. What seems square roods of sharks and cube broods of fowl augment the murderous din. For hours and hours from the almost sanctuary ship, that hideous sight is seen. Beneath the unclouded and mild azure sky, up the fair face of the pleasant sea, wafted by the joyous breeze, the great mass of dead floats on and on, to lost in the infinite perspectives.
There's a most doleful and most mocking funeral. The sea vultures all in pious mourning, the air sharks all punctuously in black or speckled. In life, a few of them would have helped the whale, I ween, if peradventure he had needed it. But upon the banquet of his funeral, they most piously do pounce. Oh, horrible vulturism of earth, from which not the mightiest whale is free. Nor is this the end. Desecrated as the body is, a vengeful ghost survives and hovers about it to scare. Espied by some timid man of war or blundering discovery vessel from afar, when the distance obscuring the swarming fowls, nevertheless still shows the white mass floating in the sun, and the white spray heaving high against it, straightway the whale's unharming corpse, with trembling fingers, is set down in the log. Shoals, rocks, and breakers hereabouts, beware. And for years afterwards, perhaps, ships shun the place, leaping over it as silly sheep leap over a vacuum, because their leader originally leaped there when a stick was held. There's your law of precedent. There's your utility of tradition. There's the story of your obstinate survival of old beliefs, never bottomed on the earth, and now even hovering in the air. There's orthodoxy. Thus, while in life the great whale's body may have been a real terror to his foes, in his death his ghost becomes a powerless panic in the world. Are you a believer in ghosts, my friend? There are other ghosts than the Cock Lane one, and far deeper men than Dr. Johnson who believe in them. Chapter 70, The Sphinx. It should not have been omitted that previous to completely stripping the body of the Leviathan, he was beheaded. Now, the beheading of the sperm whale is a scientific anatomical feat upon which experienced whale surgeons very much pride themselves, and not without reason. Consider that the whale has nothing that can properly be called a neck. On the contrary, where his head and body seem to join, there is in that very place is the thickest part of him. Remember also that the surgeon must operate from above, some 8 or 10 feet intervening between him and his subject, and that subject almost hidden in a discolored, rolling, and sometimes tumultuous and bursting sea. Bear in mind, too, that under these untoward circumstances he has to cut many feet deep in the flesh, in that subterraneous manner, without so much as getting one single peep into the ever-contracting gash thus made. He must skillfully steer clear of all adjacent interdicted parts and exactly divide the spine at a critical point hard by its insertion into the skull. Do you not marvel, then, at Stubb's boast that he demanded but 10 minutes to behead a sperm whale? When first severed, the head is dropped astern, and held there by a cable till the body is stripped. That done, if it belong to a small whale, it is hoisted on deck to be deliberately disposed of. But with a full-grown leviathan, that is impossible, for the sperm whale's head embraces nearly 1/3 of his entire bulk, and completely to suspend such a burden as that, even by the immense tackles of a whaler, this were as vain a thing as to attempt weighing a Dutch barn in jeweler's scales. The Pequod's whale being decapitated and the body stripped, the head was hoisted against the ship's side, about halfway out of the sea, so that it might yet in great part be buoyed up by its native element. And there, with this strange craft deeply leaning over to it, by reason of the enormous downward drag from the lower masthead, and every yard arm on that side projecting like a crane over the waves, there that blood-dripping head hung to the Pequod's waist like the great Pulitzer from the girdle of Judas. When this last task was accomplished, it was noon, and the seamen went below to their dinner. Silence reigned over the before tumultuous but now deserted deck. An intense copper calm, like a universal yellow lotus, was more and more unfolding its noiseless, measureless leaves upon the sea. A short space elapsed, and up into this noiselessness came Ahab alone from his cabin. Taking a few turns on the quarterdeck, he paused to gaze over the side. Then, slowly getting into the main chains, he took Stubb's long spade, still remaining there after the whale's decapitation, and striking it into the lower part of the half-suspended mast, placed its other end crutch-wise under one arm, and so stood leaning over with eyes attentively fixed on its head. It was a black and hooded head, hanging there in the midst of so intense a calm, it seemed of the sphinxes in the desert. "Speak, thou vast and vulnerable head," muttered Ahab, "which through ungarnished with a beard, yet here and there lookest hoary with mosses. Speak, mighty head, and tell me the secret thing that is in thee. Of all divers thou hast dived the deepest. That head upon which the upper sun now gleams has moved amid this world's foundations, where unrecorded names and navies rust, and untold hopes and anchors rot, where in her murderous hold this frigate earth is blasted with bones of millions of the drowned. There, in that awful waterland, there was thy most familiar home. Thou hast been where bell and diver never went, hast slept by many a sailor's side, where sleepless mothers would give their lives to lay them down. Thou sawest the loch lovers, when leaping from their flaming ship, heart to heart they sank beneath the exalted wave, true to each other, when heaven seemed false to them. Thou sawest the murder mate when tossed by pirates from the midnight deck. For hours he fell into the deeper midnight of the insatiate maw, and his murderers still sailed on unharmed, while swift lightning shivered the neighboring ship that would have borne a righteous husband to outstretched loving arms. O head, thou hast seen enough to split the planets and make an infidel of Abraham, and not one syllable is thine. "Sail ho!" cried a triumphant voice from the main masthead. "Aye, well now that's cheering," cried Ahab, suddenly erecting himself, while whole thundercloud swooped aside from his brow. That lively cry upon this deadly calm might almost convert a better man. "Where away?" "3 points on the starboard bow, sir, and bringing down her breeze to us." "Better and better, man. Would now St. Paul would come along that way, and to my breezelessness bring his breeze. O nature and O soul of man, how far beyond all utterance are your linked analogies. Not the smallest atom stirs or lives in his matter, but has its cunning duplicate in mind. Chapter 71. The Jeroboam Story. Hand in hand, ship and breeze blew on, but the breeze came faster than the ship, and soon the Pequod began to rock. By and by, through the glass, the stranger boats and manned mastheads proved her a whale ship. But as she was so far to the windward and shooting by, apparently making a passage to some other ground, the Pequod could not hope to reach her, So the signal was sent to see what response would be made. Here be it said that, like the vessels of military marines, the ships of the American whale fleet have each a private signal, all which signals being collected in a book with the names of the respective vessels attacked, every captain is provided with it. Thereby, the whale commanders are enabled to recognize each other upon the sea, even at considerable distances and with no small facility. The Pequod's signal was at last responded to by the strangers setting her own, which proved the ship to be the Jeroboam of Nantucket. Squaring her yards, she bore down, ranged a beam under the Pequod's lee, and lowered a boat. It soon drawn nigh. But as the side ladder was being rigged by Starbuck's order to accommodate the visiting captain, the stranger in question waved his hand from the boat's stern in token of that proceeding being entirely unnecessary. It turned out that the Jeroboam had a malignant epidemic on board, and that Mayhew, her captain, was fearful of infecting the Pequod's company. For though himself and the boat's crew remained untainted, and though his ship was half a rifle shot off, and an incorruptible sea and air rolling and flowing between them, yet conscientiously adhering to the timid quarantine of the land, he preemptively refused to come into direct contact with the Pequod. But this did by no means prevent all communication. Preserving an interval of some yards between itself and the ship, the Jeroboam's boat, by the occasional use of its oars, contrived to keep parallel to the Pequod as she heavily forged through the sea, for by this time it blew very fresh, with her main topsail aback, though indeed at times by the sudden onset of a large rolling wave, the boat would be pushed way ahead, but would be soon skillfully brought to her proper bearings again. Subject to this, and other the like interruptions now and then, the conversation was sustained between the two parties, but at intervals not without still another interruption of a very different sort.
Pulling an oar in the Jeroboam's boat was a man of a singular appearance, even that wild whaling life where individual notabilities make up all totalities. He was a small, short, youngish man, sprinkled all over his face with freckles, and wearing redundant yellow hair. A long-skirted, cabalistically cut coat of a faded walnut tinge enveloped him, the overlapping sleeves of which were rolled up on his wrists. A deep, settled, fanatic delirium was in his eyes. So as soon as this figure had been first described, Stubb had exclaimed, "That's he! That's he! The long-togged scaramouche of Town Ho's company told us of." Stubb here alluded to a strange story told of the Jeroboam, and a certain man among her crew, sometime previous when the Pequod spoke to Town Ho. According to this account and what was subsequently learned, it seemed that the scaramouche in question had gained a wonderful ascendancy over almost everybody in the Jeroboam. His story was this. He had been originally nurtured among the crazy society of Nexcayuna Shakers, where he had been a great prophet, and their cracked secret meetings having several times descended from heaven by way of a trap door, announcing the speedy opening of the seventh vial, which he carried in his vest pocket, but which, instead of containing gunpowder, was supposed to be charged with laudanum. A strange apostolic whim having seized him, he had left Nexcayuna for Nantucket, where, with that cunning peculiar to craziness, he assumed a steady, common sense exterior, and offered himself as a green hand candidate for the Jeroboam's whaling voyage. They engaged him, but straightway upon the ship's getting out of sight of land, his insanity broke out in a freshet. He announced himself as the Archangel Gabriel and commanded the captain to jump overboard. He published his manifesto, whereby he set himself forth as the deliverer of the isles of the sea and vicar general of all Oceanica. The unflinching earnestness with which he declared these things, the dark, daring play of his sleepless, excited imagination, and all the preternatural terrors of real delirium, united to invest this Gabriel in the minds of the majority of the ignorant crew with an atmosphere of sacredness. Moreover, they were afraid of him.
As such a man, however, was not of much practical use in the ship, especially as he refused to work, except when he pleased. The incredulous captain would fain have been rid of him, but apprised that that individual's intention was to land him in the first convenient port, the archangel forthwith opened all his seals and vials, devoting the ship and all hands to unconditional perdition. In case this intention was carried out. So strongly did he work upon his disciples among the crew that at last in a body they went to the captain and told him if Gabriel was sent from the ship, not a man of them would remain. He was therefore forced to relinquish his plan. Nor would they permit Gabriel to be any way maltreated, say or do what he would, so that it came to pass that Gabriel had the complete freedom of the ship. The consequence of all this was that the archangel cared little or nothing for the captain and mates, and since the epidemic had broken out, he carried a higher hand than ever, declaring that the plague, as he called it, was at his sole command, nor should it be stayed but according to his good pleasure. The sailors, mostly poor devils, cringed, and some of them fawned before him, in obedience to his instructions, sometimes rendering him personal homage as to a god. Such things may seem incredible, but however wondrous, they are true. Nor is the history of fanatics half so striking in respect to the measureless self-deception of the fanatic himself, as his measureless power of deceiving and bedeviling so many others. But it is time to return to the Pequod. I fear not thy epidemic, man, said Ahab from the bulwarks to Captain Mayhew, who stood in the boat's stern. Come on board. But now Gabriel started to his feet. Think of the fevers, yellow and bilious. Beware of the horrible plague. Gabriel, Gabriel, cried Captain Mayhew. Thou must either. But that instant a headlong wave shot the boat far ahead, and its seethings drowned all speech. Hast thou seen the white whale? Demanded Ahab when the boat drifted back. Think of thy whaleboat, stoven and sunk. Beware the horrible tale. I tell thee again, Gabriel, that. But again the boat tore ahead as if dragged by fiends. Nothing was said for some moments, while a succession of riotous waves rolled by, which by one of those occasional caprices of the seas were tumbling, not heaving it. Meantime, the hoisted sperm whale's head jogged about very violently, and Gabriel was seen eyeing it with rather more apprehensiveness than his archangel nature seemed to warrant. When this interlude was over, Captain Mayhew began a dark story concerning Moby Dick, not, however, without frequent interruptions from Gabriel whenever his name was mentioned in the crazy sea that seemed leagued with him. It seemed that the Jeroboam had not long left home, when upon speaking a whale ship, her people were reliably apprised of the existence of Moby Dick and the havoc he had made. Greedily sucking in this intelligence, Gabriel solemnly warned the captain against attacking the white whale, in case the monster should be seen, in his gibbering insanity, pronouncing the white whale to be no less a being than the Shaker god incarnated. The Shakers receiving the Bible. But when, some year or two afterwards, Moby Dick was fairly sighted from the mastheads, Macy, the chief mate, burned with ardor to encounter him, and the captain himself being not unwilling to let him have the opportunity, despite all the archangel's denunciations and forewarnings, Macy succeeded in persuading 5 men to man his boat. With them he pushed off, and after much weary pulling, and many perilous, unsuccessful onsets, he at last succeeded in getting one iron fast. Meantime, Gabriel, ascending to the main royal masthead, was tossing one arm in frantic gestures and hurling forth prophecies of speedy doom to the sacrilegious assailants of his divinity. Now, while Macy the mate was standing up in his boat's bow, and with all the reckless energy of his tribe, was venting his wild exclamations upon the whale, and essaying to get a fair chance for his poised lance, lo, a broad white shadow rose from the sea, by its quick fanning motion, temporarily taking the breath out of the bodies of the oarsmen. Next instant, the luckless mate, so full of furious life, was smitten bodily into the air, and making a long arc in his descent, fell into the sea at the distance of about 50 yards. Not a chip of the boat was harmed, nor a hair of any oarsman's head, but the mate forever sank. It is well to parenthesize here that of the fatal accidents in the sperm whale fishery, This kind is perhaps almost as frequent as any. Sometimes nothing is injured but the man who is thus annihilated. Oftener the boat's bow is knocked off, or the thigh board, in which the headsman stands, is torn from its place and accompanies the body. But strangest of all is the circumstance that in more instances than one, when the body has been recovered, not a single mark of violence is discernible, the man being stark dead. The whole calamity, with the falling form of Macy, was plainly described from the ship. Raising a piercing shriek, "The vial! The vial!" Gabriel called off the terror-stricken crew from the further hunting of the whale. This terrible event clothed the archangel with added influence, because his credulous disciples believed that he had specifically foreannounced it, instead of only making a general prophecy, which any one might have done, and so have chanced it to hit one of the many marks on the wide margin allowed. He became a nameless terror to the ship. Mayhew having concluded his narration, Ahab put such questions to him that the stranger captain could not forbear inquiring whether he intended to hunt the white whale, if opportunity should offer. To which Ahab answered, "Aye." Straightway then Gabriel once more started to his feet, glaring upon the old man, and vehemently exclaimed, with downward pointed finger, Think of the blasphemer, dead and down there. Beware of the blasphemer's end."
Ahab stolidly turned aside and then said to Mayhew, "Captain, I just brought me of the letter bag. There is a letter for one of thy officers, if I mistake not. Starbucks, look over the bag. Every whale ship takes out a goodly number of letters for various ships, whose delivery to the persons to whom they may be addressed depends upon the mere chance of encountering them in the four oceans. Thus, most letters never reach their mark, and many are only received after attaining an age of 2 or 3 years or more. Soon Starbuck returned with a letter in his hand. It was sorely tumbled, damp, and covered with a dull spotted green mold in consequence of being kept in a dark locker of the cabin. Such a letter Death himself might well have been the post boy. "Canst not read it?" cried Ahab. "Give it me, man." Aye. It's but a dim scrawl. What's this?" As he was studying it out, Starbuck took a long cutting spade pole and with his knife slightly split the end to assert the letter there, and in that way hand it to the boat without it coming any closer to the ship. Meantime, Ahab, holding the letter, muttered, Yes, Mr. Harry." A woman's piney hand, the woman's wife, I'll wager. "Aye, Mr. Harry Macy, ship Jeroboam. Why, it's Macy, and he's dead." Poor fellow, and from his wife," sighed Mayhew. "But let me have it." "Nay, keep it thyself," cried Gabriel to Ahab. "Thou art soon going that way." "Curses throttle thee," yelled Ahab. "Captain Mayhew, stand by to receive it and take the fatal missive from Starbuck's hand." He caught it in the slit of the pole and reached it over towards the boat. But as he did so, the oarsman expectantly detested from rowing, the boat drifted a little towards the ship's stern, so that, as if by magic, the letter suddenly ranged along with Gabriel's eager hand. He clutched it for an instant, seizing the boat knife and impaling the letter on it, sent it thus loaded back into the ship. It fell at Ahab's feet. Then Gabriel shrieked out to his comrades to give way with their oars. In that manner, the mutinous boat rapidly shot away from the Pequod. As, after this interlude, the seamen resumed their work upon the jacket of the whale. Many strange things were hinted in reference to this wild affair. Chapter 72, The Monkey Rope. In the tumultuous business of cutting in and attending to a whale, there is much running backwards and forwards amongst the crew. Now hands are wanted here, then again hands are wanted there. There is no staying in one place, for at one and the same time everything has to be done everywhere. It is much the same with him who endeavors the description of this scene. We must now retrace our way a little. It was mentioned that upon first breaking ground in the whale's back, the blubber hook was inserted into the original hole there cut by the spades of the mates. But how did so clumsy and weighty a mass at that same hook get fixed in that hole? It was inserted there by my peculiar friend Queequeg, whose duty it was, as a harpooner, to descend upon the monster's back for the special purpose referred to. But in very many cases, circumstances require that the harpooner shall remain on the whale till the whole flensing or stripping operation is concluded. The whale, be it observed, lies almost entirely submerged, excepting the immediate parts operated upon. So down there, some 10 feet below the level of the deck, the poor harpooner flounders about, half on the whale and half in the water, as the vast mass revolves like a treadmill beneath him. On the occasion in question, Queequeg figured in the Highland costume, a skirt and socks, in which, to my eyes at least, he appeared to be uncommon advantage, and to no one had a better chance to observe him, as will be presently seen. Being the savage bowsman, that is, the person who pulled the bow oar in his boat, the second one from forward, it was my cheerful duty to attend upon him while taking that hard scramble upon the dead whale's back. You have seen Italian organ boys holding a dancing ape by a long cord. Just so, from the ship's steep side, did I hold Queequeg down there in the sea, by what technically is called in the fishery a monkey rope attached to a strong strip of canvas belted round his waist. It was humorous, perilous business for both of us, for before we proceed further, it must be said that the monkey rope was fast at both ends, so fast to Queequeg's broad canvas belt and fast to my narrow leather one, so that for better or worse, we two, for the time, were wedded, and should poor Queequeg sink to rise no more, then both usage and honor demanded that instead of cutting the cord, it should drag me down in its wake. So then, as an elongated Siamese literature united us, Queequeg was in my own separable twin brother, nor could I any way get rid of the dangerous liabilities which hempen bond entailed. So strongly and metaphysically did I conceive of my situation then, that while earnestly watching his motions, I seemed distinctly to perceive that my own individuality was now merged in a joint stock company of two, that my free will had received a mortal wound, and that another's mistake or misfortune might plunge me into unmerited disaster and death. Therefore, I saw that here was a sort of interguardian in Providence, for its even-handed equity never could have sanctioned so gross an injustice. And yet, still further pondering while I jerked him now and then from between the whale and the ship, which would threaten to jam him, still pondering, I saw that this situation of mine was the precise situation of every mortal that breathes, only in most cases he, one way or another, had this Siamese connection with the plurality of other mortals. If your banker breaks you snap, your apothecary by mistake sends you poison in your pills, you die. True, you may say that by exceeding caution, you may possibly escape these and other multifarious, other evil chances of life. But handle Queequeg's monkey rope, hopefully as I would, sometimes he jerked it so that I came very near sliding overboard. Nor could I possibly forget that, do what I would, I only had the management of one end of it. I hinted that I would often jerk poor Queequeg from between the whale and the ship, where he would occasionally fall from incessant rolling and swaying of both. But this was not only jamming jeopardy he was exposed to. Unappalled by the massacre made upon them during the night, the sharks, now freshly and more keenly allured by the before-pent blood which began to flow from the carcass, the rabid creatures swarmed round it like bees in a beehive. And right among those sharks was Queequeg, who often pushed them aside with his floundering feet. A thing together incredible were it not that, attracted by such prey as a dead whale, the otherwise miscellaneously carnivorous shark would seldom touch a man. Nevertheless, it may be well believed that since they have such a ravenous finger in the pie, it is deemed but wise to look sharp to them. Accordingly, besides the monkey rope, with which I now and then jerked the poor fellow too close to a vicinity to the mar of what seemed to be a particularly ferocious shark, he was provided with still another protection. Suspended over the side in one of the stages, Tashgo and Dago continually flourished over his head a couple of keen whale spades, wherewith they slaughtered as many sharks as they could. This procedures of theirs, to be sure, was very disinterested and benevolent of them. They meant Queequeg's best happiness, I admit, but in their hasty zeal to befriend him, and from the circumstances that both he and the sharks were at times half hidden by the blood-muddied water, those indiscreet spades of theirs would come nearer amputating a leg than a tail. But poor Queequeg I surprised straining and grasping there with that great iron hook. Poor Queequeg, I suppose, only prayed to his yo-yo and gave his life into the hands of his gods. Well, well, my dear comrade and twin brother, thought I as I drew in and then slacked off the rope to every swell of the sea, what matters it, after all? Are you not the precarious image of each and all of us men in the whaling world? That sounded ocean you gasp in is life. Those sharks, your foes, those spades, your friends, and what between sharks and spades you are in a sad pickle and peril, poor lad. Thank you.
But courage! There is good cheer in store for you, Queequeg. For now, as with blue lips and bloodshot eyes, the exhausted savage at last climbs up the chains and stands all dripping and involuntarily trembling over the side. The steward advances, and with benevolent consolatory glance, hands him, what? Some hot cognac? No, hands him, ye gods. Hand him a cup of tepid ginger and water. Ginger? Do I smell ginger? Suspiciously asked Stubb, coming near. Yes, this must be ginger, peering into the yet untasted cup. Then, standing as incredulous for a while, he calmly walked toward the astonished steward, slowly saying, Ginger? Ginger? Will you have the goodness to tell me, Mr. Doughboy, where lies the virtue of ginger? Ginger? Is this ginger some sort of fuel you use, Doughboy? To kindle a fire in the shivering cannibal? Ginger? What the devil is ginger? Sea coal? Firewood? Lucifer matches? Tinder? Gunpowder? What the devil is ginger, I say? You offering this cup to a poor Queequeg here. There's some sneaking temperance society moving about this business, he said suddenly. Added, now approaching Starbuck, who had just come forward. Will you look at that cannikin, sir? Smell of it, as you please. Then watching the mate's countenance, he added. The steward, Mr. Starbuck, had to face the offer of that colonial and jalap to Queequeg. There, this instant off the whale. Is this steward an apothecary, sir? And may I ask where this sort of bitters, where he blows back the life into a half-drowned man? I trust not, said Starbuck. It's poor stuff enough. Aye, aye, steward, cried Stubb. We'll teach you to drug a harpooner. None of your apothecary's medicine here. You want to poison us, do you? We got out insurances of our lives and want to murder us all and proceed the pockets, do you? It was not me, cried Doughboy. It was Aunt Charity that brought the ginger on board and bade me never give it to the harpooners any spirits, but only the ginger job, so she called it. Ginger job? You gingerly rascal! Take that! And I run along with it, ye to the lockas, and get something better. I hope I do no wrong, Mr. Starbuck. It's the captain's orders. Grog for the harpooner and nothing on a grog for the harpooner on the whale. And no, replied Starbuck. Only don't hit him again, but... Oh, I never hurt when I hit, except when I hit a whale or something of that sort. And this fellow's a weasel. What were yon saying, sir? Only this, go down with him and get thou what thou wantest thyself. When Stubb reappeared, he came with a dark flask in one hand and a sort of tea caddy in the other. The first contained strong spirits, which was freely handed to Queequeg. The second was Aunt Charity's gift, and that was freely given to the waves. Chapter 73. Stubb and Flask kill a right whale, and then have a talk over him. It must be borne in mind that all this time we have a sperm head's prodigious head hanging over the Pequod's side. But we must let it continue hanging there for a while till we can get a chance to attend to it. For the present, other matters press. The best we can do for now for the head is pray to heaven that the tackles may hold. Now, during the past night and forenoon, the Pequod had gradually drifted into sea, which by its occasional passions of yellow brit gave unusual tokens of the vicinity of right whales, a species of the Leviathan, but few supposed to be at this particular time lurking anywhere near. And although all hands commonly disdained the capture of these inferior creatures, and though the Pequod was not commissioned to cruise for them at all, and though she had passed by numbers of them near the Crozettes, near lowering a boat, yet now that a sperm whale had been brought alongside and beheaded, to the surprise of all, the announcement was made that a right whale should be captured that day, if opportunity afforded. Nor was this long wanting. Tall spouts were seen to be leeward, and two boats, Stubb and Flasks, were detached in pursuit. Pulling further and further away, they became at last almost invisible to the men at the head. But suddenly, in the distance, they saw a great heap of tumultuous white water, and soon after news came from aloft that one or both boats must be held fast. An interval passed, and the boats were in plain sight, in the act of being dragged right towards the ship towards a towing whale. So close did the monster come to the hull that at first it seemed he meant in malice. But suddenly, going down in a maelstrom, within 3 rods of the planks, he wholly disappeared from view, as if diving under the keel. "Cut! Cut!" was the cry from the ship to the boats, which for one instant seemed the point of being brought with a deadly dash against the vessel's side. But having plenty of line yet in the tubs, and the whale not sounding very rapidly, they played out abundance of rope, and at the same time pulled with all their might so they might get ahead of the ship. For a few minutes the struggle was intensely critical, for while they slacked and tithered out the line in one direction and still plied their oars in another, the contending strain threatened to take them under. But it was only a few feet advance that sought to gain, and they stuck into it until they did gain it, when instantly a swift tremor was felt running like lightning upon the keel, as a strained line, scraping beneath the ship, suddenly rose to view under her bows, snapping and quivering, so flinging off its drippings that the drops felt like bits of broken glass on the water, while the whale beyond also rose out of sight, and once more the boats were free to fly. But the fagged whale abated his speed and blindly altered his course, went round the stern of the ship, towing the 2 boats behind him, so they performed a complete circuit. Meanwhile, they hauled more and more upon their lines, till close flaking upon him on both sides. Stubb answered Flask with lance for lance, and thus round and round the Pequod in the battle went, while the multitudes of sharks that had before swum around the sperm whale's body rushed to the fresh blood that was spilled, thirstily drinking at every new gash, as the eager Israelites did at the new bursting fountains that poured from the smitten rocks. At last the spout grew thick, and with a frightful roll and vomit, he turned upon his back a corpse. While the 2 headsmen were engaged in making fast cords to his flukes, and in other ways getting the mast in readiness for towing, some conversation ensued between them. "I wonder what the old man wants with this lump of foul lard," said Stubb, not without some disgust in the thought of having to do with such a leviathan. "Wants with it?" said Flask, coiling some spare line in the boat's bow. "Did you ever hear the ship that was once a sperm whale's head hoisted on her starboard side, and the same time a right whale's on the larboard? Did you ever hear, Stubb, that the ship can never capsize?" "Why not?" "I don't know, but I heard that Gambage ghost of Fedallah saying so, and he seems to know all about ship storms. But sometimes he thinks he'll know the charm to ship to good no last. I don't half like that chap, Stubbs. Did you ever notice how that tusk of sort is carved into a snake's head, Stubb? Sink 'em. I never look at 'em at all. But if I ever get a chance of a dark night, he stands hard by the bulwarks, and by no one. Look down there, you Flask, pointing to the sea with a peculiar motion in both hands. Aye, I will, Flask. I take that Fedallah to be the devil in disguise. Do you believe that cock and bull story about him being stowed away on board ship? He's the devil, I say. The reason why you don't see his tail is because he tucks it up out of sight. He carries it coiled away in his pocket. I guess. Blast him! Now that I think of it, he's always wanting oakum to stuff into the toes of his boots. He sleeps in his boots, doesn't he? He hasn't got any hammock, but I've seen him laying nights on coils of rigging. No doubt, that's because of his cursed tail. He coils it down, do you see? In the eye of the rigging. What's that old man have so much to do with him for? Striking up a swap or bargain, I suppose. Bargain? About what? Why, do you see? The old man is hard bent after the white whale, and the devil there is trying to come round him and get him to swap away his silver watch or his soul or something of that sort, and then he'll surrender to Moby Dick. Stubb, are you skylarking? How can Fedallah do this? I don't know, Flask, but the devil is a curious chap, and a wicked one, I tell you. Why, they say how he went sauntering into an old flagship once, switching his tail around devilishly easily and gentlemanlike, and inquiring the old governor was home. Well, he was home, and asked the devil what he wanted. The devil, switching his hooves up, says, I want John. What for? Says the old governor. What business is that of yours? Says the devil, getting mad. I want to use him. Take him, says the governor. And by Lord, Flask, if the devil didn't give John the Asiatic cholera before they got through with him, I'll eat this whole whale in one mouthful. But look sharp. Ain't you all ready there? Well then, pull ahead, and let's get this whale alongside.
I think I remember some such story as you were telling, said Flask, when at last the two boats were slowly advancing with their burden towards the ship, but I can't remember where. 3 Spaniards, adventures of those 3 bloody-minded soldados. Did you read it there, Flask? I guess you did. No? Never saw such a book. Heard of it, though. But now tell me, Stubb, do you suppose that devil you were speaking of just now was the same you say is now on board the Pequod? Am I the same man that helped kill this whale? Doesn't the devil live forever? Who ever heard that the devil was dead? Did you ever see any parson wearing mourning for the devil? And if the devil has a latchkey to get into the admiral's cabin, don't you suppose he can crawl into a porthole? Tell me that, Mr. Flask. How old do you suppose Fedallah is, Stubb? Do you see that mainmast there, pointing to the ship? Well, that's the figure 1. Now take all the hoops in the Pequod's hold and string them along in a row with that mast for aughts. Do you see? Well, that wouldn't begin to be Fedallah's age, nor all the coopers in creation couldn't show hoops enough to make aughts enough. But see here, Stubb, I thought you a little boasted just now that you meant to give Fedallah a sea toss if you got a good chance. Now, if he's so old as all those hoops of yours come to, and if he's going to live forever, what good will it do to pitch him overboard? Tell me that. Give him a good ducking anyhow. But he'd crawl back. Duck him again and keep ducking him. Suppose he should take it into his head to duck you, though. Yes, and drown you. What then? I should like to see him try it. I'd give him such a pair of black eyes that he wouldn't dare to show his face in the admiral's cabin again for a long while, let alone down in the orlop there, where he lives, and hereabouts on the upper decks where he sneaks so much. Damn the devil, Flask. Do you suppose I'm afraid of the devil? Who's afraid of him except the old governor who doesn't catch him and put him in double darbies as he deserves, but lets him go about kidnapping people? Aye, and signed a bond with him that all the people the devil kidnapped, he'd roast for him. That's a governor. Do you suppose Fedallah wants to kidnap Captain Ahab? Do I suppose it? You'll know it before long, Flask. But I'm going now to keep a sharp lookout on him, and if I see anything very suspicious going on, I'll just take him by the nape of his neck and say, "Look here, Beelzebub, you don't do it." And if he makes any fuss, by the Lord, I'll grab into his pocket for his tail, take it to the capstan, and give him such a wrenching and heaving that his tail will come short off at the stump. Do you see? And then, I rather guess when he finds himself docked in that queer fashion, he'll sneak off without the poor satisfaction of feeling his tail between his legs. And what will you do with the tail, Stubb? Do with it? Sell it for an ox whip when we get home. What else? Now, do you mean what you say and have been saying all along, Stubb? Mean or not mean, here we are at the ship. The boats were hailed to tow the whale on the larboard side, where fluke chains and other necessaries were already prepared for securing him. Didn't I tell you so, said Flask. Yes, you'll soon see this right whale's head hoisted up opposite that Parmacetes. In good time, Flask's saying proved true. As before, the Pequod steeply leaned over towards the sperm whale's head. Now, by the counterpoise of both heads, she regained her even keel. Though sorely strange, you may well believe. So when on one side you hoist in Locke's head, you go over that way. But now on the other side, hoist in Cant's, and you come back again, but in very poor plight. Thus some minds for ever keeping trimming boat. Oh, ye foolish, throw all those thunderheads overboard, and then you will float light and right. In disposing of the body of a right whale, when brought alongside the ship, the same preliminary proceedings commonly take place as in the case of a sperm whale. Only in the latter instance, the head is cut off whole, but in the former, the lips and tongue are separately removed and hoisted on deck, with all the well-known black bone attached to what is called the crown piece. But nothing like this in the present case had been done. The carcasses of both whales had dropped astern, and the head-laden ship not a little resembled a mule carrying a pair of overburdening panniers. Meantime, Fedallah was calmly eyeing the right whale's head, and ever and anon glancing from the deep wrinkles there to the lines in his own hand. And Ahab chanced so to stand that the Parsee occupied his shadow, while, if the Parsee's shadow was there at all, it seemed only to blend with and lengthen Ahab's. As the crew toiled on, Laplandish speculations were bandied among them concerning all these passing things. Chapter 74. The Sperm Whale's Head, Contrasted View. Here now are two great whales laying their heads together. Let us join them and lay together our own. Of the grand order of folio leviathans, the sperm whale and the right whale are by far the most noteworthy. They are the only whales regularly hunted by man. To the Nantucketer, they present the two extremes of all the known varieties of the whale. As the external difference between them is mainly observable in their heads, and as a head of each is this moment hanging from the Pequod side, and as we may go freely from one to the other by merely stepping across the deck, where, I should like to know, will you obtain a better chance to study practical cetology than here? In the first place, you are struck by the general contrast between these heads. Both are massive enough in all conscience, but there is a certain mathematical symmetry in the sperm whales, which the right whale sadly lacks. This is more character in the sperm whale's head. As you behold it, you involuntarily yield the immense superiority to him in point of pervading dignity. In the present instance, too, this dignity is heightened by the pepper and salt color of his head at the summit, giving token of advanced age and large experience. In short, he is what the fishermen technically call a gray-headed whale. Let us now note what is least dissimilar in these heads, namely the two most important organs, the eye and the ear. Far back on the side of the head and low down, near the angle of either whale's jaw, if you narrowly search, You will at last see a lashless eye, which you would fancy to be a young colt's eye, so out of all proportion is it to the magnitude of the head. Now, from this peculiar sideway position of the whale's eye, it is plain that he can never see an object which is exactly ahead, no more than he can one exactly astern. In a word, the position of the whale's eyes corresponds to that of a man's ears, and you may fancy for yourself how it would fare with you did you sideways survey objects through your ears. You would find that you could only command some 30 degrees of vision in advance of the straight sideline of sight, and about 30 more behind it. If your bitterest foe were walking straight towards you with dagger uplifted in broad day, you would not be able to see him any more than if he were stealing upon you from behind. In a word, you would have two backs, so to speak, but at the same time, also two fronts, side fronts. For what is it that makes the front of a man? What indeed but his eyes? Moreover, while in most other animals that I can now think of, the eyes are so planted as imperceptibly to blend their visual power so as to produce one picture and not two to the brain, the peculiar position of the whale's eyes, effectually divided as they are by many cubic feet of solid head, which towers between them like a great mountain separating two lakes and valleys, this, of course, must wholly separate the impressions which each independent organ imparts. The whale, therefore, must see one distinct picture on this side and another distinct picture on that side, while all between must be profound darkness and nothingness to him. Man may, in effect, be said to look out on the world from a sentry box with two joined sashes for his window. But with the whale, these two sashes are separately inserted, making two distinct windows, but sadly impairing the view. This peculiarity of the whale's eyes is a thing always to be borne in mind in the fishery and to be remembered by the reader in some subsequent scenes. Thank you.
A curious and most puzzling question might be started concerning this visual matter as touching the Leviathan, but I must be content with a hint. So long as a man's eyes are open in the light, the act of seeing is involuntary. That is, he cannot then help mechanically seeing whatever objects are before him. Nevertheless, anyone's experience will teach him that though he can take an indiscriminating sweep of things at one glance, it is quite impossible for him attentively and completely to examine any two things, however large or however small, at one and the same instant of time. Never mind if they lie side by side, touch each other. But if you now come to separate these two objects and surround each by a circle of profound darkness, then in order to see one of them in such a manner as to bring your mind to bear on it, the other will be utterly excluded from your contemporary consciousness. How is it then with the whale? True, both his eyes and themselves most simultaneously act, but his brain so much more comprehensive, combining, and subtle than man's, that he can be the same moment of time attentively examine two distinct prospects, one on one side of him and the other on the exactly opposite direction. If he can, then, is it as marvelous as a thing to him as if a man were able to simultaneously go through the demonstrations of two distinct problems in usage, nor strictly investigated is there any incongruity in the comparison? It may be but an idle whim, but it has always seemed to me that the extraordinary vacillations of movement displayed by some whales when beset by 3 or 4 boats the timidity and the liability to queer frights so common to such whales, I think that all this indirectly proceeds from the helpless perplexity of the volation, and which their divided and diametrically opposite powers of vision must involve them. But the ear of the whale is full as curious as the eye. If you are the entire stranger to their race, you might hunt over these two heads for hours and never discover that organ. The ear has no external leaf whatsoever, and into the hole itself you can hardly insert a quill. So wondrously minute is it. It is lodged a little behind the eye. With respect to the ears, this important difference is to be observed between the sperm whale and the right whale. While the ear of the former has an external opening, that of the latter is entirely and evenly covered with a membrane, so as to quite imperceptible from without. It is not curious that so vast a being as the whale should see the world through so small an eye, and hear the thunder through an ear which is smaller than a hare's. But if his eyes were broad as the lens of Herschel's great telescope, and his ears as conspicuous as the porches of the cathedrals, would that make him any longer of sight or sharper of hearing? Not at all. When, then, do you try to enlarge your mind, subtilize it? Let us now, with whatever levers and steam engines we have at hand, cant over the sperm whale's head, so that it may lie bottoms up, then ascending by a ladder to the summit, have a peep down the mouth, and were it not the body is now completely separated from it, with a lantern we might descend into the great Kentucky mammoth cave of his stomach? But let us hold on here, by this tooth, and looking about us where we are. What a really beautiful and chaste looking mouth, from floor to ceiling lined, rather papered with a glistening white membrane, glossy as bridal satins. But come out now and look at this tortuous lower jaw, which seems like a long, narrow lid of immense snuff box, with the hinge at one end instead of on one side. If you pry it up so as to get it overhead and expose its rows of teeth, it seems a terrific portcullis, and such, alas, it proves to many a poor wight in the fishery upon whom these spikes fall with impaling force. But far more terrible is it to behold with fathoms down in the sea. You see some sulky whale floating there suspended with his prodigious jaw, some 15 feet long, hanging straight down in right angles with his body, for all the world like a ship's jib-boom. The whale is not dead, he is only dispirited, out of sorts, perhaps, hypochondriac, and so supine that the hinges of his jaw have relaxed, leaving him there is an ungainly sort of plight, a reproach to all his tribe, who must, no doubt, imprecate locked jaw upon him. In most cases, this lower jaw, being easily unhinged by a practiced artist, is disengaged and hoisted on deck for the purpose of extracting the ivory teeth and furnishing a supply of that hard white whalebone with which the fishermen fashion all sorts of curious articles, including canes and umbrella stalks and handles to riding whips. With a long, weary hoist, the jaw is dragged on board as if it was an anchor, and when the proper time comes, some days after the other work, Queequeg, Dago, and Tashigo will all accomplished dentists are set to drawing teeth. With a keen cutting spade, Queequeg lances the gums, then the jaw is lashed down to ring bolts, and tackle being rigged from aloft, they drag out these teeth, as Michigan oxen drag stumps of old oaks out of the wild woodlands. There are generally 42 teeth in all, and old whales, much worn down, but undecayed, nor filled after our artificial fashion. The jaw is afterwards sewn into slabs and piled away like joists for building houses. the right whale's head contrasted view. Crossing the deck, let us now have a good long look at the right whale's head. As in general shape, the noble sperm whale's head may be compared to a Roman war chariot, especially in front where it is so broadly rounded. So at the broad view, the right whale's head bears a rather inelegant resemblance to a gigantic galliot-toed shoe. 200 years ago, an old Dutch voyager likened its shape to that of a shoemaker's last, and in the same last or shoe, the old woman in the nursery tale with the swarming brood might very comfortably have lodged, she and all her protege. But as you come nearer to this great head, it begins to assume different aspects, according to your point of view. If you stand in its summit and look at these two F-shaped spout holes, you would take the whole head for an enormous bass foil, and the spiracles of the apertures of its sounding board. Then again, if you fix your eye upon this strange crested comb-like incrustation on top of the mass, this green barnacled thing, which as Greenlanders called the crown, and the southern fishers the bonnet of the right whale, fixing your eye solely on this, you would take the head for the trunk of some huge oak, with a bird's nest in its crotch. At any rate, when you watch these live crabs that nestle here on the bonnet, such an idea will almost always be sure to occur to you, unless indeed you fancy has been fixed by the technical term crown, also bestowed upon it, in which case you will take great interest in thinking how this mighty monster is actually a diamond king in the sea, whose green crown has been put there for him in this marvelous manner. But if this whale be a king, he's a very sulky-looking fellow to grace a diadem. Look at that hanging lower lip, with a huge sulk and pout is there, a sulk and a pout by carpenter's measurement, about 24 feet long and 5 feet deep, a sulk and a pout that will yield you some 500 gallons of oil and more.
A great pity now that this unfortunate whale should be hat-lipped. The fissure is about a foot across. Probably the mother, during an important interval, was sailing down the Peruvian coast when earthquakes caused the beach to gape. Over this lip, as over a slippery threshold, we now slide into the mouth. Upon my word, were I a Mackinaw, I should take this to be the inside of an Indian wigwam. Good Lord, is this the road that Jonah went? The roof is about 12 feet high and runs to a pretty sharp angle, as if there were a regular ridgepool there, while these ribbed, arched, hairy sides present us with those wondrous half-vertical, scimitar-shaped slats of whalebone, say 300 on a side, which, depending from the upper part of the head or crown bone, form these Venetian blinds which have elsewhere been curiously mentioned. The edges of these bones are fringed with hairy fibers through which the right whale strains the water, in whose intricacies he retains the small fish. When open-mouthed, he goes through the sea of brit in feeding time. In the central blinds of bone, as they stand in their natural order, there are certain curious marks, curves, hollows, and ridges, whereby some whalemen calculate the creature's age, as the age of an oak by its circular rings. Though the certainty of this criterion is far from demonstrable, yet it has the savor of analogical probability. At any rate, if we yield to it, we must grant a far greater age to the right whale than at first glance will seem reasonable. In old times, there seem to have prevailed the most curious fancies concerning these blinds. One voyager in Purchas calls them the wondrous whiskers inside the whale's mouth. Another, hog's bristles. A third gentleman in Hakluyt uses the following elegant language. There are about 250 fins growing on each side of his upper chop, which arch over his tongue on each side of his mouth. As everyone knows, these same hogs, bristles, fins, whiskers, blinds, or whatever you please, furnish to the ladies their busks and often stiffening contrivances. But in this particular, the demand has long been on the decline. It was in Queen Anne's time that the bone was in its glory, the farthingale being then the fashion. And of those ancient dames moved about gaily, though in the jaws of the whale, as you may say, even so, in a shower, with the like thoughtlessness, do we nowadays fly under the same jaws for protection, the umbrella being a tent spread over the same bone. But now forget all about the blinds and whiskers for a moment, and standing in the right whale's mouth, look around you afresh. Seeing all of these colonnades of bone so methodically ranged about, would you not think you were inside the great Harlem organ and glazing upon its 1,000 pipes? For a carpet to the organ, we have a rug of the softest turkey, the tongue, which is glued, as it were, to the floor of the mouth. It is very fat and tender, and apt to tear in pieces in hoisting it on deck. This particular tongue now before us, at a passing glance, I should say, it has a 6-bailer. That is, it will yield you about that amount of oil. Ere this, you must have plainly seen the truth of what I started with, that the sperm whale and the right whale have almost entirely different heads. To sum up, then, it is the right whales there's no great well of sperm, no ivory teeth at all, no long, slender mandible of a lower jaw like the sperm whales. Nor in the sperm whale are there any of those blinds of bone, no huge lower lip, and scarcely anything of a tongue. Again, the right whale has 2 external spout holes, the sperm whale only 1. Look you last now on these venerable hooded heads, while they yet lie together, for one will soon sink, unrecorded in the sea, and the other will not very long in following. Can you catch the expression of the sperm whale there? It is the same he died with, only some of the longer wrinkles in his forehead seem now faded away. I think his broad bow to be full of a prairie-like placidity, born of a speculative indifference as to death. But mark the other head's expression. See that amazing lower lip, pressed by accident against the vessel's side, so as firmly to embrace the jaw. Does not this whole head seem to speak of an enormous practical resolution in facing death? This right whale I take to have been a Stoic, the sperm whale a Platonian, who might have taken up Spinoza in his later years. Chapter 76, The Battering Ram. Ere quitting for the nonce the sperm whale's head, I would have you, as a sensible physiologist, simply, particularly, remark in its front aspect, in all of its compacted collectedness. I would have you investigate it now with the sole view of forming to yourself some unexaggerated, intelligent estimate of whatever battering ram power may have lodged there. Here is a vital point. You must either satisfactorily settle this matter with yourself, or forever remain an infidel as to one of the most appalling, but not the less true events, perhaps anywhere to be found in all of recorded history. You observe that it is an ordinary swimming position of the sperm whale. The front of its head presents its almost wholly vertical plane to the water. You observe that the lower part of the front slopes considerably backwards, so as to furnish more of a retreat for the long socket which receives the boom-like lower jaw. You observe that the mouth is entirely under the head, much in the same way, indeed, as though your own mouth were entirely under your chin. Moreover, you observe that the whale has no external nose, and that nose, and what nose he has, his spout hole, is on the top of his head. You observe that his eyes and his ears are at the sides of its head, nearly 1/3 of its entire length from front. Wherefore you must now have perceived that the front of the sperm whale's head is a dead blind wall, without a single organ or tender prominence of any sort whatsoever. Furthermore, you are now to consider that only in the extreme lower backward sloping part of the front of the head is there the slightest vestige of bone, and not till you get nearly 20 feet from the forehead do you come to the full cranial development, so that this whole enormous boneless mass is as one wad. Finally, though, as will soon be revealed, its contents partly comprise the most delicate oil. Yet you are now to be apprised of the nature of the substance with which so impregnably invests all that apparent effeminacy. In some previous place, I have described to you how the blubber wraps the body of the wall as the rind wraps an orange. Just so with the head, but with this difference. About the head, this envelope, though not so thick, is of a boneless, toughless, inestimable by any man who has not handled it. The severest pointed harpoon, the sharpest lance darted by the strongest human arm, impotently rebounds from it. It is as though the forehead of the sperm whale is paved with horses' hooves. I do think that any sensation lurks in it. But think yourself also of another thing. When two large loaded India men chance to crowd and crush towards each other in the docks, what do the sailors do? They do not suspend between them at the point of coming contact as merely hard substance like iron or wood. No, they hold there a large round wad of tow and cork enveloped in the thickest and toughest of oxhide. They bravely and uninjured takes the jam which would have snapped all of the oaken handspikes and iron crowbars. By itself, this sufficiently illustrates the obvious fact I drive at. But supplementary to this is the hypothetically occurred to me that as ordinary fish possess what is called a swimming bladder in them, capable at will of distension or contraction, and at the sperm whale, as far as I know, has no such provision in him, considering too the otherwise inexplicable manner in which he now depresses his head altogether beneath the surface, and anon swims it high elevated out of the water, considering the unobstructed elasticity of its envelope, considering the unique interior of its head, it has hypothetically occurred to me, I say, that these mystical lung-celled honeycombs there may possibly have some hitherto unknown and unsuspected connection with the outer air, so as to be susceptible to atmospheric distension and contraction. If this be so, fancy the irresistibleness of that might to which the most impalpable and destructive of all elements contributes.
Now mark, unerringly impelling this dead, impregnable, uninjurable wall and this most buoyant thing within, there swims behind it all a mass of tremendous life, only to be adequately estimated as piled wood is, by the cord, and all obedient to one volition, as the smallest insect. So that when I shall hereafter detail to you all of the specialities and concentrations of potency everywhere lurking in this expansive monster, when I shall show you some of his more inconsiderable braining feats, I trust you will have renounced all ignorant incredulity and be ready to abide by this, that though the sperm whale stove a passage through the Isthmus of Darien and mixed the Atlantic with the Pacific, you would not elevate one hair of your eyebrow. For unless you own the whale, you are but a provincial and sentimentalist in truth. But clear truth is a thing for salamander giants only to encounter. How small the chances for the provincials then! What befell the weakling youth, lifting the dread goddess's veil at Lais? Chapter 77, the Great Heidelberg Tun. Now comes the bailing of the case. But to comprehend it aright, you must know something of the curious internal structure of the thing operated upon. Regarding the sperm whale's head as a solid oblong, you may, on an inclined plane, sideways divided into two coins, whereof the lower is the bony structure forming the cranium and jaw, and the upper an unctuous mass wholly free from bones, its broad forward end forming an expanded vertical apparent forehead of the whale. At the middle of the forehead, horizontally, subdivide the upper coin, and then you will have two almost equal parts, which before were naturally divided by an internal wall of a thick tendinous substance. The lower subdivided part, called the junk, is one immense honeycomb of oil formed by the crossing and recrossing into 10,000 infiltrated cells of tough, elastic, white fibers throughout the whole extent. The upper part, known as the case, may be regarded as the great Heidelberg ton of the sperm whale. And as that famous great terce is mystically carved in front, so the whale's vast plated forehead forms innumerable strange devices for the emblematic adornment of his wondrous tongue. Moreover, as that of Heidelberg was always replenished with the most excellent of the wines of the Rhenish valleys, so the ton of the whale contains by far the most precious of all of his oily vintages, namely the highly prized spermaceti, in its absolutely pure, limpid, and odoriferous state. Nor is this precious substance found unalloyed with any other part of the creature. Though in life it remains perfectly fluid, yet upon exposure to the air after death, it soon begins to concrete, sending forth beautiful crystalline shoots, as when the first thin delicate ice is just forming in water. A large whale's case generally yields about 500 gallons of sperm, though from unavoidable circumstances, considerable of it is spilled, leaks, and dribbles away, or is otherwise irrevocably lost in the ticklish business of securing what you can. I know not with what fine and costly material the Heidelberg ton was coated within, but in superlative richness, that coating could not possibly have compared with the silken pearl-colored membrane, like the lining of a fine pelisse, forming the inner surface of the sperm whale's case. It will have been seen that the Heidelberg ton of the sperm whale embraces the entire length of the top of the head, and since, as has been seen elsewhere, set forth, the head embraces 1/3 of the whole length of the creature, then setting that length down at 80 feet for a good-sized whale, you have more than 26 feet for the depth of the ton, when it is lengthwise hoisted up and down against the ship's side. As in decapitating the whale, the operator's instrument is brought close to the spot where an entrance is subsequently forced into the spermaceti magazine. He has, therefore, to be uncommonly heedful, lest a careless, untimely stroke should invade the sanctuary and wastingly let out its invaluable contents. It is this decapitated end of the head also, which is at last elevated out of the water and retained in that position by the enormous cutting tackles whose hempen combinations on one side make quite a wilderness of ropes in that quarter. Thus much having said, attend now, I pray you, to that marvelous, and in this particular instance, almost fatal operation whereby the sperm whale's great Heidelberg ton is tapped. Chapter 78, Cistern and Buckets. Nimble as a cat, Tashtego mounts aloft, and without altering his erect posture, runs straight out upon the overhanging main yardarm, to that part where it exactly projects over the hoisted ton. He has carried with him a light tackle called a whip, consisting of only two parts, traveling through a single sheaved block. Securing this block so that it hangs down from the yardarm, he swings one end of the rope. on one end of the rope till it is caught and firmly held by a hand on deck. Then, hand over hand, down the other part, the Indian drops through the air, till dexterously he lands on the summit of the head. There, still high elevated above the rest of the company, to whom he vivaciously cries, he seems some Turkish muezzin calling the good people to prayers from the top of a tower. A short-handled, sharp spade being sent up to him, he diligently searches for the proper place to begin breaking into the tun. In this business, he proceeds very heedfully, like a treasure hunter in some old house, sounding the walls to find where the gold is masoned in. By the time this cautious search is over, a stout, iron-bound bucket, precisely like a well bucket, has been attached to one end of the whip, while the other end being stretched across the deck is held there by 2 or 3 alert hands. This last row now hoists the bucket within grasp of the Indian, so to whom another person has reached up a very long pole. Inserting this pole into the bucket, Tashtego downward guides the bucket into the tun until it entirely disappears. Then, giving the word to the seaman on the whip, up comes the bucket again, all bubbling like a dairymaid's pail of new milk. Carefully lowered from its height, the new full-freighted vessel is caught by an appointed hand and quickly emptied into a large tub. Then, remounting aloft, it again goes through the same round until the deep cistern will yield no more. Towards the end, Tashtego has to ram his long pole harder and deeper into the tun until some 20 feet of the pole have gone down.
Now the people of the Pequod had been bailing some time in this way. Several tubs had been filled with the fragrant sperm, when all at once a queer accident happened. Whether it was that Tashtego, that wild Indian, was so heedless and reckless as to let go for a moment his one-handed hold on the great cable tackle suspending the head, or whether the place where he stood was so treacherous and oozy, or whether the evil one himself would have it fall out so, without stating his particular reasons, how it was exactly there is no telling now, but on a sudden, as the 80th or 90th bucket came suckingly up, my God, poor Tashtego, like the twin reciprocating bucket in a veritable well, dropped head foremost down into this great tun of Heidelberg, with a horrible oily gurgling, went clean out of sight. Man overboard, cried Daggoo, who amid the general consternation first came to his senses. Swing the bucket this way, and putting one foot onto it, so as the better to secure his slippery handhold on the whip itself, the hoisters ran him high up to the top of the head, almost before Tashtego could have reached its interior bottom. Meanwhile, there was a terrible tumult. Looking over the side, they saw the before lifeless head, throbbing and heaving just below the surface of the sea, as if that moment seized with some momentous idea, whereas it was only the poor Indian, unconsciously revealing by those struggles the perilous depth to which he had sunk. At this instant, while Daggoo on the summit of the head was clearing the whip, which had somehow got foul of the great cutting tackles, a sharp cracking noise was heard. And to the unspeakable horror of all, one of the 2 enormous hooks suspending the head tore out, and with a vast vibration the enormous mass sideways swung till the drunk ship reeled and shook as if smitten by an iceberg. The one remaining hook, upon which the entire strain now depended, seemed every instant to be on the point of giving way, an event still more likely from the violent motions of the head. Come down, yelled the seaman to Daggoo, but with one hand holding on to the heavy tackles, so if the head should drop, he would still remain suspended. The Negro, having cleared the foul line, rammed down the bucket into the now collapsed well, meaning that the buried harpooner should soon grasp it and be hoisted out. In heaven's name, man, cried Stubb, are you ramming home a cartridge there? Avast! How will that help? Jamming that iron-bound bucket on top of his head. Avast, will ye? Stand clear of the tackle, cried a voice like a bursting of a rocket. Almost in that same instant, with a thunder boom, the enormous mass dropped into the sea, like Niagara's Table Rock into the whirlpool, and suddenly relieved hull rolled away from it, too far down her glittering copper, and all caught their breath as, half swinging, now over the sailor's head and now over the water, Daggoo, through a thick mist of spray, was dimly beheld clinging to the pendulous tackles, while poor, buried alive Tashtego was sinking utterly down to the bottom of the sea. But hardly had the blinding vapor cleared away when a naked figure with a boarding sword in its hand was for one swift moment seen hovering over the bulwarks. The next, a loud splash that announced my brave Queequeg had dived to the rescue. One pack rush was made to the side, and every eye counted every ripple as moment followed moment, and no sign of either the sinker or the diver could be seen. Some hands now jumped into a boat alongside and pushed a little off from the ship. Ha! Ha! Cried Daggoo all at once from his now quiet, swinging perch overhead, and looking further off from the side, he saw an arm thrust upright from the blue waves, a strange sight to see as an arm thrust forth from the grass over a grave. Both! It is both! Cried Daggoo again with a joyful shout, and soon after Queequeg was seen boldly striking out with one hand, and with the other clutching the long hair of the Indian. Drawn into that waiting boat, they were quickly brought to the deck. But Tashtego was long in coming to, and Queequeg did not look very brisk. Now, how had this noble rescue been accomplished? Why, diving after the slowly descending head, Queequeg, with his keen sword, had made side lunges near its bottom, so as to scuttle a large hole there. Then, dropping his sword, had thrust his long arm far inward and upwards, so to haul out our poor Tash by the head. He averred that upon first thrusting in for him, a leg was presented, but well knowing that that was not as it ought to be and might occasion great trouble, he had thrust back the leg, and by a dexterous heave and toss had wrought a somerset upon the Indian, so that with the next trial he came forth in the good old way, head foremost. As for the great head itself, that was doing as well as could be expected. And thus, through the courage and great skill and obstetrics of Queequeg, the deliverance, or rather delivery, of Tashtego was successfully accomplished, in the teeth, too, of the most untoward and apparently hopeless impediments, which is a lesson by no means to be forgotten. Midwifery should be taught in the same course with fencing and boxing, riding and rowing. I know that this queer adventure of the gay headers will be sure to seem incredible to some landsmen, though they themselves may have either seen or heard of someone's falling into a cistern ashore, an accident which not seldom happens, and with much less reason to than the Indians, considering the exceeding slipperiness of the curb of the sperm whale's well. But peradventure, it may be sagaciously urged, how is this? We thought the tissued, infiltrated head of the sperm whale was the lightest and most corky part about him, yet thou makest it sink in an element of far greater specific gravity than itself. We have thee there. Not at all, but I have ye, for at the time the poor Tash fell in, the case had nearly been emptied of its lighter contents, leaving little but the dense, tendinous wall of the well, a double-welded, hammered substance, as I have said before, much heavier than the seawater, and a lump of which sinks in it like lead almost. but the tendency to rapid sinking in this substance was in the present instance materially counteracted by the other parts of the head remaining undetached from it, so that it sank very slowly and deliberately indeed, affording Queequeg a fair chance for performing his agile obstetrics on the run, as you may say. Yes, it was a running delivery, so it was. Now had Tashtego perished in that head, it had been a very precious perishing, smothered in the very whitest and daintiest of fragrant spermaceti, coffined, hearsed, entombed in the secret inner chamber and sanctum sanctorum of the whale. Only one sweeter end can readily be recalled: the delicious death of an Ohio honey hunter, who, seeking honey in the crotch of a hollow tree, found such exceeding store of it that, leaning too far over it, it sucked him in, so that he died embalmed. How many, think ye, have likewise fallen into Plato's honey head and sweetly perished there?
Chapter 79, The Prairie. To scan the lines of his face, or feel the bumps on the head of this Leviathan, this is a thing which no physiognomist or phrenologist has as yet undertaken. Such an enterprise would seem almost as hopeful as for Labrador to have scrutinized the wrinkles on the rock of Gibraltar, or for Gaul to have mounted a ladder and manipulated the dome of the Pantheon. Still, in that famous work of his, Labrador not only treats of the various faces of men, but also attentively studies the faces of horses, birds, serpents, and fish, and dwells in detail upon the modifications of expression discernible therein. Nor have Gall and his disciple Spersium failed to throw out some hints touching the phrenological characteristics of other beings than men. Therefore, though I am but ill qualified for a pioneer, and the application of these two semi-sciences to the whale, I will do my endeavor. I try all things, I achieve what I can. Physiognomically regarded, the sperm whale is an anomalous creature. He has no proper nose. And since the nose is the central and most conspicuous of the features, and since it perhaps most modifies and finally controls their combined expression, hence it would seem that its entire absence as an external appendage must very largely affect the countenance of the whale. For as in landscape gardening, a spire, cupola, monument, or tower of some sort is deemed almost indispensable to the completion of the scene, so no face can be physiognomically in keeping without the elevated open work belfry of the nose. Dash the nose from Phidias's marble Jove, and what a sorry remainder. Nevertheless, Leviathan is of so mighty a magnitude, all his proportions are so stately, that the same deficiency which in the sculptured Jove were hideous, in him is no blemish at all. Nay, it is an added grandeur. A nose to the whale would have been impertinent. As on your physiognomical voyage you sail around his vast head in your jolly boat, your noble conceptions of him are never insulted by the reflection that he has a nose to be pulled. A pestilent conceit, which so often will insist upon obtruding even when beholding the mightiest royal beetle on his throne. In some particulars, perhaps, the most imposing physiognomical view to be had of the sperm whale is that of the full front of his head. This aspect is sublime. In thought, a fine human brow is like the east, when troubled with the morning. It has, in the repose of the pasture, the curled brow of the bull has a touch of the grand in it. Pushing heaven cannon up mountain defiles, the elephant's brow is majestic. Human or animal, the mystical brow is as that great golden seal affixed by the German emperors to their decrees. It signifies, God, done this day by my hand. But in most creatures, nay, in man himself, very often the brow is but a mere strip of alpine land lying along the snow line. Few are the foreheads which, like Shakespeare's or Melancthon's, rise so high and descend so low that the eyes themselves seem clear, eternal, tireless mountain lakes, and all above them in the forehead's wrinkles you seem to track the antlered thoughts descending there to drink, as the Highland hunters track the snow prints of the deer. But in the great sperm whale, this high and mighty godlike dignity, inherent in the brow, is so immensely amplified that gazing on it in that full front view, You feel the deity, and the dread powers more forcibly than in beholding any other object in living nature. For you see no one point precisely, not one distinct feature is revealed. No nose, eyes, ears, or mouth, no face. He has none. Proper nothing, but that one broad firmament of a forehead pleated with riddles, dimly lowering with the doom of boats and ships and men. Nor in profile does this wondrous brow diminish, though that way viewed, it's granted does not domineer upon you so. In profile, you plainly perceive that horizontal, semi-crescentic depression in the forehead's middle, which in man is Lavater's mark of genius. But how? Genius in the sperm wheel? Has the sperm wheel ever written a book, spoken a speech? No, his great genius is declared in his doing nothing particular to prove it. It is moreover declared in his pyramidical silence. And this reminds me that had the great sperm wheel been known to the young Orient world, he would have been deified by the child Magian thoughts. They deify the crocodile of the Nile because the crocodile is tongueless, and the sperm whale has no tongue, or at least it is so exceedingly small as to be incapable of protrusion. If hereafter any highly cultured poetical nation shall lure back to their birthright the merry May-Day gods of old, and livingly enthrone them again in the now egotistical sky, on the now unhaunted hill, then be sure, exalted to Jove's high seat, the great sperm wheel shall lord it. Champollion deciphered the wrinkled granite hieroglyphics, but there is no Champollion to decipher the Egypt of every man's and every being's face. Physiognomy, like every other human's science, is but a passing fable. If then Sir William Jones, who read in 30 languages, could not read the simplest peasant's face in its profounder and more subtle meanings, how many unlettered Ishmael hope to read the awful chady of the sperm whale's brow? I but put that brow before you. Read it if you can. Chapter 80, The Nut. If the sperm whale be physiognomically a sphinx, to the phrenologist, his brain seems that geometrical circle which it is impossible to square. In the full-grown creature, the skull will measure at least 20 feet in length. Unhinge the lower jaw, and the side view of the skull is as the side view of a moderately inclined plane, resting throughout on a level base. But in life, as we have elsewhere seen, this inclined plane is angularly filled up and almost squared by the enormous superincumbent mass of the junk and sperm. At the high end of the skull forms a crater to bed that part of the mass, while under the long floor of this crater in another cavity seldom exceeding 10 inches in length and as many in depth, reposes the mere handful of this monster's brain. The brain is at least 20 feet from his apparent forehead in life. It is hidden away behind its vast outer works, like the innermost citadel within the amplified fortifications of Quebec. So like a choice casket, it is secreted in him, that I have known some whalemen who peremptorily deny that the sperm whale has any other brain than that palpable semblance of one formed by the cubic yards of his sperm magazine. Lying in strange folds, courses, and convolutions to their apprehensions, it seems more in keeping with the idea of his general might to regard that mystic part of him as the seat of his intelligence. It is plain, then, that phrenologically the head of the Leviathan and the creature's living intact state is an entire delusion. As for his true brain, you can see then no indications of it, nor feel any. The whale, like all things that are mighty, wears a false brow to the common world. If you unload his skull on its spermy heaps, and then take a rear view of its rear end, which is the high end, you'll be struck by its resemblance to the human skull, beheld in the same situation and from the same point of view. Indeed, place this reversed skull, scaled down to the human magnitude, among a plate of men's skulls, and you would involuntarily confound it with them. And remarking the depressions on one part of its summit, in phrenological phrase, you would say, this man had no self-esteem and no veneration. And by those negations, considered along with the affirmative fact of his prodigious bulk and power, you can best form to yourself the truest, though not the most exhilarating conception of what the most exalted potency is. But if from the comparative dimensions of the whale's proper brain you deem it incapable of being adequately charted Then I have another idea for you. If you attentively regard almost any quadruped spine, you will be struck with the resemblance of its vertebrae to a strung necklace of dwarfed skulls, all bearing rudimental resemblance to the skull proper. It is a German conceit that the vertebrae are absolutely undeveloped skulls, but the curious external resemblance, I take it, to the Germans were not the first men to perceive. A foreign friend once pointed it out to me, and the skeleton of a foe he had slain, and with the vertebrae of which he was inlaying in a sort of basso relievo, the beaked prow of his canoe. Now I consider that the phrenologists have omitted an important thing in not pushing their investigations from the cerebellum through the spinal canal, for I believe that much of a man's character will be found betokened in his backbone. I would rather fill your spine than your skull, whoever you are. A thin joist of a spine never yet upheld a full and noble soul. I rejoice in my spine as in the firm, audacious staff of that flag which I fling half out to the world. Apply the spinal branch of phrenology to the sperm whale. His cranial cavity is continuous with the first neck vertebrae, and in that vertebra, the bottom of the spinal canal will measure 10 inches across, being 8 in height and of a triangular figure with the base downwards. As it passes through the remaining vertebrae, the canal tapers in size, but for a considerable distance remains of large capacity. Now, of course, this canal is filled with much the same strangely fibrous substance, the spinal cord, as the brain, and directly communicates with the brain. And what is still more, for many feet after emerging from the brain's cavity, the spinal cord remains of an undecreasing girth, almost equal to that of the brain. Under all these circumstances, would it be unreasonable to survey and map out the whale's spine chronologically? But viewed in this light, the wonderful comparative smallness of his brain proper is more than compensated by the wondrous comparative magnitude of his spinal cord.
But leaving this hint to operate as it may with the phrenologist, I would merely assume the spinal theory for a moment in reference to the sperm whale's hump. This august hump, if I mistake not, rises over one of the larger vertebrae and is therefore, in some sort, the outer convex mold of it. From its relative situation, then, I should call this high hump the organ of firmness or indomitableness of the sperm whale. And that the great monster is indomitable, you will yet have reason to know. Chapter 81, the Pequod meets the Virgin. The predestined day arrived, and we duly met the ship Jungfrau, Derek the Deer, master of Bremen. At one time the greatest whaling people in the world, the Dutch and Germans are now among the least. But here and there, at very wide intervals of latitude and longitude, you still occasionally meet with their flag in the Pacific. For some reason, the Jungfrau seemed quite eager to pay her respects. Yet, while some distance from the Pequod, she rounded to, and dropping a boat, her captain was impelled toward us, impatiently standing in the bows instead of the stern. "What has he in his hand there?" cried Starbuck, pointing to something wavingly held by the German. "Impossible! A lamp feeder!" "Not that," said Stubb. No, it's a coffee pot, Mr. Starbuck. He's coming off to make us our coffee, is the Yarman. Don't you see that big tin can there alongside of him? That's his boiling water. Oh, he's all right, is the Yarman. "Go along with you," cried Flask. "It's a lamp feeder and an oil can. He's out of oil and has come a-begging." However curious it may seem for an oil ship to be borrowing oil on the whale ground, and however much it may inadvertently contradict the old proverb about carrying poles to Newcastle, yet sometimes such a thing really happens. And in the present case, Captain Derek the Deer did indubitably conduct a lamp feeder, as Flask did declare. As he mounted the deck, Ahab abruptly accosted him, without at all heeding what he had in his hand. But in his broken lingo, the German soon evinced his complete ignorance of the white whale, immediately turning the conversation to his lamp feeder and oil can, with some remarks touching his having to turn into his hammock at night in profound darkness, his last drop of Bremen oil being gone, and not a single flying fish yet captured to supply the deficiency, concluding by hinting that his ship was indeed what in the fishery is technically called a clean one, that is, an empty one, well deserving the name of Jungfrau, or the Virgin. His necessities supplied, Dirac departed, but he had not gained his ship's side when whales were almost simultaneously raised from the mastheads of both vessels, and so eager for the chase was Dirac that without pausing to put his oil can and lamp feeder aboard, he slewed round his boat and made after the Leviathan lamp feeders. Now, the game having risen to leeward, he and the other 3 German boats that soon followed him had considerably the start of the Pequod's keel. There were 8 whales, an average pod. Aware of their danger, they were going all abreast with great speed straight before the wind, rubbing their flanks as closely as so many spans of horses in harness. They left a great wide wake, as though continually unrolling a great white parchment upon the sea. Full in this rapid wake, and many fathoms in the rear, swam a huge humped old bull, which, by his comparatively slow progress, as well as by his unusual yellowish incrustations overgrowing him, seemed afflicted with a jaundice or some other infirmity. Whether this whale belonged to the pod in advance seemed questionable, for it is not customary for such venerable leviathans to be at all social. Nevertheless, he stuck to their wake, though indeed their backwater must have retarded him, because the white bone or swell at his broad muzzle was a dashed one, like the swell formed when 2 hostile currents meet. His spout was short, slow, and laborious, coming forth with a choking sort of gush, and spending itself in torn shreds, followed by strange subterranean commotions in him, which seemed to have egress at his other buried extremity, causing the waters behind him to up. "Who's got some paregoric?" said Stubb. "He has the stomach ache, I'm afraid. Lord, think of having half an acre of stomach ache. Adverse winds are holding mad Christmas in him, boys. It's the first foul wind I ever knew to blow from astern. But look, did ever whale yaw so before? It must be he's lost his tiller." As an overladen Indiaman bearing down the Hindustan coast with a deckload of frightened horses, careens, berries, rolls, and wallows on her way, so did this old whale heave his aged bulk, and now and then, partly turning over on his cumbrous rib ends, expose the cause of his devious weight in the unnatural stump of his starboard fin. Whether he had lost that fin in battle, or had been born without it, it were hard to say. "Only wait a bit, old chap, and I'll give you a sling for that wounded arm," cried cruel Flask, pointing to the whale lying near him. "Mind he don't sling thee with it," cried Starbuck. "Give way, or the German will have him." With one intent, all the combined rival boats were pointed for this one fish, because not only was he the largest and therefore the most valuable whale, but he was nearest to them, and the other whales were going with such great velocity, moreover, as almost to defy pursuit for the time. At this juncture, the Pequod's keels had shot by the 3 German boats last lowered, but from the great start he had had, Dirac's boat still led the chase, though every moment neared by his foreign rivals. The only thing they feared was that from being already so nigh to his mark, he would be enabled to dart his iron before they could completely overtake and pass him. As for Dirac, he seemed quite confident that this would be the case, and occasionally, with a deriding gesture, shook his lamp feeder at the other boats. "The ungracious and ungrateful dog," cried Starbuck. "He mocks and dares me with the very poor box I filled for him not 5 minutes ago." Then, in his old intense whisper, "Give way, greyhounds, dog to it." "I tell you what it is, men," cried Stubb to his crew. "It's against my religion to get mad, but I'd like to eat that villainous Yarman. Pull, won't ye?" "Are you going to let that rascal beat you? You love brandy. A hogshead of brandy, then, to the best man. Come, why don't some of you burst a blood vessel? Who's that been dropping an anchor overboard? We don't budge an inch. We're becalmed. Hello, here's grass growing in the boat's bottom, and by the Lord, the mast there's budding. Oh, this won't do, boys. Look at that Yarman. The long and short of it is, men, would you spit fire or not?" "Oh, see the suds he makes," cried Flask, dancing up and down. "What a hump! Oh, do pile on the beef. Lays like a log. Oh, my lads, do spring. Slapjacks and quahogs for supper, you know, my lads. Baked clams and muffins. Oh, do spring. He's 100-barreler. Don't lose him now. Don't, oh, don't. See that Yarman. Oh, won't you pull for your duff, my lads? Such a sog, such a sogger. Don't you love sperm? There goes $3,000, men. A bank, a whole bank, the Bank of England. Oh, do. What's that Yarman about now? At this moment, Derek was in the act of pitching his lamp feeder at the advancing boats, and also his oil can, perhaps with the double view of retarding his rival's way, and at the same time economically accelerating his own by the momentary impetus of the backward toss. The unmannerly Dutch dogger, cried Stubb. Pull now, men, like 50,000 line of battle shiploads of red-haired devils. What do you say, Tashtigo? Are you the man to snap your spine in 22 pieces for the honorable Gayhead? What do you say? I say, pull like goddamn, cried the Indian. Fiercely, but evenly incited by the taunts of the German, the Pequod's 3 boats now began ranging almost abreast, and so dispersed momentarily near him, in that fine, loose, chivalrous attitude of the headsman when drawing near to his prey. The 3 mates stood up proudly, occasionally backing the after oarsman with an exhilarating cry of, "There she slides now! Hurrah for the white ash breeze! Down with the yarman! Sail over him!" But so decided an original start had Derek had, that in spite of all their gallantry, he would have proved the victor in this race, had not a righteous judgment descended upon him in a crab which caught the blade of his midship oarsman. While this clumsy lubber was striving to free his white ash, and while, in consequence, Derek's boat was nigh to capsizing, and he thundering away at his men in a mighty rage, that was a good time for Stubb and Flask. With a shout, they took a mortal start forwards, and slantingly ranged up on the German's quarter. An instant more, and all 4 boats were diagonally in the whale's immediate wake, while stretching from them on both sides was the foaming swell that he made. It was a terrific, most pitiable, and maddening sight. The whale was now going head out, and sending a spout before him in a continual tormented jet, while his one poor fin beat his side in an agony of fright. Now to this hand, now to that, he yawed in his faltering flight, and still at every billow that he broke, he spasmodically sank in the sea or sideways rolled toward the sky as one beating fifth. So have I seen a bird with clipped wing, making affrighted broken circles in the air, vainly striving to escape the piratical hawks. The bird has a voice, and with plaintive cries will make known her fear. But the fear of this vast dumb brute of the sea was chained up and enchanted in him. He had no voice, save that choking respiration through his spiracle, and this made the sight of him unspeakably pitiable. While still in his amazing bulk, portcullis jaw, and omnipotent tail, there was enough to appall the stoutest men who so pitied.
Seeing now that but a very few moments more would give the Pequod's boats the advantage, and rather than be thus foiled of his game, Derek chose to hazard what to him must have seemed a most unusual long dot, ere the last chance would be forever escape. But no sooner did his harpooner stand up for the stroke than all 3 tigers, Queequeg, Tashtigo, Daggoo, instinctively sprang to their feet, and standing in a diagonal row, simultaneously pointed their bobs, and darted to the head of the German harpooner. Their 3 Nantucket irons entered the whale, blinding vapors of foam and white fire. The 3 boats, in the first fury of the whale's headlong rush, bumped the Germans aside with such force that both Derek and his baffled harpooner were spilled out and sailed over by the 3 flying keels. "Don't be afraid, my butterboxes," cried Stubb, casting a passing glance upon them as he shot by. "You'll be picked up presently. All right, I saw some shocks astern. St. Bernard's dogs, you know. Relieve distressed travelers. Hurrah! This is the way to sail now. Every keel a sunbeam. Hurrah! Here we go like 3 tin kettles at the tail of a mad cougar. This puts me in mind of fastening to an elephant in a Tilbury on a plane, makes the wheel spokes fly. Boys, when you fasten to him that way, and there's danger of being pitched out too when you strike a hill, hurrah, This is the way a fellow feels when he's going to Davy Jones, all a rush down in an endless inclined plane. Hurrah! This whale carries the everlasting mail. But the monster's run was a brief one. Giving a sudden gasp, he tumultuously sounded. With a grating rush, the 3 lines flew around the loggerheads with such a force as to gouge deep grooves in them. While so fearful were the harpooneers that this rapid sounding would soon exhaust the lines, that using all their dexterous might, they caught repeated smoking turns with the rope to hold on, till at last, owing to the perpendicular strain from the lead-lined chocks of the boats, whence the 3 ropes went straight down into the blue, the gunwales of the bows were almost even with the water, while the 3 sterns tilted high in the air, and the whale soon ceasing to sound, for some time they remained in that attitude, fearful of expending more line, though the position was a little ticklish. But though the boats, having been taken down and lost in this way, yet it is this holding on, as it's called, this hooking up by the sharp barbs of his live flesh from the back, this it is that often torments the Leviathan into soon rising again to meet the sharp lance of his foes. Yet not to speak of the peril of this thing, it is to be doubted whether this course is always the best, for it is but reasonable to presume that the longer the stricken whale stays under water, the more he is exhausted, because, owing to his enormous surface of him, in a full-grown sperm whale, something less than 200 square feet, the pressure of the water is immense. We all know that an astonishing atmospheric weight we ourselves stand up under, even here, above ground, in the air. How vast, then, the burden of a whale, bearing on his back a column of 200 fathoms of ocean. It must at least equal the weight of 50 atmospheres. One whaleman has estimated it at the weight of 20 line of battleships, with all its guns and stores and men aboard. As 3 boats lay there on the gently rolling sea, gazing down into its eternal blue moon, and as not a single groan or cry of any sort, nay, not so much as a ripple or a bubble come up from its depths, what landsman would have thought that beneath all that silence and placidity, the uttermost monster of the seas was writhing and wrenching in agony? Not 8 inches of perpendicular rope were visible at the bows. It seems it credible that by 3 such thin threads the great Leviathan was suspended like a big weight to an 8-day clock. Suspended? And to what? To 3 bits of board? Is this the creature of whom it was once so triumphantly said, "Canst thou fill his skin with barbed irons, or his head with fish spears?" The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold the spear, the dart, the habergeon. He esteemeth iron as straw. The arrow cannot make him flee. Darts are counted as stubble. He laugheth at the shaking of a spear. This the creature, this he? Oh, that unfulfillments should follow the prophets. For with the strength of 1,000 thighs in his tail, Leviathan had run his head under the mountains of the sea to hide him from Pequod's fish spears. In that sloping afternoon sunlight, the shadows that the 3 boats sent down beneath the surface must have long enough and broad enough to shade half of Xerxes' armies. Who can tell how appalling to the wounded whale must have been such huge fathoms flitting over his head? "Stand by, men, he stirs," cried Starbuck, as the 3 lines suddenly vibrated in the water, distinctly conducting upwards to them, as by magnetic wires, the life and death throbs of the whale. so that every oarsman felt them in his seat. The next moment, relieved in great part from the downward strain at the bows, the boat gave a sudden bounce upwards, as a small ice field will, when a dense herd of white bears are scared from it into the sea. Haul in, cried Starbuck again. He's rising, the lines of which hardly an instant before not one man's breath could have been gained, were now in long coils flung back, all dripping into the boats, and soon the whale broke water within 2 ship lengths of the hunters. His motions plainly denoted his extreme exhaustion. In most land animals, there are certain valves or floodgates in many of their veins, whereby, when wounded, the blood is in some degree at least instantly shut off in certain directions. Not so with the whale, one of whose peculiarities it is to have an entire non-valvular structure of the blood vessels, so that when pierced, even so small a point as a harpoon, a deadly drain is at once begun upon his whole arterial system, and when this is heightened by the extraordinary pressure of water at a great distance below the surface, his life may be said to pour from him in incessant streams. Yet, so vast is the quantity of blood in him, and so distant and numerous its interior fountains, that he will keep thus bleeding and bleeding for a considerable period, even as in a drought of a river to flow, whose source in the well springs of the far off and undiscernible hills. Even now, when the boats pulled upon this whale and perilously drew over his swaying flukes, and the lances were darted into him, they were followed by steady jets from the new-made wound, which kept continually playing, while the natural spout hole in his head was only at intervals, however rapid, sending its frightening moisture into the air. From this last vent no blood yet came, being no vital part of him had thus been struck. His life, as they significantly called it, was untouched.
As the boats now more closely surrounded him, the whole upper part of his form, with much of it that is ordinarily submerged, was plainly revealed. His eyes, or rather the places where his eyes had been, were beheld. As strange misgrown masses rather gather in the knotholes of the noblest oaks when prostrate, so from the points from which this whale's eyes had once occupied now protruded blind bulbs, horribly pitiable to see. But pity there was none. For all of his old age, and his one arm, and his blind eyes, he must die the death and be murdered in order to light the gray bridals and other merrymaking of men, and also to illuminate the solemn churches that preach unconditional inoffensiveness by all to all. Still roiling in his blood, at last he partially disclosed a strangely discolored bunch of protuberance, the size of a bushel, low down on the flank. "A nice spot," cried Flask. "Just let me prick him there once." "Avast," cried Starbuck. "There's no need of that." But humane Starbuck was too late. At the instant of the dart, the ulcerous jet shot from the cruel wound and goaded by it into a more sufferable anguish, the whale, now spouting thick blood, with swift fury blindly darted at the craft, bespattering them with their goring crews all over the showers of gore, capsizing Flask's boat and marring the bows. It was his death stroke, for by this time so spent was he by loss of blood that he was helplessly rolled away from the wreck that he had made and lay panting on his side, impotently flapped with his stumped fin, then over and over slowly revolved like a waning world, turned up the white secrets of his belly, lay like a log, and died. It was the most piteous and last expiring spout. as when by unseen hands the water is gradually drawn off from some mighty fountain, and with half-stifled melancholy gurglings the spraying column lowers and lowers to the ground. So the last long-dying spout of the whale. Soon, while the crews were awaiting the arrival of the ship, the body showed symptoms of sinking with all of its treasures unrifled. Immediately, by Starbuck's orders, lines were secured to it at different points so that ere long every boat was a buoy, the sunken whale being suspended a few inches beneath them by the cords. By the very heedful management, when the ship drew nigh, the whale was transferred to her side and was strongly secured there by the stiffest fluke chains, for it was plain that unless artificially upheld, the body would at once sink to the bottom. It so chanced that almost upon the first cutting into him with the spade, the entire length of the corroded harpoon was found embedded in his flesh on the lower part of the bunch before described. But as the stumps of harpoons are frequently found in the dead bodies of captured whales, with the flesh perfectly healed around them and no prominence of any other kind to denote their place, therefore there must needs have been some other unknown reason in this present case to fully account for the ulceration alluded to. But still more curious was the fact of a lance head of a stone being found in him, not far from the buried iron, the flesh perfectly firm about it. Who had darted that stone lance, and when? It might have been darted by some Northwest Indian long before America was discovered. What other marvels might have been rummaged about in this monstrous cabinet there of no telling? But a sudden stop was put to further discoveries by the ship's being unprecedentedly dragged over sideways to the sea, owing to the body's immensely increasing tendency to sink. However, Starbuck, who had the ordering of the affairs, hung on to it with the last, hung on to it so resolutely, indeed, that when at length the ship would have been capsized, if still persisting in locking arms with the body, then, when the command was given to break clear from it, such was the immovable strain upon the timber heads to which the fluke chains and cables were fastened, that it was impossible to cast them off. Meantime, everything in the Pequod was aslant. To cross to the other side of the deck was like walking up the steep, gabled roof of a house. The ship groaned and gasped. Many of the ivory inlayings of her bulwarks and cabins were started from their places by the unnatural dislocation. In vain, handspikes and crows brought to bear upon the immovable fluke chains to pry them off drift from the timber heads, and so low had the whale now settled that the submerged ends could not be all approached, while every moment whole tons of ponderously seemed added to the sinking bulk, and the ship seemed on the point of going over. Hold on, won't ye?" cried Stubb to the body. "Don't be in such a devil of a hurry to sink. By thunder, men, we must do something or go for it. No use prying there. Avast, I say, with your handspikes, and run one of you for a prayer book and a penknife, and cut the big chains." "Knife? Aye, aye," cried Queequeg, and seizing the carpenter's heavy hatchet, he leaned out of a porthole and, steel to iron, began slashing at the largest fluke chains. But a few strokes of full sparks were given when exceeding strain effected the rest. A terrific snap. Every fastening went adrift. Ship righted. The carcass sank. Now, this occasional inevitable sinking of the recently killed sperm whale is a very curious thing, nor has any fisherman yet adequately accounted for it. Usually, the dead sperm whale floats with great buoyancy, and its side or its belly considerably elevated above the surface. If the only whales that had sunk were old, meager, and broken-hearted creatures, their pods of lard diminished and their bones heavy and rheumatic, then you might, with some reason, assert that this sinking is caused by an unaccompanying specific gravity in fish so sinking, consequent upon his absence of buoyant matter in him. But this was not so. For young whales in the highest health and swelling with noble aspirations, permanently cut off in the warm flush and May of life, with all their panting lard about them, even these brawny, buoyant heroes do sometimes sink. Be it said, however, that the sperm whale is far less liable to this accidental than any other species. Where one of that sort goes down, 20 right whales do. This difference in the species is no doubt imputable with no small degree to the great quantity of bone in the right whale, his Venetian blinds alone sometimes weighing more than a ton. From this encumbrance, the sperm whale is wholly free. But there are instances where, after the lapse of so many hours or several days, the sunken whale again rises more buoyant than in life. But the reason of this is obvious. Gases are generated in him. He swells to prodigious magnitude, becomes a sort of animal balloon. A line of battle ship could hardly keep him under then. In the shore whaling on soundings among the bays of New Zealand, when a right whales give token of sinking, they fasten buoys to him with plenty of rope so that the body has gone down. They know where to look for it when it shall ascend again. It was not long after the sinking of the body that a cry was heard from the Pequod's masthead, announcing that the Jungfrau was again lowering her boats, though the only spout in sight was that of a finback belonging to the species of uncalculable whales because of its incredible power of swimming. Nevertheless, the finback spout is so similar to the sperm whales that by unskillful fishermen it is often mistaken for it. And consequently, Derek and all of his hosts were now in valiant chase of this unbearable brute. The Virgin, crowding all sail, made after her 4 young keels, and thus they all disappeared far to the leeward, still in bold, hopeful chase. Oh, many are the finbacks, and many are the Derricks, my friend.
Chapter 82, The Honor and Glory of Whaling. There are some enterprises in which a careful disorderliness is the true method. The more I dive into this matter of whaling and push my researches up to the very springhead of it, so much the more am I impressed with its honorableness and antiquity. And especially when I find so many great demigods and heroes, prophets of all sorts, who one way or other have shed distinction upon it. I am transported with the reflection that I myself belong, though but subordinately, to be emblazoned a fraternity. To gallant Perseus, a son of Jupiter, was the first whaleman, and to the eternal honor of our calling be it said, that the first whale attacked by our brotherhood was not killed with any sordid intent. Those were nightly days of our profession, when we only bore arms to succor the distressed, and not fill men's lamp feeders. Everyone knows the fine stories of Perseus and Andromeda, how the lovely Andromeda, the daughter of a king, was tied to a rock on the sea coast, and as Leviathan was in the very act of carrying her off, Perseus, the prince of whalemen, intrepidity, advancing, harpooned the monster and delivered and married the maid. It was an admirable artistic exploit, rarely achieved by the best harpooneers of the present day. Inasmuch as this Leviathan was slain at the very first dart, and let no man doubt this archite story. For in the ancient Joppa, now Jaffa, on the Syrian coast, in one of the pagan temples, there stood for many ages the vast skeleton of a whale, which the city's legends and all inhabitants asserted to be the identical bones of the monster that Perseus slew. When the Romans took Joppa, the same skeleton was carried to Italy in triumph. What seems most singular and suggestively important in the story is that it was from Joppa that Jonah set sail. Akin to the adventure of Perseus Andromeda, indeed, by some supposed to be indirectly derived from it, it is that famous story of St. George and the dragon, which dragon I maintain to have been a whale, for in many old chronicles, whales and dragons are strangely jumbled together, and often stand for each other. Though art as a lion of the waters, and as a dragon of the sea, saith Ezekiel, hereby plainly meaning a whale in truth, some versions of the Bible use that word itself. Besides, it would much subtract from the glory of the exploit had St. George been encountered a crawling reptile of the land, instead of doing battle with the great monster of the deep. Any man may kill a snake, but only a Perseus, a St. George, a coffin have the heart in them to march boldly up to a whale. Let not the modern paintings of this scene mislead us, for though the creature encountered by that valiant whaleman of old is vaguely represented of a griffin-like shape, and though the battle is depicted on land and the saint on horseback, yet considering the great ignorance of those times when the true form of the whale was unknown to artists, and considering that, as in Perseus' case, St. George's whale might have crawled up out of the sea onto the beach, and considering that the animal ridden by St. George might have been only a large seal or seahorse, bearing all this in mind, it will not appear altogether incompatible with the sacred legend and the ancientest draught of the scene. To hold this so-called dragon, no other than the great Leviathan itself. In fact, placed before the strict and pierced truth, this whole story will fare like that fish, flesh and fowl out of the Philistines, Daggett by name, who being planted before the ark of Israel, his horse's head and both the palms of his hands fell off from him, and only the stump or fishy part of him remained. Thus, then one of our own noble stamp, even a whaleman, is the tutelary guardian of England, and by good rights, we harpooneers of Nantucket should be enrolled in the most noble order of St. George. And therefore, let not the knights of that honorable company, none of whom I venture to say have ever had to do with a whale like their great patron, let them never eye a Nantucketer with disdain, since even in our woolen frocks and tarred trousers, we are much better entitled to St. George's decoration than they. Whether to admit Hercules among us or not, concerning this I long remained dubious. For though, according to the Greek mythologies, that antique Crockett and Kit Carson, that brawny doer of rejoicing good deeds, was swallowed down and thrown up by a whale, still, whether that strictly makes a whaleman of him, they might be mooted. It nowhere appears that he ever actually harpooned his fish, unless indeed from the inside. Nevertheless, may be deemed a sort of involuntary whaleman. At any rate, the whale caught him. If he did not, the whale, I claim him for one of our clan. But by the best contradictory authorities, this Grecian story of Hercules and the whale is considered to be derived from the still more ancient Hebrew story of Jonah, and the whale and vice versa. Certainly, they are very similar. If I claim the demigod, then why not the prophet? Nor do heroes, saints, demigods, and prophets alone comprise the whole roll of our order. Our Grand Master is still to be named, for like royal kings of old times, we find the headwaters of our fraternity in nothing short of the great God themselves. That wondrous Oriental story is now to be rehearsed from the Shastra, which gives us the dread Vishnu, one of the three persons in the Godhead of the Hindus, gives us this divine Vishnu himself for our Lord. Vishnu, who, by the first of his 10 earthly incarnations, has forever set apart and sanctified the whale. When Brahma, or the God of gods, saith the Shastra, resolved to recreate the world after one of its periodical dissolutions, he gave birth to Vishnu to preside over the work. But the Vedas, or mystical books, whose Percival would seem to have been indispensable to Vishnu before beginning the creation, and which therefore must have contained something in the shape of practical hints to young architects. These Vedas were lying at the bottom of the waters, so Vishnu became incarnate in a whale, and sounding down in him to the uttermost depths rescued the sacred volumes. Was not this Vishnu a whaleman, then even as a man who rides a horse is called a horseman, Perseus, St. George, Hercules, Jonah, and Vishnu. There's a member rule for you. What club but the whaleman's can head off like that? Chapter 83, Jonah historically regarded. Reference was made to the historical story of Jonah and the whale in the preceding chapter. Now, some Nantucketers distrust this historical story of Jonah and the whale. But then there were some skeptical Greeks and Romans who, standing out from the orthodox pagans of their times, equally doubted the story of Hercules and the whale, and Arion, and the dolphin. And yet, those traditions did not make those traditions one whit the less for all that. One old Sag Harbor whaleman's chief reason for questioning the Hebrew story was this. He had one of those quaint old-fashioned Bibles embellished with curious unscientific plates, one of which represented Jonah's whale with two spouts in his head, a peculiarity only true with respect to a species of Leviathan, the right whale, and the varieties of that order, concerning which the fishermen have this saying: a penny roll would choke him. His swallow is so very small, but to this Bishop Jebb's anticipative answer is ready. It is not necessary, hints the bishop, that we consider Jonah as entombed in the whale's belly, but as temporarily lodged in some part of his mouth. And this seems reasonable enough in the good bishop, for truly the right whale's mouth would accommodate a couple of whist tables and comfortably seat all of the players. Possibly, too, Jonah might have ensconced himself in a hollow tooth, but on second thoughts, the right whale is toothless. Another reason which Sag Harbor he went by name, urged for his want of faith in his matter of the prophet, was something obscurely in reference to his incarcerated body and the whale's gastric juices. But this objection likewise falls to the ground, because a German's exegist supposes that Jonah might have taken refuge in the floating body of a dead whale, even as the French soldiers in the Russian campaign turned their dead horses into tents and crawled into them. Besides, it had been divined by other continental commentators that when Jonah was thrown overboard from the Joppa ship, he straightway effected his escape to another vessel nearby. Some vessel with the whale for a figurehead, and I would add, possibly called the whale, as some craft are nowadays christened the shark, the gull, the eagle, nor have there been wanting learned exegists who have opined that the whale mentioned in the book of Jonah merely meant a life preserver, an inflated bag of wind, which the endangered prophet swam to, and so was saved from a watery doom. Poor Sag Harbor therefore seemed worse than Alstead all around. But he had still another reason for his want of faith. It was this: if I remember right, Jonah was swallowed by the whale in the Mediterranean Sea. And after 3 days, he was vomited up somewhere within 3 days' journey of Nineveh, a city on the Tigris, very much more than 3 days' journey across from the nearest point of the Mediterranean coast. How was that? Thank you.
But was there no other way for the whale to land the prophet within that short distance of Nineveh? Yes, he might have carried him round by the way of the Cape of Good Hope, but not to speak of the passage through the whole length of the Mediterranean and another passage up the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. Such a supposition would involve the complete circumnavigation of all Africa in 3 days, not to speak of the Tigris waters near the site of Nineveh, being too shallow for any whale to swim in. Besides, this idea of Jonah's weathering the Cape of Good Hope at so early a day would rest the honor of the discovery of that great headland from Bartholomew Diaz, its disputed discoverer, and so make modern history a liar. But all these foolish arguments of old Sag Harbor only evinced his foolish pride of reason, a thing still more reprehensible in him, seeing that he had but little learning except what he had picked up from the sun and the sea. I say it only shows his foolish, impious pride and abominable, devilish rebellion against the reverend clergy. For by a Portuguese Catholic priest, this very idea of Jonah's going to Nineveh via the Cape of Good Hope was advanced as a signal magnification of the general miracle. And so it was. Besides, to this day, the highly enlightened Turks devoutly believe in the historical story of Jonah. And some 3 centuries ago, an English traveler in Old Harris's Voyages speaks of a Turkish mosque built in honor of Jonah, in which mosque was a miraculous lamp that burnt without any oil. Chapter 84, Pitch Poling. To make them run easily and swiftly, the axles of carriages are anointed, and for much of the same purpose, some whalers perform an analogous operation upon their boat. They grease the bottom. Nor is it doubted that as such a procedure can do no harm, it may possibly be of no contemptible advantage, considering that oil and water are hostile, that oil is a sliding thing, and that the object in view is to make the boat slide bravely. Queequeg believed strongly in anointing his boat, and one morning, not long after the German ship Jungfrau disappeared, took more than customary pains in that occupation, crawling under its bottom where it hung over the side, and rubbing in the unctuousness as though diligently seeking to ensure a crop of hair from the craft's bald keel. He seemed to be working in obedience to some particular presentiment, nor did it remain unwarranted by the event. Towards noon whales were raised, but so soon as the ship sailed down to them, they turned and fled with swift precipitancy, a disordered flight as of Cleopatra's barges from Actium. Nevertheless, the boats pursued, and Stubbs was foremost. By great exertion, Tashtego at least succeeded in planting one iron, but the stricken whale, without at all sounding, still continued his horizontal flight, with added fleetness. Such intermitted strainings upon them, the planted iron must sooner or later inevitably extract it. It became imperative to lance the flying whale, or be content to lose him. But to haul the boat up to his flank was impossible. He swam so fast and furious. What then remained? Of all the wondrous devices and dexterities, the sleights of hand and countless subtleties to which the veteran whaleman is so forced, none exceed the fine maneuver with a lance called pitch poling. Small sword or broadsword, in all its exercises boasts nothing like it. It is indispensable only with an inveterate running whale. Its grand fact and feature is the wonderful distance to which the long lance is accurately darted from a violently rocking, jerking boat under extreme headway. Steel and wood included, the entire spear is some 10 or 12 feet in length. The staff is much slighter than that of a harpoon and also of a lighter material, pine. It is furnished with a small rope called a warp, of considerable length, by which it can be hauled back to the hand after darting. But before going further, it is important to mention here that though the harpoon may be pitch-poled in the same way with the lance, yet it is seldom done. And when done, it is still less frequently successful, on account of the greater weight and inferior length of the harpoon as compared with the lance, which in effect becomes serious drawbacks. As a general thing, therefore, you must first get fast to a whale before any pitch poling comes into play. Look now at Stubb, a man who from his humorous deliberate coolness, and equanimity in the direst emergencies, was specially qualified to excel in pitch poling. Look at him. He stands upright in the tossed bow of the flying boat, wrapped in fleecy foam. The towing whale is 40 feet ahead, handling the long lance lightly, glancing twice or thrice along its length to see if it can be exactly straight. Stubb whistlingly gathers up the coil of the warp in one hand so as to secure its free end in its grasp, leaving the rest unobstructed. Then, holding the lance full before his waistband's middle, he levels it at the whale, when, covering him with it, he steadily depresses the butt end in his hand, thereby elevating the point till the weapon stands fairly balanced upon his palm, 15 feet in the air. He minds you somewhat of a juggler, balancing a long staff on his chin. Next moment, with a rapid, nameless impulse and a superb, lofty arch, the bright steel spans the foaming distance, quivers in the life spot of the whale. Instead of sparkling water, he now spouts red blood. That drove the spigot out of him, cries Stubb. 'Tis July's immortal 4th. All fountains must run wine today. Would now it were old Orleans whiskey, or old Ohio, or unspeakable old Monongahela. Then, Tushtigo lad, I'd have ye round a Kannakin to the jet, then we'd drink round it. Yea, verily, hearts alive, we'd brew choice punch in the spread of this spout hole there, and from that live punch we'll quaff the living stuff. Again and again, such gamesome talk, the dexterous dart is repeated, the spear returning to its master like a greyhound held in a skillful leash. The agonized whale goes into its flurry, the tow line slackened, and the pitch poler, dropping astern, folds his hands and mutely watches the monster die.
Chapter 85 The Fountain. That for 6,000 years, and no one knows how many millions of ages before, the great whales have been spouting all over the sea and sprinkling and mystifying the gardens of the deep, as with so many sprinklings or mystifying pots, and that for some centuries back, thousands of hunters should have been close by the fountain of the whale, watching these sprinklings and spoutings, that all should be, and yet, that down to this blessed minute, 15 1/4 minutes past 1 o'clock p.m. of the 16th day of December, A.D. 1850, it should remain a problem whether these spoutings are, after all, really water or nothing but vapor. This is surely a noteworthy thing. Let us then look at the matter, along with some interesting items contingent. Everyone knows that by the particular cunning of the gills, the finny tribes in general breathe the air which is at all times combined with the element in which they swim. Hence a herring or a cod might live a century and never once raise its head above the surface. But owing to his marked internal structure which gives him regular lungs, like a human being's, the whale can only live by inhaling the disengaged air of the open atmosphere. Wherefore the necessity for his periodical visits to the upper world. But he cannot in any degree breathe through his mouth, for in his ordinary attitude, the sperm whale's mouth is buried at least 8 feet beneath the surface, and when it is still more, his windpipe has no connection with his mouth. No, he breathes through his spiracle alone, and this is on the top of his head. If I say that in any creature breathing is only a function independent to his vitality, inasmuch as it withdraws from the air a certain element, which being subsequently brought into contact with the blood imparts to the blood its vivifying principle, I do not think I shall err, though I may possibly use some superfluous scientific words. Assume it, and it follows that all of the blood in a man could be aerated in one breath. He might then seal up his nostrils and not fetch another for a considerable time. That is to say, he would then live without breathing. Anomalous as it may seem, this is precisely the case with the whale, who systematically lives by intervals, his full hour and more, when at the bottom, without drawing a single breath or so much as in any way inhaling a particle of air. For remember, he has no gills. How is this? Between his ribs on one side of his spine, he is supplied with a remarkable, involved Cretan labyrinth of vermicelli-like vessels, which vessels, when he quits the surface, are completely distended with oxygenated blood, so that for an hour or more, 1,000 fathoms in the sea, he carries a surplus stock of vitality in him, just as the camel crossing the waterless desert carries a surplus supply of drink for future use in its 4 supplementary stomachs. The anatomical fact of this labyrinth is indisputable, and that the supposition founded upon it is reasonable and true seems the more cogent to me when I consider that otherwise inexplicable obstinacy of the Leviathan in having his spoutings out, as the fishermen phrase it. This is what I mean. If unmolested, upon rising to the surface, the sperm whale will continue there for a period of time exactly uniform with all his other unmolested risings. Say he stays 11 minutes and jets 70 times. That is, he respires 70 breaths. Then whenever he rises again, he will be sure to have his 70 breaths over again, to a minute. Now, if after he fetches a few breaths you might alarm him, so that he sounds, he will be always dodging up again to make good his regular allowance of air. And not till those 70 breaths are told will he finally go down to stay out his firm term below. Remark, however, that in different individuals these rates are different, but in any one they are alike. Now, why should the whale thus insist upon having his spoutings out, unless it is to be replenish his reservoir of air descending for good? How obvious is it, too, that this necessity for the whale's rising exposes him to all the fatal hazards of the chase? For not by hook or by net could this vast Leviathan be caught when sailing 1,000 fathoms beneath the sunlight. Not so much thy skill, then, O hunter, as the great necessities that strike the victor to thee. In man, breathing is incessantly going on, one breath only serving for 2 or 3 pulsations, so that when whatever other business he has to attend to, walking or sleeping, breathe he must, or die he will. But the sperm whale only breathes about 1/7 or Sunday of his time. It has been said that the whole whale only breathes through a spout hole. If it could truthfully be added that his spouts are mixed with water, then I opine we should be furnished with the reason why his sense of smell seems obliterated in him. For the only thing about him that at all answers to his nose is the identical spout hole. And being so clogged with 2 elements, it could not be expected to have the power of smelling. But owing to the mystery of the spout, whether it be water or whether it be vapor, no absolute certainty can as yet be arrived at on this head. Sure it is, nevertheless, that the sperm whale has no proper olfactories. But what does he want of them? No roses, no violets, no cologne water in the sea. Furthermore, as his windpipe solely opens into the tube of his spouting canal, and as that long canal, like the Grand Erie Canal, is furnished with a sort of locks that open and shut, for the downward retention of air or the upward expulsion of water, therefore the whale has no voice, unless you insult him by saying that when he so strangely rumbles, he talks through his nose. But then again, what has the whale to say? Seldom have I known any profound being that has anything to say to this world, unless forced to stammer out something by way of getting a living. Oh, happy that the world is such an excellent listener. Now, the spouting canal of the sperm whale, chiefly intended as it is for the conveyance of air, and for several feet laid along, horizontally, just below the surface of his head, and a little to one side, This curious canal is very much like a gas pipe laid in down to a city on one side of the street. But the question returns whether this gas pipe is also a water pipe. In other words, whether the spout of the sperm whale is mere vapor or of the exhaled breath, or whether that exhaled breath is mixed with water taken in at the mouth and discharged through the spiracle. It is certain that the mouth indirectly communicates with the spouting canal, but it cannot be proved that this is for the purpose of discharging water through the spiracle, because the greatest necessity for doing so would seem to be when in feeding he accidentally takes in the water. But the sperm whale's food is far beneath the surface, and there he cannot spout even if he would. Besides, if you regard him very closely and time him with your watch, you will find that when unmolested, there is an undeviating rhyme between the periods of his jets and the ordinary periods of respiration. But why pester one with all this reasoning on the subject? Speak out. You have seen him spout, and then declare what that spout is. Can you not tell water from the air? My dear sir, in this world it is not so easy to settle these plain things. I have ever found your plain things the naughtiest of all. And as for this whale spout, you might almost stand in it, and yet be undecided as to what it is precisely. The central body of it is hidden in the snowy, sparkling mist enveloping it. And how can you certainly tell whether any water falls from it, when, always, when you are close enough to a whale to get close view of his spout, he is in the prodigious commotion, the water cascading all around him? And if at such times you should think you really perceive drops of moisture in the spout, how do you know that they are not merely condensed from its vapor? Or how do you know that they are not those identical drops superficially lodged in the spout hole fissure, which is countersunk into the summit of the whale's head? For even when tranquilly swimming through the midday sea in a calm, with his elevated humps sun-dried as a dromedary's in the desert, even then the whale always carries a small basin of water on his head, as under a blazing sun you will sometimes see a cavity in a rock filled up with the rain.
Nor is it at all prudent for the hunter to be over curious touching the precise nature of the whale spout. It will not do for him to be peering into it and putting his face into it. You cannot go with your pitcher to this fountain and fill it and bring it away. For even when coming into slight contact with the outer vapory shreds of the jet, which will often happen, your skin will feverishly smart from the acridness of the thing so touching it. And I know one who, coming into still closer contact with the spout, whether with scientific object in view or otherwise, I cannot say, the skin peeled off from his cheek and arm. Wherefore, among whalemen, the spout is deemed poisonous. They try to evade it. Another thing, I have heard it said, and I do not much doubt it, that if the jet is fairly spouted into your eyes, it will blind you. The wisest thing the investigator can do then, it seems to me, is to let this deadly spout alone. Still, we can hypothesize, even if we cannot prove and establish. My hypothesis is this, that the spout is nothing but mist, and besides other reasons to this conclusion, I am impelled by considerations touching the great inherent dignity and sublimity of the sperm whale. I account him no common shallow being, inasmuch as it is an indisputed fact that he is never found on soundings on near shores. All other whales sometimes are. He is both ponderous and profound, and I am convinced that the heads of all ponderous, profound beings, such as Plato, Pyrrho, the devil, Jupiter, Dante, and so on, there always goes up a certain semi-visible steam while in the act of thinking deep thoughts. While composing a little treatise on eternity, I had the curiosity to place a mirror before me, and ere long saw reflected there a curious involved warming and undulation in the atmosphere over my head. The invariable moisture of my hair, while plunged in deep thought, after 6 cups of hot tea in my thin shingled attic of an August noon. This seems an additional argument for the above supposition. And how nobly it raises our conceit of the mighty, misty monster to behold him solemnly sailing through a calm tropical sea. His vast, mild head, overhung by a canopy of vapor engendered by his incommunicable contemplations, and that vapor, as you will sometimes see it, glorified by a rainbow, as in heaven itself had put the seal upon his thoughts. For do ye see, rainbows do not visit the clear sky, they only irradiate vapor. And so, through all the thick mists of the dim doubts of in my mind, divine intuitions now and then shoot, enkindling my fog with a heavenly ray. And for this I thank God, for all have doubts, many deny. But doubts are denials, few among them have intuitions. Doubt of all things earthly and intuitions of some things heavenly. This combination makes neither believer nor infidel, but makes a man who regards them both with equal eye. Chapter 86, The Tale. Other poets have warbled the praises of the soft eye of the antelope in the lovely plumage of the bird that never alights. Less celestial, I will celebrate a tale. Reckoning the largest sized sperm whale's tail to begin at that point of the trunk where it tapers to about the girth of a man, it comprises upon its upper surface alone an area of at least 50 square feet. The compact round body of its root expands into 2 broad, firm, flat palms or flutes, gradually shoaling away to less than an inch in thickness. At the crotch or juncture, these flutes slightly overlap, then sideways recede from each other like wings, leaving a wide vacancy between. In no living thing are the lines of beauty more exquisitely defined than in the crescentic borders of these flutes. At its utmost expanse in the full-grown whale, the tail will considerably exceed 20 feet across. The entire member seems a dense web-bed of welded sinews, but cut into it and you will find that 3 distinct strata compose it, upper, middle, and lower. The fibers of the upper and lower layers are long and horizontal. Those of the middle ones very short and running crosswise between the outer side layers. This triune structure, as much as anything else, imparts power to the tail. To the student of old Roman walls, the middle layer will furnish a curious parallel to the thin course of tiles, always alternating with the stone and those wonderful relics of the antique, and undoubtedly contribute so much to the great strength of the masonry. But as this vast local power in the tenacious tail were not enough, the whole bulk of the Leviathan is knit over with a warp and warp of muscular fibers and filaments, which passing on either side of the loins and running down into the flutes, incessantly blend with them and largely contribute to their might, so that in the tail the confluent measureless force of the whole whale seems concentrated to a point. Could annihilation occur to matter, this were the thing to do it. Nor does this, its amazing strength, at all tend to cripple the graceful flexion of its motions, where infantileness of ease undulates through a titanism of power. On the contrary, those motions derive their most appalling beauty from it. Real strength never impairs beauty or harmony, but it often bestows it, and in everything imposingly beautiful, strength has much to do with the magic. Take away the tied tendons of all over that seem bursting from the marble of the carved Hercules, and its charm would be gone. As devout Eckermann lifted the linen sheet from the naked corpse of Goethe, he was overwhelmed with the massive chest of the man that seemed as a Roman triumphal arch. When Angelo paints even God the Father in human form, mark what robustness is there. And whatever they may reveal in the divine love of the Son, the soft, curled, practical Italian pictures in which his idea has been most successfully embodied, these pictures, so destitute as they all are of brawniness, hint nothing of any power, but the mere negative, feminine one of submission and endurance, which all on all hands it conceded form the particular practical virtues of his teachings. Such is the subtle elasticity of the organ I treat of, that whatever wielded in sport or in earnest or in anger, whatever be the mood it be in, its flexions are invariably marked by exceeding grace. Therein no fairy's arm can transcend it. 5 great motions are peculiar to it. First, when used as a fin for progression. Second, when used as a mace in battle. Third, in sweeping. Fourth, in lobtailing. Fifth, in peaking flukes. First, being horizontal in its position, the Leviathan's tail acts in a different manner from the tails of all other sea creatures. It never wiggles. In man or fish, wriggling is a sign of inferiority. To the whale, his tail is the sole means of propulsion. Scroll rise, cross, coil forward beneath the body, and then rapidly sprung backwards. It is this which gives that singular darting, leaping motion to the monster when furiously swimming. His side fins only serve to steer by. Second, it is a little significant that while one sperm whale fights another sperm whale only with his head and jaw, nevertheless, in his conflicts with man, he chiefly and contemptuously uses his tail. In striking a boat, he swiftly curves away his flukes from it, and the blow is inflicted only by the recoil. If it be made in the unobstructed air, especially if it descends to its mark, the stroke is simply irresistible. No riverman or boat can withstand it. Your only salvation lies in eluding it. But if it comes sideways through the opposing water, then partly owing to the light buoyancy of the whaleboat and the elasticity of its materials, a cracked rib or a dashed plank or two, a sort of stitch in the side, is generally the most serious result. These submerged side blows are often received in the fishery, that they are counted mere child's play. Someone strips off a frock and the hole is stopped.
Thank you.
Third, I cannot demonstrate it, but it seems to me that in the whale, the sense of touch is concentrated in the tail. For in this respect, there is a delicacy in it only equaled by the daintiness of the elephant's trunk. This delicacy is chiefly evinced in the action of sweeping, when in maidenly gentleness the whale, with a certain soft slowness, moves his immense flukes from side to side upon the surface of the sea. And if he feel but a sailor's whisker, woe to that sailor, whiskers and all! What tenderness there is in that preliminary touch! Had this tale any prehensile power, I should straightway bethink me of Darmonde's elephant that so frequented the flower market, and with low salutations presented nosegays to damsels, and then caressed their zones. On more accounts than one, a pity it is that the whale does not possess this prehensile virtue in his tail. For I have heard of yet another elephant, that when wounded in the fight, curved round his trunk and extracted the dart. Fourth, stealing unawares upon the whale in the fancied security of the middle of solitary seas, you find him unbent from the vast corpulence of his dignity, and kitten-like he plays on the ocean as if it were a hearth. But still you see his power in his play. The broad palms of his tail are flirted high into the air, then smiting the surface. The thunderous concussion resounds for miles. You would almost think a great gun has been discharged. And if you notice the light wreath of vapor from the spiracle at his other extremity, you would think that that was the smoke from the touch hole. Fifth, as in the ordinary floating posture of the Leviathan, the flukes lie considerably below the level of his back. They are then completely out of sight beneath the surface. But when he is about to plunge into the deeps, his entire flukes, with at least 30 feet of his body, are tossed erect in the air, and so remain, vibrating a moment. till they downward shoot out of view, accepting the sublime breach somewhere else to be described. This peaking of the whale's flukes is perhaps the grandest sight to be seen in all animated nature. Out of the bottomless profundities, the gigantic tail seems spasmodically snatching at the highest heaven. So in dreams have I seen majestic Satan thrusting forth his tormented colossal claw from the flame Baltic of hell. But in gazing at such scenes, it is all in all what mood you're in. If in the Dantean, the devils will occur to you. If in that of Isaiah, the archangels. Standing at the masthead of my ship during a sunrise that crimsoned sky and sea, I once saw a large herd of whales in the east, all heading towards the sun, and for a moment vibrating in concert with peaked flukes. As it seemed to me at the time, such a grand embodiment of adoration of the gods was never beheld, even in Persia, the home of the fire worshippers. As Ptolemy Philopater testified of the African elephant, I then testified of the whale, pronouncing him the most devout of all beings. For according to King Juba, the military elephants of antiquity often hailed the morning with their trunks uplifted in the profoundest silence. The chance comparison in this chapter between the whale and the elephant, so far as some aspects of the tail of the one and the trunk of the other are concerned, should not tend to place those two opposite organs on an equality, much less the creatures to which they respectively belong. For as the mightiest elephant is but a terrier to Leviathan, so compared with Leviathan's tail, his trunk is but the stalk of a lily, the most direful blow from the elephant's trunk, whereas the playful tap of a fan, compared with the measureless crush and crash of the sperm whale's ponderous flukes, which in repeated instances have one after the other hurled entire boats with all their oars and crews into the air, very much as an Indian juggler tosses his balls. Though all comparison in the way of general bulk between the whale and the elephant is preposterous, inasmuch as in that particular the elephant stands in much the same respect to the whale that a dog does to the elephant. Nevertheless, they are not wanting some points of curious similitude. Among these is the spout. It is well known that the elephant will often draw up water or dust in his trunk, and then elevating it, jet it forth in a stream. The more I consider this mighty tale, the more do I deplore my inability to express it. At times there are gestures in it which, though they would well grace the hand of man, remain wholly inexplicable. In an extensive herd, so remarkable, occasionally are these mystic gestures, that I have heard hunters who have declared them akin to Freemason signs and symbols. That the whale, indeed, by these methods, intelligently conversed with the world, nor are there wanting other motions of the whale in his general body, full of strangeness and unaccountable to his most experienced assailant. Dissect him how I may, then, but I but go skin deep. I know him not, and never will. But if I know not even the tail of this whale, how understand his head? Much more, how comprehend his face? When face he has none, thou shalt see my back parts. My tail, he seems to say, but my face shall not be seen. But I cannot completely make out his back parts, and hint what he will about his face. I say again, he has no face. 87. The Grand Armada. The long and narrow peninsula of Malacca, extending southeastward from the territories of Burma, forms the most southerly point of all Asia. In a continuous line from that peninsula stretch the long islands of Sumatra, Java, Bali, and Timor, which, with many others, form a vast mole or rampart, lengthwise connecting Asia with Australia, and dividing the long, unbroken Indian Ocean from the thickly studded Oriental archipelagos. This rampart is pierced by several sally ports for the convenience of ships and whales, conspicuous among which are the Straits of Sunda and Malacca. By the Straits of Sunda, chiefly, vessels bound to China from the west emerge into the China Seas. Those narrow Straits of Sunda divide Sumatra from Java, and standing midway in that vast rampart of islands, buttressed by that bold green promontory known to seamen as Java Head, they not a little correspond to the central gateway opening into some vast walled empire, and considering the inexhaustible wealth of spices and silks and jewels and gold and ivory with which the 1,000 islands of that oriental sea are enriched. It seems a significant provision of nature that such treasures, by the very formation of the land, should at least bear the appearance, however ineffectual, of being guarded from the all-grasping Western world. The shores of the Straits of Sunda are unsupplied with those domineering fortresses which guard the entrances of the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the Propontis. Unlike the Danes, these Orientals do not demand the obsequious homage of lowered topsails from the endless procession of ships before the wind, which for centuries past, by night and by day, have passed between the islands of Sumatra and Java, frightened with the costly cargoes of the East. But while they freely waive a ceremonial like this, they do by no means renounce their claim to more solid tribute. Time out of mind, the piratical proas of the Malays, lurking among the low shaded coves and islets of Sumatra, have sallied out upon the vessels sailing through the straits, fiercely demanding tribute at the point of their spears. Though by the repeated bloody chastisements they have received at the hands of European cruisers, the audacity of these corsairs has of late been somewhat repressed. Yet even at the present day, we occasionally hear of English and American vessels, which in those waters have been remorselessly boarded and pillaged. With a fair, fresh wind, the Pequod was now drawing nigh to these straits, Ahab purposing to pass through them into the Javan Sea, and thence cruising northwards over waters known to be frequented here and there by the sperm whale, sweep inshore by the Philippine Islands, and gain the far coast of Japan in time for the great whaling season there. By these means, the circumnavigating Pequod would sweep almost all the known sperm whale cruising grounds of the world, previous to descending upon the line in the Pacific, where Ahab, though everywhere else foiled in his pursuit, firmly counted upon giving battle to Moby Dick. In the sea he was known to frequent, and at a season when he might most reasonably be presumed to be haunting it.
But how now? In this zoned quest, does Ahab touch no land? Does his crew drink air? Surely he will stop for water. Nay, for a long time now, the circus running sun has raced within his fiery ring and needs no sustenance but what's in himself. So Ahab, mark this too in the whaler, while other hulls are loaded down with alien stuff to be transferred to foreign wharves, the world-wandering whale ship carries no cargo but herself and crew, their weapons and their wants. She has a whole lake's contents bottled in her ample hold. She is ballast with utilities, not altogether with unusable piglead and kentlage. She carries years' water in her, clear old prime Nantucket water, which, when 3 years afloat, the Nantucketer in the Pacific prefers to drink before the brackish fluid but yesterday rafted off in casks from the Peruvian or Indian streams. Hence it is that, while other ships may have gone to China from New York and back again, touching at a score of ports, the whale ship in all that interval may not have sighted one grain of soil, her crew having seen no man but floating seamen like themselves, so that did you carry them the news that another flood had come, they would only answer, "Well, boys, here's the ark." Now, as many sperm whales had been captured off the western coast of Java, in the near vicinity of the Straits of Sunda, indeed, as most of the ground round about was generally recognized by the fishermen as an excellent spot for cruising,
Therefore, as the Pequod gained more and more upon Java Head, the lookouts were repeatedly hailed and admonished to keep awake. But though the green palmy cliffs of the land soon loomed on the starboard bow, and with delighted nostrils the fresh cinnamon was sniffed in the air, yet not a single jet was described. Almost renouncing all thought of falling in with any game hereabouts, the ship had well nigh entered the straits, when the customary cheering cry was heard from aloft, and ere long a spectacle of singular magnificence saluted us. But here be it premised that owing to the unwearied activity which of late they have been hunted over all 4 seasons, the sperm whales, instead of almost invariably sailing in small detached companies as in former times, are now frequently met with in extensive herds, sometimes embracing so great a multitude that it would almost seem as if numerous nations of them had sworn solemn league and covenant for mutual assistance and protection. To this aggregation of the sperm whale into such immense caravans may be imputed the circumstance that even in the best cruising grounds, you may now sometimes sail for weeks and months all together without being greeted by a single spout, and then be suddenly saluted by what seems like thousands upon thousands. Broad on both bows, at the distance of some 2 or 3 miles, and forming a great semicircle, embracing 1/2 of the level horizon, a continuous chain of whale jets were upplaying and sparkling in the noonday air. Unlike the straight perpendicular twin jets of the right whale, which, divided at the top, fall over in 2 branches like the cleft drooping boughs of a willow, the single forward slanting spout of the sperm whale presents a thick curled bush of white mist, continually rising and falling away to leeward. Seen from the Pequod's deck, then, as she would rise on a high hill of the sea, this host of vapory spouts, individually curling up into the air and beheld through a blending atmosphere of bluish haze, showed like the 1,000 cheerful chimneys by some horseman on a height. As marching armies approached an unfriendly defile in the mountains, accelerate their march, all eagerness to place that perilous passage in their rear, and once more expand in comparative security upon the plain, even so did this vast fleet of whales now seem hurrying forward through the straits, gradually contracting the wings of their semicircle, and swimming on in one solid but still crescentic center. Crowding all sail, the Pequod pressed after them, the harpooneers handling their weapons and loudly cheering from the heads of their yet suspended boats. If the wind only held, little doubt had they that chased through these straits of Sunda, the vast host would only deploy into the oriental seas to witness the capture of not a few of their number, and who could tell whether in that congregated caravan Moby Dick himself might not temporarily be swimming, like the worshipped white elephant in the coronation procession of the Siamese. So with stun sail piled on stun sail, we sailed along, driving these leviathans before us, when of a sudden the voice of Tashtego was heard, loudly directing attention to something in our wake. Corresponding to the crescent in our van, we beheld another in our rear. It seemed formed of detached white vapors rising and falling, something like the spouts of the whales, only they did not so completely come and go, for they were constantly hovered and without finally disappearing. Leveling his glass at this sight, Ahab quickly revolved in his pivot hole, crying, "Aloft there, and rig whips and buckets to wet the sails. Melees, sir, and after us." As if too long lurking behind the headlands till the Pequod should have fairly entered the straits, these rascally Asiatics were now in hot pursuit to make up for their overcautious delay. But when the swift Pequod with a fresh leading wind, was herself in hot chase, how very kind of these tawny philanthropists to assist in speeding her on to her own chosen pursuit, mere riding whips and rowels to her that they were. As with glass under arm, Ahab to and fro paced the deck, in his forward turn beholding the monsters he chased, and in the after one the bloodthirsty pirates chasing him. Some such fancy as the above seemed his. And when he glanced upon the green walls of the watery defile in which the ship was then sailing, and bethought him that through that gate lay the route to his vengeance, and behold, how that through that same gate he was now both chasing and being chased to his deadly end. And not only that, but a herd of remorseless wild pirates and inhuman atheistical devils were infernally cheering him on with their curses. When all these conceits had passed through his brain, Ahab's brow was left gaunt and ribbed, like the black sand beach after some stormy tide had been gnawing at it, without being able to drag the firm thing from its place. But thoughts like these troubled very few of the reckless crew, and when, after steadily dropping and dropping the pirates astern, the Pequod at last shot by the vivid green Cockatoo Point on the Sumatra side, emerging at last upon the broad waters beyond, then the harpooneers seemed more to grieve that the swift whales had been gaining upon the ship than to rejoice that the ship had so victoriously gained upon the Malays. But still driving on in the wake of the whales, at length they seemed abating their speed. Gradually the ship neared them, and the wind now dying away, word was passed to spring to the boats. But no sooner did the herd, by some presumed wonderful instinct of the sperm whale, become notified of the 3 keels that were after them, though as yet a mile in their rear, than they rallied again, and forming in close ranks and battalions, so that their spouts all looked like flashing lines of stacked bayonets, moved on with redoubled velocity.
Stripped to our shirts and drawers, we sprang to the white ash, and after several hours pulling, were almost disposed to renounce the chase when a general pausing commotion among the whales gave animated token that they were now at last under the influence of that strange perplexity of inert irresolution, which when the fishermen perceive it in the whale, they say he is gallied. The compact martial columns in which they had been hitherto rapidly and steadily swimming were now broken up in one measureless rout, and like King Porus's elephants in the Indian battle with Alexander, they seemed going mad with consternation in all directions, expanding in vast, irregular circles and aimlessly swimming hither and thither. By their short, thick spoutings, they plainly betrayed their distraction of panic. This was still more strangely evinced by those of their number who, completely paralyzed, as it were, helplessly floated like waterlogged, dismantled ships on the sea. Had these leviathans been but a flock of simple sheep, pursued over the pasture by 3 fierce wolves, they could not possibly have evinced such excessive dismay. But this occasional timidity is characteristic of almost all herding creatures. Though banding together in tens of thousands, the lion-maned buffaloes of the West have fled before a solitary horseman. Witness, too, all human beings, how, when herded together in the sheepfold of a theater's pit, they will, at the slightest alarm of fire, rush helter-skelter for the outlets, crowding, trampling, jamming, and remorselessly dashing each other to death. Best, therefore, withhold any amazement at the strangely gallied whales before us, for there is no folly of the beasts of the earth which is not infinitely outdone by the madness of men. Though many of the whales, as has been said, were in violent motion, yet it is to be observed that as a whole the herd neither advanced nor retreated, but collectively remained in one place. As is customary in those cases, the boats at once separated, each making for some lone whale on the outskirts of the shoal. In about 3 minutes' time, Queequeg's harpoon was flung, the stricken fish darted blinding spray in our faces, and then running away with us like light, steered straight for the heart of the herd. Though such a movement on the part of the whale, struck under such circumstances, is in no wise unprecedented, and indeed is almost always more or less anticipated, yet it does present one of the more perilous vicissitudes of the fishery. For as the swift monster drags you deeper and deeper into the frantic shoal, you bid adieu to circumspect life and only exist in a delirious throb. As blind and deaf, the whale plunged forward, as if by sheer power of speed, to rid himself of the iron leech that had fastened to him. As we thus tore a white gash in the sea, on all sides menaced as we flew by the crazed creatures to and fro rushing about us, our beset boat was like a ship mobbed by ice isles in a tempest, and striving to steer through their complicated channels and straits, knowing not at what moment it may be locked in and crushed. But not a bit daunted, Queequeg steered us manfully, now sheering off from this monster directly across our route in advance, now edging away from that whose colossal flukes were suspended overhead, while all the time Starbuck stood up in the bows, lance in hand, pricking out of the way whatever whales he could reach by short darts, for there was no time to make long ones. Nor were the oarsmen quite idle, though their wonted duty was now altogether dispensed with. They chiefly attended to the shouting part of the business. "Out of the way, Commodore," cried one to a great dromedary that of a sudden rose bodily to the surface and for an instant threatened to swamp us. "Hard down with your tail there," cried a second to another, which, close to our gunwales, seemed calmly cooling himself with his own fan-like extremity. All whaleboats carry certain curious contrivances, originally invented by the Nantucket Indians, called drugs. Two thick squares of wood of equal size are stoutly clenched together so that they cross each other's grain at right angles. A line of considerable strength is then attached to the middle of this block, and the other end of the line being looped, it can in a moment be fastened to a harpoon. It is chiefly among gallied whales that this drug is used, for then more whales are close round you than you can possibly chase at one time. But sperm whales are not every day encountered. While you may, then you must kill all you can. And if you cannot kill them all at once, you must wing them so that they can be afterwards killed at your leisure. Hence it is that at times like these, the drug comes into requisition. Our boat was furnished with 3 of them. The first and second were successfully darted, and we saw the whales staggeringly running off, fettered by the enormous sidelong resistance of the towing drug. They were cramped like malefactors with the chain and ball. But upon flinging the third, in the act of tossing overboard the clumsy wooden block, it caught under one of the seats of the boat, and in an instant tore it out and carried it away, dropping the oarsman to the boat's bottom as the seat slid from under him. On both sides, the sea came in at the wounded planks, but we stuffed 2 or 3 drawers and shirts in, and so stopped the leaks for the time. It had been next to impossible to dart these drugged harpoons, were it not that as we advanced into the herd, our whale's way greatly diminished. Moreover, that as we went still further and further from the circumference of commotion, the direful disorders seemed waning. So that when at last the jerking harpoon drew out, and the towing whale sideways vanished, then, with the tapering force of his parting momentum, we glided between 2 whales into the innermost heart of the shoal, as if from some mountain torrent we had slid into a serene valley lake. Here the storms and the roaring glens between the outermost whales were heard but not felt. In this central expanse, the sea presented that smooth, satin-like surface called a sleek, produced by the subtle moisture thrown off by the whale in his more quiet moods. Yes, we were now in that enchanted calm which they say lurks at the heart of every commotion. And still in the distracted distance, we beheld the tumults of the outer concentric circles and saw successive pods of whales, 8 or 10 in each, swiftly going round and round like multiplied spans of horses in a ring, and so closely shoulder to shoulder that a titanic circus rider might easily have overarched the middle ones and so have gone round on their backs. Owing to the density of the crowd of reposing whales, more immediately surrounding the embayed axis of the herd, no possible chance of escape was at the moment afforded us. We must watch for a break in the living wall that hemmed us in, the wall that had only admitted us in order to shut us up. Keeping in the center of the lake, we were occasionally visited by small, tame cows and calves, the women and children of this routed host. Now, inclusive of the occasional wide intervals between the revolving outer circles and inclusive of the spaces between the various pods in any one of those circles, the entire area at this juncture, embraced by the whole multitude, must have contained at least 2 or 3 square miles. At any rate, though indeed such a test at such a time might be deceptive, spoutings might be discovered from our low boat that seemed playing up almost from the rim of the horizon. I mention this circumstance because, as if the cows and calves had been purposely locked up in this innermost fold, and as if the wide extent of the herd had hitherto prevented them from learning the precise cause of its stopping, or possibly because so young, unsophisticated, and every way innocent and inexperienced, however it may have been, these smaller whales now and then visited our becalmed boat from the margin of the lake, evinced a wondrous fearlessness and confidence, or else a still becharmed panic, which it was impossible not to marvel at. Like household dogs, they came snuffling round us, right up to our gunwales, and touching them till it almost seemed that some spell had suddenly domesticated them. Queequeg patted their foreheads. Starbuck scratched their backs with his lance, but fearful of the consequences, for the time refrained from darting it. But far beneath this wondrous world upon the surface, another and still stranger world met our eyes as we gazed over the side. For suspended in those watery vaults floated the forms of the nursing mothers of the whales, and those that by their enormous girth seemed shortly to become mothers. The lake, as I have hinted, was to a considerable depth exceedingly transparent, and as human infants, while suckling, will calmly and fixedly gaze away from the breast as if leading 2 different lives at the same time, and while yet drawing mortal nourishment, be still spiritually feasting upon some unearthly reminiscence. Even so did the young of these whales seem looking up toward us, but not at us, as it were, but a bit of gulfweed in their newborn sight. Floating on their sides, the mothers also seemed quietly eyeing us. One of these little infants, that from certain queer tokens seemed hardly a day old, might have measured some 14 feet in length and some 6 in girth. He was a little frisky, though as yet his body seemed scarce yet recovered from that irksome position it had so lately occupied in the maternal reticule, where tail to head and all ready for the final spring, the unborn whale lies bent like a Tartar's bow. The delicate side fins and the palms of his fluke still freshly retained the plaited, crumpled appearance of a baby's ears newly arrived from foreign parts.